welcome to Guerilla Cricket South Africa's coverage of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. We've been following South Africa throughout the entire tournament, and now we're coming in. We're one game away from finals week. If you looked at the tournament, you would have probably penciled in this game because it's a game between two evenly matched teams, two teams that keep on fighting each other, always for the ascendancy throughout these ICC tournaments. That's South Africa versus India. And my name is Mpumi Mtlwane, and I'm joined by Kat all the way from Melbourne. She's in a sunny area while I'm sitting here with like darkness surrounding me as it's 3 a.m. But Kat, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm really great. And I'm in a bit of sunshine here. And so are the players. They're singing their national anthems and they're getting ready to warm up. They're warming up their vocal cords at least, which is a benefit to the fielding side for their appeals. So the better you sing your national anthem, the better the appeals, I understand.
Yeah. Look, it's choir practice. And that's what I call the slip chord. And it's a choir. And you need to warm up those vocal cords as early as possible. The news out in the middle. From the middle are that India have won the toss and have chosen to bat first in this important match for them. They need a win to qualify. It's as simple as that. If they win, they will go through. Cricinfo says that if they win today and England win too, which is probably very likely, they'll be playing in semi-final 2. India will be playing in semi-final 2, which is the semi-final that South Africa will be playing in because South Africa is finishing in second. So we'll confirm that as we go along. But the bottom line is if you're an Indian fan, India needs to win. Don't worry about South Africa. South Africa qualified against the West Indies because of that abandoned match. But this is the one for India. Really disappointing to have Julian Goswami not play this game. She's, I think, got 201 ODI caps. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a shame that she'll miss out. But I mean, India do have a lot of flexibility in their squad, so they're doing well. They've got Meghna Singh coming in, and also Deepti Sharma for Poonam Yadav. And Mithali Raj said when she won the toss that she wanted to bat because she's played on this track already, and she thinks that the spinners may get some assistance in the second innings. So that's kind of what she's saying as she decided that she would take a bat today.
You know, I agree with her because the question I had, I think, on our podcast that we did, our preview podcast that we did just before this game, was if they're playing on the same strip, I'd actually even be more inclined to play an extra spinner just because of the wear and tear on it. And it looks like this strip, by the time South Africa bats, will have had 150 overs of cricket. So that was the only question: do they get a fresh one, or do they get the same one? So that was quite interesting. South Africa's changes for everybody listening is there's 2 changes. Masabata Klaas comes in, so does Lara Goodall. She had a great tour of India the last time these two teams played. Lara Goodall averaged 41 in that tour, and so she comes in for Tasman Brits, and Masabata Klaas comes in for Dumisi Kukuna. That shoulder injury for Klaas is resolved. I'll say that. I think she's fit to play. So interesting to see. What are you most looking out for here, Kat?
I think, as always, I can't wait to see the South African women bowling. Like that is my favourite thing to watch altogether. But as the players are taking a knee now, so they're and the Indian players hand on heart. So we're getting so close to the start here. Yes. But I love watching the fast bowlers. There's nothing better than the South African fast bowlers. Like there's nothing to beat them even in the Australian team, I must say.
Look, I'm also excited. To me, it's the bowling. I want to see. It's Ayabonga Kaka for me. I think that's the thing. So we've got Shabnim Ismail ready to start off her spell of the day. 7 matches at this World Cup, 9 wickets. That's going to be pretty. That's a really good statistic for her. I think she'll be hoping to push it up a little bit more. She'll be facing up to Smriti Mandana. 256 runs in this tournament, an average of 42, 100 and 150. And then on the other end is the sensational Srifali Verma. Watching her come through, I think South Africa went to India 2 series ago in 2018, and she was just so good.
Yeah,
And I
she's
can see what
fabulous.
India have in her. She hasn't scored a lot of runs coming back, but it is what it is. Shibnam Ishmael starting off that first ball of the match to Smriti Mandana, and this one is full on back of a length actually on middle stump, defended out to the offside for no run. What target do you think India need to try and set to try and probably win this game? Because it helps to bat first.
It does, but I think they do need to set a really large target. So I'd be going, 250 plus.
Now 250 plus. Shabnam Ishmael in with 2 slips. This one's full driven by Mandana out to the field at wideish mid-off for a single. First runs of the day. Who umpire today's is Jacqueline Williams from the West Indies and Shah Fadullah Saikat from Bangladesh. So that's good. That's good. And the TV umpire is Langston Roseri. I'm a fan of Langston Roseri. Spent some time with him down in Zimbabwe, so massive fan of his. Yes, at the World Cup qualifiers. Shibnam coming in to bowl to Shafali Verma with 2 slips. This one on the top of off, really good ball there. And Shafali playing that off the back foot out to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, both of these batters, no slip ups in their first few balls, so they really can't afford to. They need to go big today. Both of these batters for sure.
I think India's going to need a strong start from them. It's been a topsy-turvy tournament for them, winning one, losing one. They've struggled to find a rhythm, but they've managed to be there and thereabouts in this tournament. The next ball is driven handsomely through the cover region. That is what Shafali Verma can do. It was slightly overpitched from Shibnam Ishmael wide outside the off stump, and the first boundary of the day for India, 5 without loss.
It wasn't a terrible ball. It was fast, and it was full. I mean, I don't know if she was attempting a Yorker length, but it was just a nice juicy half volley that sat up for her, and she's picked the gap beautifully, like almost effortlessly with that stroke.
And it's all timing there, that stroke. It was all timing, and it's very scary for me as a South African if she's timing the ball this well, this early in the innings. Next ball in. Oh, okay. We're going to have a bit of a dead ball. Somebody moving probably behind Shafali's eye line. And so umpire Jacqueline Williams signals that. We're going to have that ball bowled again. It was going to be a short ball if you wanted to know, because Shibnam went through with her action. So.
And actually, that's quite dangerous for Shafali to be pulling out. I mean, she had to pull out, but that late, because Ishmael was already bowling, and it put her right off, and she's bowled off the pitch. So could have, you can do yourself an injury sometimes with that kind of action.
And that's the big issue here. Oh, beautiful ball outside the off stump. Shafali playing for it, looking to cut it a little bit late, and missing out on that. It's a bit of a play and a miss. But South Africa thought they would have thought that they were in the business there with that last ball. But at the end of the day, no drama, 5 without loss.
And it wasn't even bouncing that high. She has gone short, but obviously it was too fast for her. I think it just did her for pace.
Yeah, it's just too quick. But that's what Shibnam is. She's deceptively quick. And next ball is short, way outside the off stump. Shafali coming outside her. Outside a crease, outside the stump line, essentially, to try and ramp it over, but it was too short to ramp actually because it went straight over. I think it was like I wouldn't say like more than a foot, but close enough over her head.
Shafali's picking something up here in Ishmael. She knew that ball was going to be short, and I wonder if there is a tell there that Shafali's managed to work out. But what a gutsy decision from Shafali Verma to come right across her off stump there in the hope of doing some kind of creative shot that I would have never seen before if she'd made contact.
Yes, but that's what I love about Shafali. She is young, and so she's very brave at this point in time. Lovely little ramp shot to end the over. It was a short ball outside the off stump. They're going to run 2 as Shafali guided that ball to third man. for 2 runs. Really good running between the wickets between her and Mandana. Verma on 6 4 balls, and Smriti Mandana 1 off 2. And at the end of the first over, 8 without loss.
Was actually quite eventful, right? Because she's managed to score at will here. Smriti Mandana just running back to the bowler's end a little slower, a little bit of tiny steps. She hasn't quite got her stride yet. So let's hope that's she did make it quite comfortably.
A little bit of early innings jitters. I think as much as we all love twos, maybe just try get the first one, and then maybe later on we'll decide the two. But Shafali Verma was like, no, you're giving me those runs. But that's the mentality that India need to have today. They need to try and accumulate as much as they can, turn ones into twos, and that was an answer. That was an example of what they needed to do there.
Absolutely.
Oh, then probably the MVP of the tournament right now, Marazan Cup in full on off stump, right arm over to the left-handed Smriti Mandana. First ball just defended out to the offside, no run. I think she's the MVP of the tournament.
Oh, she's been absolutely glorious. It's wonderful to see her and to see these fast bowlers, play every game, back it up. They're playing, one day on, one day off. It's been a big load for them.
Massive load as Kapi comes with a full and very wide ball. And umpire Shafudullah has to stretch his arms out. A little bit of exercise early on in the innings is always good for everybody. So that'll be a wide ball.
So we've had a 1 wide for height, 1 wide for width so far. So and we've had lots of scoring from the Indian players. So the batters are, they really do want to show their intent nice and early. There's no seeing off the new ball here.
Look, I think you shouldn't, and that's why Shafali Verma is there. It was actually quite interesting. I'll talk about this after this ball. Oh, that's full on middle stump, Yorker length ball, and Smriti Mandana not getting the same joy that Shafali Verma is getting in terms of accuracy from the South African bowlers, having to defend that one out back to the bowler down the pitch, no run.
So you think the opening choice was good for India?
Look, yeah, there was a lady that played in the last ODI series against South Africa, Poonam Rao, who actually bats pretty well. And I was surprised that they didn't play her. As the next ball is a full toss, driven through cover. There's nothing that Masabata Klaus could do. She's effectively shepherding the ball to the boundary because that's how well-timed it was. Second boundary of the day. This one off of Mandana. She'll be happy to get something like that. It's a little bit of joy on her end now. Because Shafali's been having the good times. But yeah, 4 runs there, 13 without loss.
And making the most of that because there's only a couple of players out of the circle.
Yes, we are in the power play. Next ball just outside that off stump in that fifth stump channel. A little bit full, defended off the back foot, no run. Yes, we are in the power play. So 2 fielders outside the off stump. No, not outside the off stump. Sorry, no, they're all outside the off stump essentially. Some might be inside, but who's counting? Outside the inner ring, and I'm assuming for Kapi she'll have third man as well as a fine leg up, based on the pace that she's generating. Another wide ball. She's flirting with that wide line to the left-hander, and this time Shafudullah keeps his hands neatly tucked behind him. I would have been tempted to stretch them out. No,
that was marginal, right? Are you an umpire, Bo? Are you an umpire?
No. Our fearless leader Simon is, and I give him a lot of space because of it. I just like critiquing umpiring decisions. And this one is a good ball, full and quick outside that off stump. Mandana's timing's not there just yet, even though she got that 4. That one is a plain miss. To Trisha Chetty. End of the over, 13 without loss. It's actually quite interesting because even in our commentary stints in the stadium, we'll be like sitting, what was it? We're sitting at Centurion when South Africa played Bangladesh. We're sitting just slightly off center. LBW calls, I'll make a decision whether it's out or not out, depending on what I'm seeing, which is really funny because we're making decisions from 30 degrees away from where the umpires stand.
Yeah, bit hard to
tell.
Yeah,
No, it normally is, but it's always fun. You just always have an opinion and have a decision. Yeah. So looking at this tournament, South Africa and Australia have been qualified, which is, I think, a massive victory for the South African team. And then 3 teams yet to to find out their fate. 2 with their fate in their hands. That's India and England. England playing Bangladesh right now, and South Africa and India, who are playing South Africa right now, and that's the game we're talking about. But also West Indies, who had a really great start to the tournament. Just disappointing that they couldn't play the full game against South Africa to get the full points. Because I think if they managed to get a chance to get the full points and if they won that game, they would have probably be sitting in a much prettier position. Because right now, West Indies are hoping for their South African sisters to do them a favor.
Yeah, indeed. The match, actually, England playing Bangladesh at the moment. England batting 6 for 214. So they've lost some wickets. There's a couple of overs left to go in that.
Oh, that's a dangerous number there for Bangladesh. I'll tell you after this ball. Shubnam with a full ball going down leg side, and Shafali Verma just needing to put bat on that and will race away to the final boundary for 4. 17 without loss. South Africa not looking as accurate as we'd like them, but India making the most of all these boundary opportunities.
Yeah, that's right. There's a fielder down there behind the keeper, but that was too wide. It was nicely placed, actually, by Shafali Verma.
Yeah, look, Shubnam sometimes, I think, bowls quicker than I think many people think she does, even her captain, because that field at fine leg was very square. Next ball is short and wide and slapped behind square to the backward point boundary for 4. Masabata Klaus putting in a valiant dive, but her hand not enough to stop the ball from going for 4.
That was a remarkable placement again. It's almost like she knows exactly where the deep fielders are. And this was, even though the fielder was there behind point in deep, could not quite get to the ball. Maybe she wasn't deep enough to, maybe those 2 on the boundary need to be a little deeper, I think.
Yeah, it's all about angles and getting them right, and sometimes a little bit hard on a new ground. Next ball is beautifully ramped behind the leg side. Shafali Verma coming across her stumps. We saw a bit of that in the first over. She couldn't get the ball because it was too short, but this time it was full, and she managed to flick the ball down to a fine leg, playing on the wide line for 4. Like, this is unbelievable.
It is incredible. There, it is like Shafali Verma knows exactly where Ismail's going to be bowling.
Next one is short and wide, and this time cut square, in front of square. And it's not going to race away for 4. Masabata Klaus does better this time, with Shafali coming back for 2. So it's 4-4-4. Are we going to get a 2, and a 2 now? Because that one was a 2.
That was great. I mean, there was a great dive there to attempt to get the ball from point or backward point. But, what a glorious shot and great positioning from Shafali Verma. And it's a little bit depressing for the South Africans in the field, but it's wonderful to see her doing so well.
27 without loss. Shafali Verma, 20 of 8. This is the start that India would have wanted. And she then lets the next ball go, to show that she also has a way to decipher which balls to play and which ones to let go. But the great thing about I think the first 2 fours, the first 4 is that she played it very late, and then that last cut shot, she actually waited for the ball to come straight underneath her eyes, and she played it in front of square a little earlier. We're watching some scenes of a no ball. So that ball that Shafali let go was going to be bowled again. And Shubnam comes around the wicket this time to Shafali, who opens up a front leg and swings through the line, and the ball goes to extra cover. Chloe Tran with the lovely chase, bringing the ball in. 2 will ensue. Shafali's not happy, actually. I think she wanted a 3rd. But anyway, this is a very expensive over. It's 12 plus 5. That's 17 already with 1 ball to go.
And Tryon did do extremely well to chase that down just inside the rope. And Shafali Verma, she let that no ball go. It's almost as if she knew that Ismail had overstepped.
Well, look, as you say, she's one step ahead of Shabnam right now. Full ball and well driven out. It was on an off stump line. Well timed, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. End of that over, 17 coming off of it. India going at a run rate of 10 and over, 30 without loss.
I think a lot of people wanted to see Mandana bat, but I'm enjoying Shafali Verma. I don't want anyone else to come in. If she keeps going, I mean, she's batting like an absolutely in-form Meg Lanning, but with more creativity in her shots and her strokes. So quite remarkable here that we're seeing. And let's hope it's a good time. It might be a short time if she's throwing the bat at everything. She's been told what to do, though, right, by her coach and captain.
Well, but yes, and that's what she's there to do, to try and put bowling attacks under pressure. As a Cup starts the next over, just a good length ball outside the off stump, let go by Mandana, no run. And I think that's the reason why they've chosen her over the other openers, is that Shafali can put teams away.
Yep.
Yes, 30 without loss. Verma on 22, Mandana on 5, and she cuts the next ball outside the off stump behind square to Shubnam Ismail for a single.
So Schmidt is definitely, letting the turning over the strike and getting the singles. So that seems to be her role in this partnership. And Verma seems to be capable only of even numbers. So she's always getting herself back on strike.
Yes, but it's a relationship, and if one's being aggressive, you don't need to necessarily be aggressive. You're already going at 9 runs and over. Just try and rotate the strike, get the informed batter in on the other end. As Cup bowls 1, just a little bit leg side-ish, easy for Verma to clip that off her pads to the leg side for a single.
And we've seen these Indian openers do quite well. It's been a little bit patchy for them. So they've won 3 games and lost 3 games. They're capable of really great things on their best day. So, but South Africa, they did say they're not going to take this one lightly. They're really trying to win this match, even though they don't need to qualify.
Cap into Smriti Mandana, right-hander to the left-hander, and so just outside the off stump in that 6-stump channel. Mandana's not tempted at all, just letting it go through for no run. Got some comments on YouTube. Dan DeCastro says, image of the cricket ground is gorgeous. Just need to ask Otto where he got it because it feels very old. Cappy into Mandana. It's short and wide and punched off the back foot with a horizontal back shot out to the field. That extra cover on the bounce, no run.
It was in the air for a minute, but it was bouncing safely in front of the fielder, straight to the fielder. If she'd hit it a little bit better, it may have been a catch.
Yeah, it looked like she wasn't in control of it. So that was the surprising thing about that shot. This one's a lot fuller on off stump, driven with a straight bat to Masabata class for no run. Masabata's at mid off. End of the 4th over, only 2 runs coming off of this one. 32 without loss.
And in the other match, we're keeping a bit of an eye on England swinging the bat a bit in the last couple of overs. They've just had a wicket. Dunkley, who was on 67, dismissed, but 7 runs from the second last over. Catherine Brunt's in, Sophie Eccleston. They'll probably end up making a fair few. They're in the final over now. So 220 odd at the moment.
Ooh, that's in Bangladesh's wheelhouse. I watched, I think, the first game of the qualifiers. What was it? I think it was. Bangladesh played Pakistan. And Pakistan set them, I think it was 201 to win. 202 to win. And Bangladesh got there with 1 ball to go. It was an insane run chase. So I'm a believer.
Yep.
As Aya Bongakaka starts her spell, she's taken 10 wickets in this tournament. This one is right arm over, a little bit of an in swing into Shafali Verma, who looking to come forward a little bit more. Just plays that back to the bowler with a straight bat, no run.
Mm. Yeah, we've seen some amazing close matches, haven't we, in this tournament?
Leaning edge. This ball just swinging into Shafali Verma. She got in leaning edge, looking to play that to the leg side. Ball popped out to point. No fielder got there in time. But a little bit of a sign of Aya getting Shafali in a little bit of trouble with that ball swinging in.
Mm.
India have batted first in 5 of their previous 6 games in this World Cup. Next ball's going down the leg side. Shafali's timing is not there with Aya, who's slightly slower than Shubnam. But she's just missing out on that one. Was a bit of a free gift from Aya, but she can't close it out.
Yeah, I think Mithali Raj really enjoys setting a target. That's definitely her preference.
Aya into Shafali Verma, who comes down the wicket and punches this one between the fielder at cover and extra cover, and a race away for 4. Great use of feet and a great exhibition of batting here from Shafali. She was a little bit tied down by Aya, but I think she's now figured out the pace as well as what the ball's trying to do. Good shot from her.
And I think this is actually the best batting performance. I've watched all of the South African matches, and I think this is the best batting performance in the power play that I've seen against the opening bowlers.
I think so too, because I think South Africa. What a beautiful ball from Aya. A little bit of a slower ball there from her. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was actually quite quick. It looked slow as it got past the bat compared to the previous ones. Play and a miss as Shafali was looking to play that behind square. She likes that region behind square. Just missing that one. No run. Yeah, look, I think Guerilla 36 with like 1 ball left in the 5th over is normally would have been the score for the first 10 overs for South Africa, for the South African team bowling in this tournament. So like India's already in bonus territory in the power play with fielders in the ring.
Yes,
so
incredible.
It's really good for India. The 2 fielders out, fine leg as well as mid wicket. Got a packed offside field. Now that's a slower ball from Ayabonga Kaka. Verma coming down, trying to play that square of the wicket, missing it with the pace. 88 kilometers per hour compared to 115 in the previous ball. End of that over, 4 runs coming off of it. India 36 without loss. I think we've got Dan De Castro on YouTube telling with a bit of a monologue, so I'll try to get through most of it. He says, both commentators are gorgeous. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you,
sometimes
Dan.
I don't like DRS, LBW. It's more art than science, but needed for blatantly wrong calls. I was speaking about our LBW conversation earlier on. As Cappy starts her new over, down the leg side, a little bit of a nice little... It would have been a nice outswinger to a right-hander, but to a left-hander, that's just wide, Cappy. But anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame.
Wide ball, 37.
It was a good ball.
That would have edged a right-hander batter, probably.
Yeah.
Kat, in Australia, how's the mood around this tournament?
People are very excited. I mean, I think there's just this assumption that Australia will win it, but not necessarily.
Next ball driven out to mid-off, no run. Look, Australia leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. It's like it's them a long way than everybody else. Even with the chases of the game against India and South Africa, like they had no right to win those games, but they found a way to chase down some really big scores as Cappy bowls it down the leg side. Easy runs for Mandana, who plays it to Chloe Tran at extra at mid wicket for a single, 38 without loss.
Yes, just in this other game, I'll give you the final score, 50 overs, 6 for 234 England. So Bangladesh have mainly had scores in the 100s. They tend to bowl better than they bat. However, they have made one, as you said, against Pakistan in that region. So if it's their day, you never know.
You never know. Cup into Shafali Verma. This one's short, wide outside the off stump. Easy cut behind square to the fielder, third man, single. 39 without loss. Look, I think Bangladesh will be happy with their first outing at the World Cup because they've never been to an ODI World Cup. They claim that they only received their ODI status a couple of months before the World Cup qualifiers. And so the fact that they've managed to make it to the World Cup, obviously because the tournament is cancelled, but I think they were going to still make it in. Next ball full on off stump, defended back to mid-on no run. And then on top of that, to come out, I think they won one of the games. I think that was against Pakistan. So that's a massive tick in their book to say that they belong here at this level. And
they
now
wouldn't have expected to win one. You're absolutely right, Paul. They wouldn't have expected to win one. Yeah.
Yeah. And on the other hand, Pakistani fans will be looking at themselves going, how do we lose to Bangladesh for a second time? Full ball outside the off stump, played off the back foot, punched to extra cover for no run. But then Pakistan go and beat the West Indies in one of the most entertaining games you could ever imagine. Shortened game and Nidadar just coming through for Pakistan. So it's been a wild tournament so far, and I think it's been really good to see because I think the level of of cricket at this tournament's been very high. As the next ball is played out to point behind square for no run. End of that over. 3 runs coming off it. So they've got India 39 for 39 without loss.
So we did see the scoring slow down just a touch there, but also Shafali Verma against Kaka. Kaka really seemed to have her measure better than the other bowlers, and just mixing it up with a slower ball. She faced all the deliveries. She only managed to make 4. So trying to tie up Shafali Verma, it seems to be Kaka who may be able to have a bit more success. Changing the pace, I think, really messed with Shafali's timing there.
But that's what you need to do. Well, Shafali was just one way. And it was quite interesting to see how Shubnam didn't even try. All Shubnam did was a change of angle. As Aya resumes with Trisha Chetty up at the stumps now. And a slip as well, really back. Lazaldi's standing at conventional slip would be. First ball,
so that's going to prevent Shafali from doing some creative things with her footwork there. That's a very good decision to have her up to the stumps if she's capable of doing so.
Yes, but don't overpitch it, please. As the next one is a little bit short and wide, and Shafali takes a swipe at that one, goes past a slip, but only be stopped by third man for 2.
Class has been very good in the outfield. Is she usually, really good? Is that why they put her out?
Yeah, she's one of South Africa's best fielders, and I think especially in that outfield. So yeah, and obviously because they've lost Tasman Brits, who also is one of their go-to outfielders, and so so I think Masabata is going to be fielding there for the rest of the 50 overs, even after when she bowls. So they're putting her out to pasture. Ball on off stump, punched out to point, no run.
So it's been lovely commentating with you today for the first time, and I think I'm on for a couple of shifts, half an hour on, half an hour off. So we're almost done. I think it's been great to talk. Keep sending us in the messages on YouTube. Did we finish that one from Dan?
We did. He's the only one, and he keeps on going through. Next ball's just driven, well done by Shafali Verma to the cover boundary, actually not even cover, that's mid-off. She took a massive hit there through the line. It was too full there, passing Shubnam Ismail for 4.
It's honestly, sometimes she is striking the ball in the gap, to the 10 centimeters to the left of the fielder's hand. She's finding the gaps in the most incredible places.
She's also hitting the ball very hard. Then she uses soft hands this time, trying to guide the ball past Masabata Klaus, but she cannot. She finds her directly this time. So no run there. I'm loving this. This is all round batting.
It's exciting. It means that if you're a bit sleep deprived there in South Africa, you can keep an eye on it.
Slow ball from Aya, and driven back out to Shibnam Ismail at mid-off for no run. End of that over, 45 without loss after 7. Let's go through some of Dan's comments. Actually, South Africa may regret this. If it gets out of hand, India could score a mammoth 325 plus and slip into third place. SA face them again, or do they prefer to be facing England? I don't know. Quite frankly, I just want South Africa to win a game because the last game we won was before the Australia game. So that was 2 games ago. So you don't want to go into the semi-finals having lost 3 in a row or lost 2 of the last 3. So I think for me, that's the big worry. And then Dan says, this is bad from the best bowler in the tournament, but again, hard to be pumped when you've clinched your spot. As the first ball of Marizanne Cup's over to Mandina, she plays it out to Mignon du Preez. Nice little full stride in, square drive to point, no run. Good fielding from Mignon. She likes throwing herself around. She took that amazing catch in the last game, in that Australia game on the boundary, diving to her left.
Yes.
On off stump, full on off stump, driven back to the fielder at mid-off, no run.
As long as there's no injuries, that's what you want, don't you? A bit of energy in the field, but safely.
And there's a sign in the crowd that says, "Ons is hier vir elke Suid-Afrikaner." Do you understand that, Kat?
No, what does that mean?
We are here for every South African. So they represent all 60 million of us as next ball full on off stump driven to point, no run.
Well, they better be cheering pretty loudly. I mean, they've got a lot to live up to.
Yeah. Oh, they have to.
We can blame that person holding the sign if South Africa do badly today.
It's like you didn't cheer loud enough. But there are lots of South African shirts and jerseys around in the crowd in Christchurch, so that's also good to see. That was full over pitched, but Mandina is not getting the timing right there. Finds straight the fielder at mid-off, no run.
And a really good start to this over. Four dot balls here for Cup, so she'll be very happy with that after she's had a few runs taken off her in the first few overs.
That's true, and it's also good for Sune Lees to try and bring the game back. And it's going to take a couple of overs, but you're going to have to try and silence these two a little bit more. Next ball played out to point. Mandina just can't beat the fielders there, so this is also quite a bit of a struggle. It's a contrast. Shafali striking at over 100. Mandina not even striking close to 50 right now. And
so we see some discussion here with telling Ishmael telling Cup, make sure you let her take a single now.
And there's the single opportunity. But I don't think it'll be a single opportunity. It'll be 4 runs. Good pull shot to the square leg boundary for 4. Plans going awry right now as I love it whenever a team's in trouble and they look to the coach. And I'm like, what's Hilton going to do right now? 49 without loss at the end of 8.
I truly think she was tossing that up for a single and put away for 4. So 4 runs and also mucked up her maiden, and now we've got Verma back on strike. So all those plans went awry.
Oh, South Africa. They're not having a good day. But as Dan says, it might it might hope this won't hurt South African psyche. Feels like it's going to be a slaughter. I know it's early. Dan's like every other South African fan right now, just like, what is going on? We're getting slaughtered. And Aya's first ball of her next over is driven over the top by Shafali Verma. Not a lot of pace on it, so it went in the air and it plugged just over the wideish mid-off. Good to know that they run through for 2 there, because normally somebody would just wait for the ball to land and then run. But they've managed to make sure that they've come through for a second. That brings up the 50 partnership. India now 51 without loss. Kaka into Verma. Another slower ball this time. Shafali not interested in it, just defending that as it pitches in front of her, no run.
I think that Shafali was settling herself there because she mistimed the previous shot. She came a little bit too early on it and she sent it too high into the air when she wanted to send it over the fence.
Yes. Aya into Shafali Verma. She plays this one in the air, over the top. The field is on the offside and the ring are converging on it, but they are too late as the ball lands safely and India take another single.
Another one not under control. It's almost like she realizes that Kaka has her measure and she's wanting to, bash her out of the attack by hitting over the circle. But neither of those two shots were completely in control from Shafali Verma. She didn't quite know where they were going. It was a little bit edgy.
But that's South Africa's plan right now. Take pace off the ball and let her use her power. As Aya is actually putting a first ball to Smriti Mandana right now. And this one's down the leg side. Will Jacqueline Williams call it a wide? She hasn't made a decision yet, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's a wide. I think she thinks the ball came off Mandana's pads there. It's very leg side-ish from Aya. It was actually, yes, that was a wide, by the way. Eventually called, and the next one is full and wide and driven through cover. Now there's the timing we've been waiting for from Mandana for 4.
So this could be a bit dangerous for South Africa if both of these batters start to wind up and open up their shoulders. They have strict instructions, I think, to settle in for 5 overs and then to really throw the bat at everything. So they must be really wanting a big score here.
But that's the one way to keep yourself in the tournament, as this ball is played around the corner for a single. Mandana playing in 5s and 7s. I learned that term, I think, with one of our commentators, Sean Mayers. She plays for Zimbabwe, and so she's like, when you're taught her how to score properly, or scoring as a batter, you need to score in 5s and 7s, a 4 and a 1, a 6 and a 1. Always try to get to the other end.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was an example of scoring in 5s. And then Shafali Verma does not care because she then wants to score in boundaries. So next one's overpitched and driven down the ground. Lovely shot from Shafali. And that ends a very expensive over from Ayabonga Kaka. 13 runs off of that as Shafali Verma got a loose one there. Half volley and well dispatched. End of that over. India are 62 without loss.
This would almost be the biggest score off the first 10 overs. I think Australia's probably made more than 62 or 70, but I haven't got the stats in front of me. We should have a bit of a look at that. This feels like the fastest scoring.
I think it is. It is. Well, if it's not, it's really put India on the road to 300. And if they don't get there with the power, with the batting prowess they have, it would be a worry. But if there ever was a time for them to click, it would be now.
Yeah,
it's about momentum, and I think that's where South Africa and India find themselves in a different spot. South Africa have a losing momentum, whereas India have some sort of a winning momentum going through. Dan agrees with you. He says it's a top power play, surely. So Ray, one of our fans, says, "Hi, Cat Jones." So you've got fans. Ray's one of our loyal fans, so really happy to see him up in the early hours of the morning as Shubman Ishmael gets an opportunity. A little bit of it looked like it was a slower ball from Shubman, getting a bit of a leaning edge. It popped up to her off the bat of Smriti Mandana, and just in front of Shubman Ishmael as the ball just died. I don't know if she needed to put in a full dive, but that's an opportunity. They haven't seen a lot of those all morning. Shubman again to Mandana. This one's down the leg side and too full. Easy single as they get through to the other end. 63 without loss. The next commentary team will be Purav and Ravi. So Purav is also in Australia, and Ravi is I don't know where in the world Ravi is. I still hope he's back home in India. But Ravi's really amazing. So I'm really excited to hear him do commentary, because he was excited that he was going to be doing commentary on Mandana, and she's not out yet. So I'm not going to try to take a wicket. And Shafali ramps this ball over the keeper. It's going to roll all the way to fine leg, but not a lot of pace on that one. So they'll take 2. 65 without loss. 3 balls away, and then it's no longer my fault.
Shafali's heading for a 50 in the power play. Like in the first 10 overs, she could get to 50, which would be just nuts, crazy.
Now, and that would be, and this is probably the performance of the tournament. You know, when India needed most, Shafali Verma coming through, 43 of 30 balls. Just dominate.
No matter what happens, she can say, "Not my fault.
I've done my job." And this one's all full wide outside the off stump. Well cut. That cut shot coming back in again. Laura Goodall's now the fielder at third man for 2 runs. Good fielding from her.
I don't know how they ran 2 there, but they did run 2. So Verma's back on strike with 2 balls.
The first one was quite slow, I won't lie. Because Verma played the cut shot, looked very slow, looked like it was just only going to be a 1. But I'm loving the fact that Shafali is wanting to get back on strike. That's what you want from a young batter, and someone who's as destructive as she is. Shibnim's next ball is full outside the off stump. Shafali opened up her front leg, looking to try and swipe her through the leg side. But then she waited a little bit, played it behind her to a third man for a single. Really good. This is really good batting from her. 46. She will not get an opportunity to get 50 in the first 10. But India do have the opportunity to go to 70 in the first 10, which is massive score, and put South Africa on the back foot already with 90 overs left to be played. Next ball, a little bit leg side-ish. Mandana just playing it off her pads to mid-on. And that's the end of the 10th over. 68 without loss. India winning the toss, choosing to bat. And Shafali Verma is on 46 of 32. Smriti Mandana, 17 of 29. Kat, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you later on as the 30-minute, as the 10-over cycles continue. As let's add the Indian boys from different parts of the world now. Hi, Parav, and hi, Ravi.
Hi.
Thank you, Tim.
Great stint over there by the 2 of you. Let's hope we can match it.
Thank you. We didn't take wickets for India, so don't blame me.
No, I'm all for South Africa on this one. I mean, they don't have anything to play for as such, but still, it will determine who they face in the semis. So they might have a stake in this.
Yes, they do. And I think they've just started off really poorly. But let me hand over to you, and 2 of you have a great stint.
Thank you. Purav, are you going to do ball by ball?
No, I think I will prefer you to do the ball by ball.
Fine, absolutely. Right now, there's a bit of a natural break on the field. I think Shafali Verma's getting some treatment on her calf, and she's getting pills and stuff. So we can take a bit of a break. Do make the point that on YouTube, at least, it's mainly Dan De Castro. And I don't think we have any action on our Twitter feeds, neither on Guerilla SA or One World SR. So please do write into us, interact with us. That's what we're here for. And because this commentary is by fans and for fans, so it's for you guys to talk to us about. This was an incredible power play by Shafali Verma. She can be reckless. She's almost like the female version of Rishabh Pant, I'd say, right-handed. But she moves across to the offside so far and then plays the ball to the leg side, almost through the stumps and over past the keeper. That it's quite scary at times to watch it. but it's great because it gives India the power pack start they want. What do you think, Pura?
Yes, I've been extremely happy with the start, with what India has got in a crunch match, and
Yeah,
this is what the Indian team management would have expected from the likes of Shefali Verma and Smriti Mandana. One to go all berserk in the power play, and one player just to rotate the strike.
right. We are seeing a change of bowling now. Chloe Tryon, slow left arm bowler, off spin, but uh, that might just be meat and drink for Mandana. We shall see. But she's bowling to Verma. Her first ball is on the stumps. Verma defends it to square leg and back again. Second ball, just outside off, but quite full. And Verma hits it back to the bowler who fields it. No run again. So Tryon started with 2 dot balls to Shefali Verma. We do see with India in particular, there's quite third ball outside off again, but she's hit it just past the bowler to long off, and they take a single. Now it will be interesting to see Mandana versus Tryon. I'm afraid we don't have time for much but the ball by ball because Tryon is bowling over very quickly, and Sunilise is trying to marshal her fielders. But Verma to face now. Mandana to face now for the last 3 balls of this over, or at least for the 4th ball. And yes, that's what I thought. Tryon came over the wicket instead of round the wicket, outside off stump, and Mandana heaved it. Well, Mandana never does anything so inelegant as a heave, but flipped it uppishly straight past long off for a 4. It was 1 bouncer, 2 bounces into the rope. So I have a feeling that Chloe Tryon might not like her stint against Mandana. But that takes Mandana up to her 20s now. She is 21, and Shefali Verma is 47. And the next delivery is bowled on the stumps, and of course it's turning more to leg because Tryon is a left-arm off spinner. And Mandana sweeps it out to Lizelle Lee at deep square leg, or backward square leg, deep backward square leg, and takes a single. So that's, as Umpo said earlier, dealing in 5s. Final delivery, again on leg stump, just blocked out to short mid wicket, and that's the end of Tryon's over. Apart from the 4 that she gave Mandana, it was just 2 singles in the over, so that's 6 runs from it. And now maybe there'll be pace and get a bit of a break and time to breathe. But we'll have to see who Lees decides is going to take the next over. I was going to say, Pura, that India have this habit of accelerating through the power play and then almost coming to a full stop as soon as the power play is over and regrouping, especially if they haven't lost wickets. Mandana in particular used to have the habit of playing a blinder during the power play and then just restarting her innings. Yep, we are going to see a change of bowling. Masabata Class is coming on. She's 31 years old, lovely blonde, short hair, and she is going to be bowling well. Pace, I suppose. Gaurav, what do you think of this?
I I could see that Mandana is more comfortable against the spin, and Shefali likes a bit of pace on the ball. So this is an ideal opening stand where now in the next phase, Mandana should get more strike and just consolidate the strike rate.
Right. Well, Klaas's first delivery, just full and off stump, tickled out to fine mid off, and now, she's bowled a full toss and off stump, but the offside field is packed, and Mandana hits it out to cover, and there is no run. But you don't want to see Klaas bowling full tosses. I like Klaas and Kaka as bowlers, and they can be very dangerous. But the problem is they do have a tendency to stray on line and length.
And
they can, yeah.
and this is the first time in the World Cup South African bowlers have been tested. So until now,
Yeah, sorry. The next ball, bowled bullish again on off stump and hit off to mid off. Now let's see the fourth ball from Klaas. I'll come back to you, Purab. Outside off, on a length, and a rather nothing cut by Mandana. It's almost a defensive stroke. Out to gully, really. And there is no run. There is, as I said, a reasonably packed offside field, which makes it difficult for Mandana unless he's hitting over the top to get any runs. Klaas comes in again for her fifth delivery. Outside off again. Good length, but Mandana manages to thread it between gully and third man and gets a single. So you were saying, Pura?
So this is what pressure can do to you. This is the first time where South African bowlers have like conceded more than 6 runs per over in a power play, and
yeah, they've been put on the pump a bit.
Yeah.
Ayabonga Kaka in particular, who can be very dangerous, went for about 7.6 runs and over or something. Ooh, whose elephant is that? And
I'm not.
Clark bowls outside off stump to Verma, who just hits it to mid off, no run. That's it. That's the end of the over. Only 1 run from it, so a good first over by Klaas. And considering its pace on the ball, it confirms my speculation that India are just regrouping after the power play. 12 overs done, 75 for no loss. Smriti Mandana is 23, Verma is 47. And we shall see if they continue with Chloe Tryon's slow left arm. So go on, confess to the elephant, Purab. Was it your elephant?
I think this was my girlfriend is busy doing her assignment, so this was probably her frustration.
Ah, she was crying over it, right? Yes, roars of disappointment. Yes, Chloe Tryon does bowl the next over, and her first delivery, Smriti Mandana hits out to the offside, gets a quick single. Now Tryon's into Burma, and she bowls it on her legs, and she sent it off to mid-off for another single. So she is bowling quite full, is Tryon, and maybe that's why she's not getting as much spin off the pitch. Though she is flighting the ball a bit, which is nice. But because she's not getting the distance off the pitch for the spin to take effect, the batters are hitting it nearly on the full and therefore can get singles. That actually was shorter to Smriti Mandana, and Mandana just came down the track a bit, but then defended it back to the bowler. I'm sorry, Tryon is not giving you the opportunity to say anything, Pura, but that's on the leg side, and Mandana sweeps it out to Lazelli at backward square, deep backward square, and they run through for a single. And my lord, she is very quick between deliveries, this Tryon, but she will be bowling to Burma, and they need to reset the field, which means just for the one delivery, we had. There she goes. A better length, this one. It gave the ball the opportunity to spin from leg to off. And Burma just hit it out to short mid-wicket. And there was no run. So there's 3 runs from that over. So India go to 78 in 13 overs. Smriti Mandana is 25 of 40. She'll be facing. And Shefali Verma is 48 of 39. Presumably they'll be facing Klaas. Right, Pura. Yes, sorry. Quick.
Yes, and so far, I thought Ravindra Jadeja's over rate was quick, but women's World Cup is like Ravindra Jadeja's over rate on steroids, which is so good to see. I like seeing quick over rates.
Clark,
yes,
on the stance to Mandana, it was a full toss, however, and she couldn't make anything of it. And it goes out to mid-off. Sinelli's fields after a little fumble, but no chance of a run. We're seeing the children playing out in the recreation area, and it looks like a full-on game. And you're going to have to forgive me, Purab. Class comes in, another full toss to Vandana, and my apologies. My cat has just come home, and she's calling for me. So, right, yeah, there we go. Apologies for that. Vandana took a single of that, and now it's Burma's turn to face. The third ball of Class is over. Class is second over. She has just given away 2 runs so far off her 8 deliveries, and she's now coming into Burma. Liz, has decided she's had enough. She goes up and over, sweeping through the line, straight over long on, and 1 bounce into the fence for another 4. It nearly looked like it might be a 6, but it fell just short. And that's Burma's 50. She's 52 from 40 deliveries. 3 balls into the 14th over. Quite a slowdown. She's hit only 5 runs in the last 3.5 overs, so she hasn't had too many balls to face. I think Mandana has taken most of the deliveries. But even so, it confirms, as I said, my theory that India deliberately slowed down after the power play. Oh dear, that was short outside off, and Verma tried to cut it, missed it completely, but unfortunately Trisha Chetty behind the stumps also fumbled it. It's gone behind her, she's run off after it, and they've taken a single. It's a bye, of course, because nothing touched it, though Chetty might have slowed it down a bit, actually, as it was going past her. It just went under her feet, really. But that's another extra. I think there are 6 extras already, which might not be a bad thing, but and now Class is bowling outside off on a length. Mambana swipes at it, misses it, it goes over her bat to Chetty, wideish, and there is no run. So Class has got both the batters to miss the ball outside off. But they weren't great deliveries, I don't think. I don't know what's happening to these Indian batters. They both suddenly decided to have a go for some reason. Maybe they think they can't get after Triumph, so they might as well get after Class. Class comes in for the last ball of the over, and Mandana, oh my lord, yes, she pulls it in Mandana fashion, and it's gone for a 6. That is it. That is Mandana now coming to the party. She goes to 32 or 44 with that 6. India go to 90 for no loss in 14 overs. And this is looking very ominous for South Africa now. If they can take Class and they can take Trial, South Africa don't necessarily have bowling resources to go back to, because Kaka has gone for 7.6 runs an over. Shabnam Ismail hasn't done much better. And Marizan Cap only has a limited number of overs. But Tryon is going to bravely come on for the next over. Let's see what she can do. And it'll probably be over in half a minute. 10 seconds per delivery seems to be her pace. Let's see what happens. She's bowling to Burma. And on the off stump, hits straight back down the ground, straight to Tryon. And Mandana quickly scrambles back into the crease. Yes, you were saying?
And you know, I could see Shefali Verma struggling to complete her like run in the last over.
Right. And the second delivery is nearly a repeat of the first. Straight down, hit straight back to Chloe Tryon. Third delivery coming up, and another straight ball on the stumps. Chloe Tryon is deliberately bowling on the stumps, maybe slightly to the leg. Side for Burma, slightly to the offside for Mandana. And she's keeping them quite tight, and she's not giving them any whip to play her with. And because of that, this fourth delivery, again, it was more on off stump, but it just got defended out to the offside. Again, no run. And the big boy in the play game is bullying the others. But Verma's out. Now this was more on the off stump and a good length for Verma to slash it. She gets a single off that one. And Mandana is going to face Tryon's last delivery, which is really what India want to see. I think they want to see the left-hander playing the left armour. And this was a leg. She just tucks it. Oh, no, 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 no. They made a mistake. They made a mistake. No communication between the batter and the non-striker. Shefali Verma runs down. Smriti Mandana decides not to go. And Shefali Verma is stranded yards outside the crease as the ball goes to the non-striker's end. She's nowhere in the picture, and she's out. What a ridiculous way to go after having scored 53 runs.
This was absolutely not what India would have liked right now.
Oh, no, no, no. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. They crossed.
Shefali.
And Verma decided to sacrifice herself. She went ahead of Mandana, and that was it. Trisha Chetty took the scales off, and because Verma had just walked ahead of Mandana, she was the one who had to go. Smriti Mandana must regret that. Verma must regret her not running. Did she have a chance to make it if she had run full-bloodedly? I don't know. You mentioned her reluctance to run in the previous over. This looks like it's a continuation of that.
Yes, but it looked like Shefali's call, and probably that is the reason she sacrificed her wicket.
Her call. She shouldn't have sacrificed her wicket, but yeah, I get what you're saying. It was just slightly backward of square on the leg side, so it was Verma's call. She didn't really call, but she set off very half-heartedly, even when she did set off. Very strange lack of communication there. I do have to say that though I adore Mandana and her batting, she is an indifferent runner between the wickets. She talks of the importance of running between the wickets, particularly when she's making a point about Mithali Raj and her not running. But she herself is not a good runner between the wickets. As a result, after 15 overs, India are 91 for 1. Mandana just having lost her wicket through the run out, and only one run being scored off that over. So Chloe Tryon is keeping the Indians under the cosh, as it were. She's given away just 10 runs in her 3 overs, whereas Mathabat Class, on the other hand, has given away 12 runs in her 2 overs. India 91 for 1, as I said, and we will have a bit of a natural break because, of course, there is a new batter coming up, who is, I think, Yastika Bhatia, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Yastika Bhatia like she is the preferred option for one down for India.
Right.
So.
Yeah. To be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing Mithali Raj as a non-playing captain. She is obviously a captain with some gravitas to her, but she scores so slowly. She acts as an anchor upon India whenever she comes to the crease. Particularly with such a start, I'm hoping they shuffle their lineup and maybe bring Harmanpreet Kaur in as number 4, rather than keeping Mithali Raj at number 4. But, I mean, you never know. So there are 2 left-handers at the crease now. Mandana has been joined by Yastika Bhatia. I haven't seen Yastika Bhatia before. I've seen Verma, but I haven't seen Bhatia before. But it will be Mandana to face after that disastrous run out in the previous over, because they crossed. And she will be up against Class, who's given away, as I said, 12 runs in her 2 overs. Not too very good, but oh, that's going to be a leg side wide, isn't it? Straight down the leg side. The umpire is giving it as a wide. Did you see just before the match started, when the South Africans took the knee, umpire Jacqueline Williams took the knee with them and raised her fist in the Black Power salute? I thought that was very touching. The Indians all stood to attention and had held their hands on their hearts. But the umpire, Jacqueline Williams, who I presume is from the Caribbean, went down on her knee along with the South Africans and held her fist up in the Black Power salute. It was wonderful to see. Anyway, Mandana facing again. There was a dot ball there after the first wide, and Mandana's probably suffering from post-run out regret. And she just plays that on the off to mid-off, and there is no run. So 2 legitimate balls finished for this over, both of them dots. Maybe Class will have a better over now than she's had in the previous 2. Mandana facing again. Yastika Bhatia still to place a ball. And they can't stop showing us this run out. They love the action. But Class in on the leg stump, Mandana not quite ready for it. She moves forward, just hits it back to Class, and there is no run again. I might have to go and restrain my cat. She's having fun with the carpet right now. But that's not your problem. I don't know why she's full of throws this spring. She's had a busy night. And outside off, full. Mandana nearly takes hold of it, but just sends it out to Gully, I suppose, and for a single, and there is no run again. So 4 top balls already. How's your girlfriend's paper coming along?
I think now she looks more calm and confident. So this is good.
So no more elephant groans. No more elephant groans.
Likely not. Likely not.
Yes, Mandana is definitely playing the anchor role here. That was slightly short on off. She just hits it out to mid off or long off even. They jog through for a single. Mandana crossing the entire pitch diagonally as she does so. But it wasn't in the line of the ball. It wasn't down the danger area of the pitch. So the umpires had nothing to say to that. But it was interesting to see. Presumably she went to where she wanted to run from. So the 2 lefties both running on the offside of the pitch as Class comes down and bowls over the right arm pace deliveries. Yastika Bhatia facing the first ball from Class. She just hits it down into the ground to the offside, picked up by short cover, and there is no run. So just 2 runs off that over. One, the first ball, which was a wide, and one, the single that Mandana took to long off, or shortish long off, shall we say, or a fine mid off. And that's it. So at the end of 16 overs, India 93 for 1. Mandana is 33 or 50. Yastika, no run so far off the 1 ball she's faced. And that 1 wicket that's gone down is, of course, the run out of Shefali Verma. India's scoring at a rate of 5.8 or so an over, which is good. On YouTube, whoops, we've got Tryon back on again, so no time for that. Mandana hits this towards the leg side, towards long on, gets another single, and Tryon will now come in for her second delivery. But Dan De Castro says, laughing, "My cat come home and calling for me. Sounds like a spouse coming home after work asking why is my dinner not on the table." Pretty much like that, Dan, pretty much like that. He also says, run out inexcusable as 6s were flying, incomprehensible. Yastika Bhatia faces her next delivery, wide outside off, and she cuts it down to wide third man, where Shabnam Ismail, after a chase, gets it, but they take 2 from that. And Dan De Castro also says, crazy, a run out is what stops India in its tracks. Won't get 300 now. Well, we'll have to see, Dan. India always do, as I say, reset between the 10th and the 20th over. That's got to be a wide. That's got to be a wide, even though, oh no, she's been strangled down the leg side. Oh my lord, Yastika Bhatia swept at that one, and she must have got a touch to it because Prisha Chetty took it and celebrated immediately. She has glanced that ball into the hands of the keeper, when it would have been, I think, a wide if she let it go
No,
down the leg side.
I think she has been clean bowled.
Oh, no, not clean bowled. She actually has been bowled off her bottom edge. She's been bowled off her bottom edge.
Bottom edge. Okay.
She swept at it and swept it right onto her stumps. What a way to go. But if you don't get it right, and this is the problem with the sweep, though it is a good percentage play, you don't get the accuracy on it that you always want. And therefore, you will get out sometimes like this. So that's India's second wicket gone.
Now
Dan Castro's prediction might be right. India might not get to 300. Yeah, sorry, Purab, what were you saying?
And now it feels that the luck has turned South Africa's way. They would have ideally liked this. Two wickets against the run of the play.
Yes,
Hopefully
certainly the
they
first
can make
was
it
against the run of play. No, Mithali Raj has come in, so there is no shuffling of the Indian batting order. They're going strictly by aggression. So we can expect the run rate to slow down even further. She is a legend, of course, but with an ODI strike rate of 66, that's not terribly impressive with today's big hitters. But she's going to face her first ball from Tryon and defended correctly, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yes.
It could be possibly her last World Cup match if like India does not win this.
It could be, but with Mithali Raj, you never know. Everybody else has been talking about her retirement for years, for about 2 World Cups already. So I've no idea whether she'll go or when she'll ever go. I mean, they set up, here's Tryon again, and just outside off, she rocks back and cuts it, but straight to cover, and there is no run. Tryon proving very effective again. 3 runs of that over and a wicket. So she has just given just over 3 runs and over for her 4 overs so far, and taken a wicket. So it's rather good stuff from her. Class, on the other hand, or on the other side, not doing quite so well, but managed to slow down the run rate in the last over. So that's good stuff. What do you think to Mithali Raj?
I do certainly agree that she is an Indian legend, but that key in this match would be not to go in a shell. Keep on rotating the strike and set up like help India set up a huge total.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mithali Raj is not a rotator of strike. She isn't, really. And Mandana, as I said, is an indifferent runner between the wicket. So I don't think you see too much strike rotation. Kaka comes in, replaces Class, and gets it. Mandana gets it on the offside. There's a bit of a fielding fumble, but I don't think they ran to it. But they must have, they're showing other strange outs. Natsiva got caught off the back of her bat by leg slip, and Yastika Bhatia, of course, just swept the ball onto her stumps. Was that miraculous? I don't know. When they play the ball so late that it's played behind them, they do run the risk. Yeah, that was a single for the first ball from Kaka. The second delivery, just 98 kilometers per hour, not even getting up to the 100-kilometer mark. But she's bowling to Raj, and Raj just plays defensively back to her. I think India are going to go into their shell for the next 4 or 5 overs. Raj looks to play a sumptuous off drive, but it's really nothing, and it just goes straight out to cover. Short cover, no run. That's easy. Yastika Bhatia. Well, India dropped Shefali Verma for Bhatia earlier in the tournament, then brought back Verma. And it seems to have worked because Verma's form has improved, but Bhatia's form seems to have dipped a bit.
Yes, indeed. Bhatia hasn't been able to convert her like starts into a big one. But
Aha.
but another point I would like to raise is Poonam Raut got dropped for like not having uh, like a decent strike rate. So why has India gone with so many accumulators in the World Cup?
Right. Mithali Raj did get a drive onto that, and because there was a fielding fumble, I think they got a single, and we shall see. Uh, if Raj takes a single, you know it must be an easy single. No, she didn't. Even though it was a good drive to the offside, finally taken
Spot
by
on,
mid-off.
Ravi.
So there was just one run from that, and Raj played out 5 dot balls. So she's 8 dot balls now into her innings. And it's for Mandana to face Tryon, I guess, because Tryon's done well so far. And you might as well give her 5 overs or 6 overs. She's a spinner. She's not going to tire that easily. We shall see. But there are 18 overs. India 97 for 2. So their run rate is still 5.39. Mandana is 35 for 52. Raj is 0 of 8. Don't expect terribly exciting cricket, as I said, for the next few overs, except for Mandana's batting, because Raj is not going to push along the scoring rate. Tryon's first delivery to Mandana, just an off stump. Mandana hits it to mid-off or long off, and they trot through for a single. This is going to be really desperate if we see Mandana taking a single of every over and then Raj batting out 5 dot balls. Let's see what happens. Tryon is coming in for a second delivery. They have to reset the field bit for the left-hand, right-hand combination. And Raj is ready. On leg, she sweeps, she misses. Trisha Chetty bounces it off her pads and then quickly runs out to square leg to grab it. There is no run. Of course there is no run. There is no consideration of the run. Not with Raj slowly working her way into her back. Tryon comes around again. Again on leg stump. This time the sweep does connect. She sends it out to deep backwards square leg or fine leg almost. And in fact, there is no fielder there, so Raj gets a 4. Her preferred mode of scoring, 1 4 every 2 overs will do for her. And that gets her 66 scoring rate, 66 out of 100 balls. It's 1 4 every 2 overs or every 6 balls, and that's enough for her. It was quite wide outside of leg, so can't blame Raj for sweeping it. But the next ball is an off stump, just hit out to very short mid-off, and there is no run. Of course, there's no run. Why would you expect a run? The next ball is defended straight down the pitch. Again, no run. Tryon lost her line there a bit when she bowled 2 balls down the leg side. Then she realised she just had to bowl it straight up and down, and Raj will not do a thing to it. And the last delivery, again off her over, is straight up and down. Raj on the back foot defends it, straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of that over. 5 runs were taken off it, thanks to that 4 from Raj. But apart from that, Raj has only run 2 singles so far, both of Mandana hitting the 4. She hasn't scored a single. She's 4 of 13. India 102 for 2 now. They've got their 100 in the 19 overs, and Mandana is 36 of 53.
And if you were a South African fan, you would like to see Mithali Raj bat as long as possible, because she will also
absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
Dan De Castro on YouTube, however, suggests its momentum goes back to run out because removed batter was crushing the strike rate. Now, that's a wide from Kaka because she was crushing the strike rate. Yes, back to run out like soccer, dominating 0-0 game. Concede an old goal, turns game upside down, says Dan De Castro. India's still ahead, but not a slaughter for now, and India must win. So clear motivation difference. England win 95%, Fish 12-0 in 7th over, chasing 235, current run rate 2-ish, England stifling wickets will come. That's a reference to the other match that's going on right now. England scored 234 for 6 in their 50 overs. Not terribly impressive, but their bowlers should be able to do the job for them. As Dan de Castro suggested, they are 12 for 0, of 16 for 0 of 7.4 overs. Not a very impressive strike rate at all. Now, Mandana, at least, is pushing Raj to run a bit. She's straight it out on the offside, and they're getting 2 runs. We're getting too much of Verma's boundaries. I want to see the actual action, guys, or action replays of what's just happened. But they're showing us Verma's strike points, which are impressive. There is no doubt she uses her feet very well. Oh, is that a wide ball? That was very wide of off. Trisha Chetty had to move way to the left. It was just inside the guidelines that are given to the umpires for wides, for offside wide. Leg side is wide as anything down leg, of course. So 19.2 overs, 1 wide, then a 2, and Kaka still bowling. Oh, Mandana sweetly strikes that, but without much power to mid-off, and they get a single. That means we're going to have 3 balls delivered to Raj. We might get a 4, we might not get a run. We shall find out. 106 for 2 in 19.3 overs. And we have to be ready for the next team, don't we? Is that Mupendulu and Kat, I believe, who should be coming on. I'm hoping that Mpo will let them in. Raj strokes this very nicely through the offside because Kaka, well, as I said, she's a very dangerous, very good bowler, but she does have the habit of swaying it around. She's not as consistent as Ismail or Kat. And so, therefore, if you can see her coming, you can take the runs of her. It didn't go for a 4. Mithali Raj stroked it between cover and mid-off and actually made an effort to run. So she got a 2. That's her first runs in this innings. She's now 6 of 15. And the next ball, of course, was a dot. And career average of 50.61, but at 66 runs per 100 balls is impressive and unimpressive at the same time. Okay, I think we'll just get ready for David and Kat, sorry. And David will let people in, so that's good. David, come and join the show right now.
I'm in waiting for you, sir. Ready and able.
Fantastic. Right. Hi, Dave. And Mithali plays out another dot 4, and we'll hand over to David and Kat, who might be able to make Mithali Raj's innings slightly more interesting than it's been so far.
Thank you. Thanks, Purav. And
thank you, team.
Ravina, thank you for your time this morning. And Cheapers, what a
I'll be back for the next session because I'm taking over from Anis for that, yeah?
Wonderful. We'll see you then.
Okay, bye now.
Kat, you're on ball by ball. You're up front.
Hi there. It seemed like that 10 overs went very quickly. We have Tryon who's bowling to Schmitty. She's on the pull and she's taking it out backward to square. It's heading out towards the boundary where it will be pulled up inside the rope. And Mithali's been a little slow, hasn't she, Dave? But
measured. Maybe we'll be kind. We'll call it measured, not pedestrian.
Well, I don't think she's ever super fast. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she has had a couple of fast innings. So she's probably par for the course here. There's a little bit of spin outside off by Tryon. This is going between 2 fielders and heading out to the boundary. This time it will make it out through the umpire's legs almost, and definitely with 2 fielders unable to pull that up. Mithali moves to 10 with that boundary.
Yeah, it's been a strange period. It was, a massive opening stand, and then suddenly South Africa pulled back 2 wickets, fortuitously through that first run out. And Kat, it's shifted the momentum of the game.
Yeah, it certainly has. So the next ball over the wicket and defended back to the bowler. So we have the umpire out sort of through point, don't we? Not at square leg here.
Not moving across enough. Got to get those
Not
steps
enough exercise for that umpire, right?
Sounds like South Africa need to bowl more wickets. Get those arms up above the head.
Another ball defended back down the pitch. So Mithali on 10 and Smriti Mandana on 40.
Yeah, I like the balance of that last shot. She's just getting on the front foot, getting a little bit outside her crease and just bunting it back up the wicket. So good balance there, but she's got to score runs.
Yes, indeed. Another one defensively, this time going out to short cover. So getting some good pitching from this Chloe Tryon over as this next ball is driven out a little bit slowly into the covers so that Mandana can take a single and retain the strike for the next innings. 6 runs from that over, and India 114 for 2 after 21, Dave.
Yeah, they have to rebuild here, and I think it's actually as much as Purav and Ravi were lamenting the scoring rate of Mithali Raj. I think she's probably the right person to have at the wicket right now. You've lost 2 quick wickets, and there is somewhat of a rebuilding phase that has to happen. As much as Smriti Mandana has got runs on the board, it's still, the momentum will naturally just wane a bit, and then will have to be built up once again.
Yeah, certainly we had some amazing scoring from Shefali Verma in the first 10 overs, but the run rate hasn't slowed dramatically with Mandana there.
No.
We have Ismail coming back on to bowl her 4th over. She's over the wicket, and Mithali's on the drive, can't penetrate the ring field though in the covers, and there's no run.
You spoke about the first 10 being really expensive for the South African bowlers and being enterprising for the Indian batters. And I think what that does is it allows the South Africans to get a good bit of training in terms of how they handle being under the pump early.
Yes, indeed. And they do need a very big score here today, India. This next ball back of a length and a delicate little touch down to third as this is pulled up inside the rope. They've only managed to run a single there. So 1 run so far from this Ismail over.
And I think, with so many people seeing that the opening pair for South Africa has been so devastating, when they're under pressure, you're given an indication that they can be put under pressure, but also that they have to learn how to respond.
And they did respond. I mean, we had Ismail was taken off and Kaka was put on in the first 10 overs, and that was an effective change for a couple of overs. It dried up the runs, and then of course she was fairly expensive as well. So 70 runs off the first 10, a quite remarkable degree of scoring,
particularly for the fast bowlers that have been so devastating in this World Cup for South Africa.
So Mandana, the left-hander facing up to Ismail, squirts off the edge and just goes backward of point where there's no chance to take another run.
Yeah, it's such an important thing that when you get put under pressure early on, that second spell is just a crucial one for you as a fast bowler. It's all about rhythm, and if you're able to just shake that off and come back, it should be fruitful for you in terms of having 2 batters at the wicket that you feel you can bowl at with some consistency.
So a little bit shorter this one from Ismail, and Smriti's trying to pull it, doesn't really, just very awkwardly. I think it's bounced off her forearm or her glove and popped up behind leg. We're seeing a replacement of the gloves, I think, now, or something is being run out to Mandana because that last ball took her on her glove, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't look all that comfortable. Trying to play that pull shot, shaking her hand, wringing out her hand. Not happy with that one. I mean, Kat, you and Paul weren't able to pick up wickets, but our Indian commentators were able to pick up 2. So, I mean, what's the excuse?
Incredible. Yeah. And whereabouts are you commentating from today?
Johannesburg in South Africa. So, hopefully we can just continue the non-wicket taking from all the way from South Africa, and you're in Australia.
Yes, in Melbourne, Australia. So the time zone isn't too bad here. We're only 2 hours different from the New Zealand time zone.
Tremendous. I think that's a great value that we have as Guerilla Cricket South Africa, that we have commentators around the globe, but that's spat up a little bit more than I think Mandana was expecting, and so she was already through the shot. Really didn't look comfortable playing that one and get hit on the forearm. the radius or the ulnar, depending
Yeah,
on.
and bouncing up onto her helmet as well as she faces up again to Ishmael, and again not managing to make good contact with this. It dribbles through to the keeper. So a very good over so far from Ishmael, just one run from it.
She's
and
always
Mandana again on strike.
She's always somebody that you feel like can create something. Is Shabnam Ismail, just with the natural pace that she bowls at.
And she finishes this over extremely well with a beautiful Yorker that's dug out by Mandana, and again cannot score at all from that. So Ishmael with figures of none for 32, 4 overs she has bowled, and the score 115 for the loss of 2 wickets after 22 overs. The run rate 5.23.
What a comeback there from Shabnam Ismail. She's bowled incredibly well. You said she finished it with a beautiful Yorker that's been squeezed out, and so Mandana only gets not a single run to her name. It was Mitali Raj who picked up the single in that over. 115 for 2, and South Africa will be happy with that, but it's all about stringing those types of overs together and not allowing the Indians to fall into a comfortable rhythm that they feel like they can score prodigiously towards the latter stages of this innings.
So a new bowler coming into the attack, and it's Sune Luz who will resume here. And she bowls at around 70 kilometres an hour to Mitali Raj, who's defensive.
South Africa's 6th bowler this morning, or this afternoon.
Yes, they've certainly turned it over a little. The next ball a little more flighted and pushed into the off. And what do you think of Lou's bowling style? Is that one of your favourites?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's the inconsistency for me that frustrates me. I think if she bowls her leg spinner, she must persist with it. I don't particularly enjoy the off-spin leg spin combination.
No, well, this next one is spinning. It's a leg spinner, and it's picked up well by the batter, who manages to push a ball out into the deep in the offside, and they've run through for a single, which brings Mandana, the left-handed Mandana, back on strike, which is an interesting combination.
She needs to go for it.
I think my feed is a little ahead of you, but she's dancing down the pitch to this next ball. She doesn't get all of it. She's driving straight and in the air safely, and it's fielded out in the deep for another single. Using her footwork nicely, though.
I feel like a driver in traffic who didn't use the indicator and just joined you in the lane. I'm just coming across. Don't mind me. Here we go.
Another leg spinner from Luz. She's cutting, and this is going out towards the rope. It's pulled up just inside. This time they've run 2. It's very good running from these 2 women as Lizelle Lee comes around, picks it up, and falls over clumsily as she tries to field that. Everyone's laughing a little bit at her, but she has fielded it well. Yeah,
it was an awkward one for her as she had to get around there, but it was also one that dove over by Laura Wolfart, but she gets it in the end.
And a straight one to finish the over. It's on the pads and pulled behind the umpire, behind square. They get a single. So far, that's the end of the over, and we have 5 runs from it. And the score 2 for 120.
Purav saying that smart tactics from South Africa. Get Shabnam and the 6th bowler on against Mirage so that you have more bowling options when India accelerates. And Dan De Castro says, England game, lol. Worst wicketless power play ever. Bangladesh, 23 without loss. Problems virtually guaranteed to win, even without wickets, $1 million dots. And then he gives us a wink face.
Ishmael resuming. It's hitting Mitali on the pad. There's a half strangled appeal from Ishmael. Not serious. It was going down leg and no run.
Trying to sell the non-wide there.
Yes, indeed. So this match between England and Bangladesh, Bangladesh none for 27 after 11 or after 12 overs effectively now. Not doing too well in the chase. So Mitali Raj is on 16. This is short from Ishmael. She sways out of the way, but it was down, outside off, and through to the keeper.
Such an important passage of play here for both sides. South Africa want to get into a rhythm where they feel like they can bowl at India. The inverse of that is that India want to be able to absorb a couple of overs here and then take on the sixth bowler, because they know sometimes that Lees can be inconsistent.
So Mithali Raj, this is back of a length. She pushes it to cover point and can't get a run. So the South African bowler's keeping it pretty tight here. The run rate is dribbling down lower and lower towards 5 at the moment.
Not horrendous. I mean, to have a run rate at 5 in a one-day game is not a cardinal sin, I don't believe.
That's right. They'd still be pretty happy with that. But their glorious fast batter is not here at the moment. She was out earlier, as this one is awkwardly handled by Mithali. She pushes it into the ground and it goes to backward point. Again, another dot here for Ismail, 4 in a row.
Yeah, we're just having a look at some of the images earlier in this over of the analysts and the coaches focusing intently on something on the screen there. Maybe he's found a weakness in the armor of the South Africans and how to exploit it once again, or perhaps in one of his own batters.
Ismail bowls to Mithali. It's straight and it's pulled or pushed by the batter to short mid-wicket, and there's no run again, another dot ball. And we're seeing the view of the field here, Dave, the classic ring field for Ismail with a fine leg and a third as well.
Yeah, it's important to bowl to your field, particularly in a game like this where they know that India need lots of runs on the board.
So a full ball from Ismail to finish up the over. Mithali can't get that away, and that's a maiden. What a glorious over from Ismail. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if you just looked at Ismail's figures for today, you think cheap is 0 for 32 in 5. I mean, that's expensive. That's 6 to the over. But then when you realize that the first 3 were 31, and so this has been just 1 from the first 2 overs in her second spell. Incredible bowling from her, and that's why she's as good as she is. Ability to recover at the end of a howler of a spell up front means that she's world class, but not quite Masabata class.
No, and not Sunaluz either, who is coming in to bowl her second. And Shmurti using her feet, coming down the pitch and sending it down to long off, where Dupreez comes around and does the fielding. And Ismail's figures, she's possibly heading for her highest total here, although what she was against Pakistan, 3 for 41. So got some wickets there, but a little bit more expensive in that game than usual. Luz is bowling a half tracker, and it's driven out into the offside. She could have, she's lucky to get away with that with just the single being taken off her there. So 2 singles so far from her over.
What do you make of South Africa's troubles with their number 3? Lara Goodall and Tasman Brits kind of coming and going wantonly in the side. Do you think it plays into the mind of the players?
Yeah, possibly. As another ball's driven down to mid off or long off, and another single taken. Look, it's a shame that they've been in and out of the side, but they've got a pretty stable core, I think. The leg spinner is now pulled out, and it does turn sharply outside off stump, and Mithali Raj says, "Thank you very much. I'll give that a little bit of a cut outside off," but she can't, again, penetrate the field very well. In fact, this time there is no score.
I would just love Sunaluz to bowl the leg spinner far more often than she does. She's just got to be consistent with it. When it lands, it turns a mile.
Yes, it is turning really well. This next one flighted and taken on the full, driven out into the deep, and just the 1 run again. So Luz is bowling pretty well in this over.
I'd like to her to bowl a little bit quicker if possible, but I think the fourth ball of the over was one that died, and so that's why Mithali Raj wasn't able to get it away. I wish she would bowl a little bit quicker, off a little bit more bounce.
So bowling out of the left-handed Shmurti, who's actually taking this on the full, and she's lofting it. Has gone all the way out towards a fielder who can't quite get to it from long off, and they're running through for 2 runs. But that was a definite chance there, Dave, for a catch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's maybe a half chance or a difficult chance, but it's a chance nevertheless. And so, I mean, it was really just chipped out straight to where long off was. It was a diving attempt, all in vain in the end there from Mignon de Pré. Maybe the season campaigner was a little bit flat on her feet there, or slow to get to that one. Should have been a catch.
In the end, 6 runs taken off it. And I don't think that was in complete control as that was lofted up into the sky. It was a very hard chance. It would have been a spectacular catch, as we're seeing some replays as Dupree's really dived for that one.
Come on. Standards in the field.
Do you think you would have caught that one, Dave?
I would have backed myself to at least, get hands to it, I guess.
Get a hand to it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think she did get a hand to it. She definitely took some pace off it.
I think also, talking about the pace at which Sune loose bowls, and that's what frustrates batters here because they can't quite get it away.
Mm.
Yeah,
So she hasn't been
catch.
particularly lucky in this tournament, has she, Sune Lose, with getting wickets? And she's, as you say, the sixth bowler hasn't always bowled out a full number of overs.
Oh, well, neither has luck been on the side of Mignon de Pré. She's just not had her best World Cup, and it's probably her last World Cup.
A ball pushed to point as Ismail is bowling again to Mithali. Mithali Raj, 18 from 38, which I feel is about par for how quickly she normally scores, I think. I'm just making that up. I haven't looked it up in this tournament.
Projected scores around 250 odd, and one wonders whether that'll do the job for them.
Full ball, actually Yorker length, but outside off and dug out as it's sent out to point where Wolvart cleans up and no run there.
Conversely, Laura Wolvart's had an absolute screamer, barring one small blip in the way things have gone in the previous game. But she'll want to continue with the form that she's had so far.
So Raj facing up to a good ball from Ismail, right in the slot, outside off stump, and push to point again, no run.
It's an interesting dynamic in terms of pace of the ball coming onto the bat. Ishmael's bowling in the 100 and teens with that last one a little bit 120 odd. I just love the pace compared to the 60 Ks now that loose bowls.
So who do you think they'll bring on next for the next bowling change? As I'll just call this ball. It's short from Ismail. It's beautiful, actually. And Mithali has to duck out of the way. She's swayed out of the way onto her haunches and fallen over. Wasn't the most elegant avoidance of a short ball that I've seen, and everyone is laughing out there, including the batter. Yeah,
I'd love to see a little bit more from Masabata class. And I'd like Chloe Tran to finish her allotment for the day. I think this middle period could be such a crucial one for South Africa. And I think if Klaas and Tran are able to wrap things up in terms of the middle overs, South Africa will be happy.
And saving Kaka for some of the death overs, or at least towards the tail end of the innings?
Well, Kaka and Cup to wrap things up. I'm happy with Ishmael maybe getting the remainder of her overs, 4 overs in that 30 to 40 period as well. It would be good because you're going to run out of overs there. Sorry.
Yes, that's true. You've got a few overs left to go. But Ishmael coming in to bowl the 5th over, and she tries again the short ball in almost exactly the same spot. It was beautifully delivered, and this time Mithali gets to practice a much more elegant avoidance as she sways out of the way beautifully. Doesn't even lose her footing. That was awesome.
Yeah, much better than the previous one. Showing her flexibility there.
Yes.
I'm sure the physio and the team fitness director or manager will be happy with that one.
And Ishmael follows this up with a nice length ball. It's wide, though, and it is pushed out towards the boundary. They're running 2, and that just mucks up what was going to be another maiden, I think, for Ishmael. Very close to. She's mixing up her bowling so gloriously and beautifully, and the score 128 for 2.
And not mixing it up for the sake of searching for a magic delivery. She's just on top of these batters and squeezing them out completely. Dan De Castro's got a comment. He says, important Cats had a great dynamic, but wow, you two are a lovely tandem too. Awesome listening to how well you timed the banter. Well, thank you, Dan De Castro. Sahil Kumar is asking, which is your favorite player in the Indian team? Kat, I'll throw that one to you.
Shafali Verma is my favourite player. Sune Luz is resuming here. She's in her third over, and this ball's driven down to long off, which seems to be the favourite place to play this leg spinner, or even when she does a straight one, they seem to be playing her very straight, very much in the V, right?
Yeah, it's been a vital part of how they've responded to loose, because they know the loosener, for lack of a better word, is going to come, and so they're just patient with how they operate against her.
So we'll find out in a minute who your favourite player is too, Dave, as this next one is tossed up beautifully outside off by Luz. And even though it wasn't turning, it was a great delivery, but it is driven out to long off, and they get another single here. So the left-hand, right-hand combination, they are turning over the strike a little more for Luz, aren't they?
They're making the most of the sixth bowler and the inconsistency with sometimes that she bowls with.
Another ball driven down to mid-off or long off for a single. So 3 singles so far from the over. So your favourite in the Indian team, Dave?
Oh, my favourite's currently sitting on the bench. It's Goswami. I love the energy and excitement that she bowls with. It's not unlike South Africa's Marizan Cup. The true passion that she has when she runs into bowl and inevitably takes a wicket. I truly enjoy her, the vibes that she gives when she's bowling for her country.
Yeah, glorious. Shame she's on the bench. And the leg spinner comes out from Luz this time, and it is driven out into the off for another single.
Yeah, too consistent here from these two Indian batters. Confident enough to just rotate the strike one apiece as they go in this over.
So yes, and we have Mandana on strike. This time it's another half tracker from Luz. Actually, Mandana doesn't get all of it. She's sending it out square where there's a slow bit of fielding, but someone has managed to come around and pull it up inside the rope. I thought for a minute it was a boundary, but only 2 taken from it. Just
because of that, like I said, the pace of Sune Luz, you're not able to bludgeon it away to the boundary.
And another one driven down to long off. So that is the end of Sune's over, and 7 runs from it. That's her third over, and that is bringing up 50 runs for Mandana. So some celebrations there. 50 runs from 69 deliveries. A nice innings there.
She's batted well. I mean, after, I don't know if she could be guilty of running out her partner. Maybe that was the inevitable result. But when, they kind of just looked at each other and shook hands in the middle while South Africa took the run out. But she's batted well. She's taken an opportunity and richly deserved in the end there.
Yes, I think from looking at that, it felt like, we haven't got a stump mic to be able to hear what they're saying out there, but it felt like Verma probably said no and Mandana ran anyway. And that's kind of what it looked like there in the mix-up. We know that Mandana's slightly slower between the wickets than Verma, but I'm giving Shafali the benefit of the doubt there. It was Shafali's call anyway for that run. Anyway, Mandana's on strike on 50, and she's squirting a ball down to fine leg, and it's actually a wide fine leg, but there is no one there, and the fielder cannot cut it off. 4 runs. Yeah,
just racing to the boundary there, and often when a milestone comes up, batters will look to accelerate, and that's exactly what we've seen from Mandana. Yeah,
good shot, good gap, and found the gap nicely using the pace of the ball there.
Particularly with somebody like Marizan Cup, you've got to make the most of the pace on offer.
So cap bowling, this one is leg side-ish. It would have been called a wide, but instead it's a pull shot, and it's sent by Shmurti around the corner for a single.
And I think this is why I didn't want Cup coming in this space. As much as Sune Luz wasn't going along as economically as she would have liked, I think she's looking for a wicket here. She's trying to buy a wicket here, I think, is Luz with the combination of strike bowlers.
That's right. Mithali's on strike. She's on 22, and this ball is cutting. It's a beautiful off-cutter. And I think Cup is frustrated with a little bit of misfielding there, as it's gone down to third, and they've run through for a single.
Cup is often frustrated by a number of things. I feel like She just
She's
is.
shaking her head.
I feel like she needs a hug from a teddy bear more often than not. She's very, very woes, and woes obviously being an Afrikaans word for like angry, but it's necessary when you have a fast bowler steaming in
the
bowling
middle
at
of your over
110.
too, you know, to keep the momentum going, right?
Particularly since you bowled such a great ball.
It was a beautiful delivery. I was too distracted by the ball to even call the rest of the run. But anyway, we've had another delivery here. This time the ball is sent out to point, and there's no run.
Talking about that aggression, we've seen it previously in this tournament where she picked up 5 for 45 against England at Marazan Cup, and just that fire that I was talking about that Goswami bowls with Cup, the same.
So Cup is bowling to Smriti's, edging just wide of the keeper. That was a definite chance if the keeper had been going in the right direction. I think she was a bit flat-footed there. Cup is frustrated again. It would have been a very difficult catch. It was low to the left of the keeper, and it's gone all the way to the third boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you bowl a good enough ball to extract an edge and your wicket keeper's a little bit flat and wrong-footed. Looked like a winger trying to defend Cheslin Colby there.
Yeah, might have been catch of the tournament if she had taken it, or keeper catch at least, as another misfield. And are they doing this deliberately to rile up Cap and make her better for her next over? But they've run one when probably the fielder out there in the covers should have stopped that. And lots of runs coming off this over 11 from Cup's 5th over. She won't be happy about that. The score 2 for 146.
One wonders if Cup will just take it into her own hands and maybe get a caught and bowled here, or a leg before wicket, or a bowled. She's not relying at all. I mean, it was a square drive that Laura Wolfhard should have cut off. In the end, not able to do so, and that's why there was a single. 146 for 2. This partnership worth 50 now as well. So making amends for the absurd dismissal. In which the run out that cut things off. But on top of it, it was a strange dismissal as well, where I can't remember who was it. Was it trying to think who it was who was bowled round the legs off of the back of her bat?
Yes. We have loose bowling to Smriti, who's it's a terrible ball down leg, and she's sweeping it, but not very well, and it flights in the air safely and heading towards the boundary, but they've run 2.
Yeah, it was also an unconventional shot, but like you said, there was some vacant land there as Klaas cleans up.
And this next one is a full toss, and Smriti's on the pull. And not a lot of control there. It's come out of Sune's hand, and it's pulled just in front of square, but not for a boundary, just for runs there.
The frustrating thing as a coach is I can see exactly where she's going wrong. Sune, she just drops that left arm and just lobs the ball out there. It's literally all about energy. You've got to pull hard with the left arm, drive towards the batter, particularly with leg spin. You have long strides as opposed to off spin, which often offers short.
I wish she could hear you, because other than that, we really do need her to bowl well here, as another ball is pulled out through the square area for a single.
You see, the moment that she uses that left arm there, the ball lands and will inevitably turn when she bowls that leg spin. And she thinks it's more about the action where it comes out the hand, where the control comes from. The control comes from that left hand, that left arm driving towards traffic, as opposed to just dropping it and lobbing it through.
So loose balls to Mandana. This time it's a delicate little cut, and they're getting 2 runs as it goes out through the third region. I'm trying not to say third man, but it does sound funny just to say third.
Yeah, a third of the field. So just to come back to Sine Lewis, that's why she feels a lot more confident with that off spinner, because it doesn't actually come over the top of her fingers. It comes out the front of the hand. It's almost like a carom ball without the turn going the other way. And that's why she feels like she can just let it go out the front of the hand and it'll die naturally because of the aerodynamics coming over the...
Because it is quite straight, isn't it, that ball? But anyway, the next one is the leg spinner. She pulls it out, and they're getting more runs as this heads out into the deep. A single. So far from this over, 2-1-1, 2-1. And Yeah.
And exactly, you'll see that again. She's hung on to it too long, trying to force that left arm
Mm.
too much. And so as a result, she's dropped it short. She needs to be consistent in her run up. And the easiest way to do that is just literally just stand and bowl.
So Mandana faces up to this last ball of the over, and she's driven it through the covers into the deep for another single. So lots of scoring off every delivery in this particular over. And then they're picking up with the run rate here, 154 for 2 after that's the end of 29 overs.
Yeah, and I think it's another simple drill that leg spinners will often employ is just to sit flat with your legs outstretched as if you were side on to get ready to bowl, and just bowl sitting. And what that does is it forces you to push that left arm, because if you try and do it whilst sitting, you're just going to throw grenades up in the sky. And
That's a good bit of
if you don't use
advice
your left
for all the
arm.
spinners out there.
No, absolutely.
Mm.
Got to earn the money here as coach, Dave. I can't just sit back and
Who are you
get other
coaching,
people to
Dave?
do
Who do
it.
you coach?
Every age group from mini cricket right the way through to senior high school cricketers.
Oh, fantastic. So we have Marizanne Kapp. Her figures are none for 25 from 5. And she is bowling outside off, a ball just tailing in a little towards the stumps, and a good bit of fielding there. There's a shy at the stumps. I think it was from Wolvart, and
Yeah.
they have one run through for a
Oh,
single. It was
not
close.
even in the frame. Not even in the frame if that hit.
Yep.
Wow, Smriti Mandana would have been high and dry. I think
She's
that's
very slow, isn't she, through the wickets?
I mean, that's. I think there was also a bit of a hesitation because, as you see, Mitali Raj said yes, no, yes, no. Oh, Mitali Raj, put your skates on, young lady, and move it.
Yes. We have the left-hander Mandana on strike as Kapp comes in. She's pushing a ball backward a point, and they're getting another single.
But it's a much better line there from Marizanne Kapp. She's bowling on that off-stump line, or just maybe middle and off and going across the left-hander. She was poor in the previous over where she was very much on that leg stump line. And Bangladesh in the other England Bangladesh game of 42 for 1, chasing 235 for victory.
Bit too slow there as we see Kapp bowling again. This time it's a wide down leg side.
I just complimented you, Marizanne. No, man, please. Can't be allergic to compliments. Wide down the leg side. No.
Yep, that's not good. Anyway, we've seen the run rate really accelerate since the two wickets between, it was about the 16th or 17th over, two very quick wickets, and they stabilised for a little while, but we've seen a very steep rise in the run rate in the last couple of overs here. As this next ball's pushed into the covers defensively, a ball at 108 kilometres an hour, and Kapp is bowling well, but who's going to bowl at the death if she's bowled out now?
Precisely my point that I made earlier. I'm not sure. Vanna Erasmus asking, I wonder how often they hit the wickets in practice, because the Momentum Proteas have missed multiple run-out opportunities in this tournament. Interesting point.
Yeah. This next one's a juicy half volley. It's over pitched, and Mithali comes down the wicket and lofts this into the covers. She can't make it to the boundary because it plugs when it lands, and probably a little bit lucky to get away with that with only 2 runs from that ball.
Yeah, it was one that just caught the toe end of the bat as it flew out into that vacant deep cover region, and that's why the two fielders had to converge quite quickly. But surprise from the fact that Shabnim Ismail's not picked up a wicket today, and Marizanne Kapp's being carted around a little bit here as well.
Yes, she's just bowled a full ball outside off again, and it's been beautifully driven through the covers for 4 runs to finish up that over. So no, there's one more to come, right? Because of the wide.
That's correct. A juicy half volley. And nobody at international cricket should miss out on that. It's a lovely cover drive, and Laura Wolfart's thinking, if only that were me.
It will be her very soon. I'm sure she'll get a juicy one as well.
Goodness me, that was good technique.
Nearly the end of our shift here is this next one from Kapp to finish the over is short and pulled, and it's heading out towards the boundary. There is a fielder in pursuit. They will run 2. And that's too many runs for me to add up on the fly there. I think it's 10 or 11. And Cap's figures none for 36 after 6. South
It's
Africa.
11. Well done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 for
Top mark, Cap.
165 after 30.
Antipodean maths as we welcome another Australian in Purav. He's bringing us the other Australian option, and I'll add Ravi Nair in just a sec here. But the last 6 overs, the run rate's been 7.5. So thank you, Kat, from your side, and I'll hand it over to our wonderful pair here in Ravi and Purav.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Coach Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Kat. Though you might not hear this. So it'll be me doing ball by ball for the next 10 overs. We've missed the first ball of the 30th over. Chloe Tryon is back on again. That was a single from Mandana. And, Mithali Raj has now hit this one from outside off, cup it straight through square, just backward of square for a boundary. So Mithali Raj is kind of scoring at her natural scoring rate. 38 runs off 54 balls. This is the 31st over, and India are 170 for 2 right now. Tryon back in again. Raj guides it to third man, but third fielder, as I've heard some say, and they take a quick single though. I'm astonished that Raj ran quickly enough for that single. Raj and Mandana, as I've constantly said, not the best runners in the world, but they appear to put in the effort. Next ball, on middle and off. Mandana strokes it out to long off, and they jog through for another single. So they've taken singles of Tryon, which they weren't able to earlier, and that may be a good sign for India, but not a good sign for South Africa, because they've used a lot of Cap and a lot of Ismail, and they might not have resources for the last 10 overs. Mithali Raj hits this out to Lizelle Lee for a dot ball, just out square on the offside, and Tryon's in for her last delivery. Raj tries to sweep it, gets it nowhere. Trisha Chetty runs around to square leg, picks it up, and that's the end of that over. I don't know who they're going to try now, frankly. Cap is nearly, Shabnam Ismail has nearly finished her overs. They want to leave Cap for the end, even if they're using Taka for the last of the death overs. It's going to be Klaas, and they won't trust because she's given away quite a few runs. Ismail, who's given away quite a few runs, or Sunil has given away quite a few runs. So what would you do, Pura, in this situation?
I think I would go with Ayabonga Kaka now, because she still has five overs left, and Masapata Klaas, who has bowled 3 overs so far and considered 14 runs. So
yeah.
in your last eight overs, you still have Shabnam Ismail and Marison Cap to just finish the quota.
I don't think, and this is what Dave said earlier, that he's not sure that he wants Ismail bowling the death overs. Now, I don't know why that is. She's come back very well in her second and third spell, so she might well be an option. But I think South Africa tend not to bowl Shabnam Ismail in the last few overs. But you're right. More overs left, and thanks to Chloe Sinulus bowling 4, they do have enough overs from the remaining seamers to actually cover the rest of the innings. Even if yeah.
And don't forget that India bats deep today. Dipti Sharma comes in at number 9. So
right.
India
Tryon's in, and her first delivery is struck by Mandana to the off, and she is 69 not out. But sorry, I must interrupt you for the ball by ball there. But Mandana is just waiting for the next delivery. Mandana is 69 not out of 81. Raj is 39 not out of 57. And India 172 for 2 after 31 overs. So let's just see what happens next. They've got a drinks break, have they? Is that why they're holding fire? 32nd over is the drinks break. Yeah, continue,
Yes.
Pura. Sorry.
Yes, and so India just have to make the best use of their batting strength today. They have to accelerate at some point and just set up a total in excess of 300.
I don't think they're going to get to 300, but I could be wrong. However, as you point out, Deepti Sharma coming in from Jhulan Goswami could be a blessing in disguise. Jhulan side strength could help. It is class, and the Masabatha class is back in. Smriti Mandana trips it off her toes to just backward of square on the leg side, and they jog through for a single. So it's Raj to pace now. Mandana reaches 70 of 82 deliveries. Not a bad strike rate. Not spectacular, but not bad. And as I said, Mithali Raj is trying to up her strike rate to about standard 66 in ODIs. Let's see if she can bet about this. The score predictor says they're expecting 272 runs to be scored. Let's see as Raj faces up to Class. Now she faced Class yet in this innings. She cuts that backward of square straight to gully really, and there is no run. So, oh my lord, Mithali Raj is down on her haunches as though she's already tired and aching. Or was that Smriti Mandana? That was Smriti Mandana. Well, she has been here all 31 overs, but someone her age we don't expect. That stroked out on the offside from a foolish delivery, goes straight to Shabnam Ismail at deep mid-wicket, and there is no run. Oh, there is a single, sorry. So Mandana is now facing. Mid-wicket was, mid-off, sorry, was sitting rather deep, and they managed to take a single. Must have been jogged through. And now Mandana is facing Class again. Outside off, driven to, well, cover, I suppose. And they jog through for another single. Class is bowling at about 94 kilometers per hour. Compare that with Ismail, who was bowling at 116, 118 kilometers an hour, basically 20 kph quicker than Class. I noticed Kakao was also in the high 90s, but no more. Ismail is famously the fastest bowler in the world, but Class comes in short, on leg, pulled by Mithali Raj for another single. So they're not taking toll of Class yet. She has given away 4 runs and 5 balls this over, which is not really what India want. They want a 4, but Class is bowling at them. Not consistent length, but at least the line is reasonably consistent. She's bowling at the stumps. Let's see the last ball, what happens as she comes in now, bowling to the left-handed Mandana. And she launches this one. And she's out. She is out to mid-off or long-off, really. And she is taken by Tryon in the deep there. Well, she sent this over off, and Tryon takes the catch. And that is Mandana gone for 71 off 84 deliveries. And Class gets a wicket. I don't know if that was Class's wicket or Tryon's wicket, really. It was a lovely catch, running round to her right, and dives to get the ball. Usually, Mandana gets away with this sort of thing because the outfield is large, and when she hits a mid-length ball like that, there's usually not a fielder there, or it's very difficult for the fielder to make the catch. But this time, she got caught. 71 off 84, she goes, strike rate of 84.5, and we shall see Harmanpreet Kaur, I presume, coming in. Isn't that
And
right, Pura?
yes, and I would say it was indirectly Mithali Raj's wicket, because I'm just a tad bit critical of Mithali Raj's strike rate and her failure
Yeah.
to just rotate the strike, but not
Well,
I'm not many would agree with me.
no. I'm completely with you on that. I've made the point too. She was rotating the strikers over, thank goodness, and she was running the singles. But it was only the singles, and she played out a drop ball. So I think, what's that? Uh, Mandanath certainly felt the pressure to score more. Well, India have 18 overs now. Harmanpreet Kaur is facing because they crossed over. The new regulations don't come until October. That's trial bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur, straight on the stumps, defended straight back to her. Kaur's first ball, therefore, is a dot. In 18 overs, Sharma and Kaur, because you can't rely on Mithali, are going to have to score some. That one was cut out to cover, and she gets a single, and we're being shown a replay of a catch. That looks a really good catch. Mandanath tried her usual lofted drive to off, but try and in again on the offside. Mithali Raj strokes it to mid-off, and they get a single. It's very difficult to get an idea of the shape of the game when they keep showing you the replays of the last over, but Kaur and Raj are running through. I believe that Mithali Raj has been afflicted, as it were, by a sense of urgency and is actually running the quick singles now. I'm quite impressed. And yes, we've seen enough trying and taking that catch. Can you please show us the actual game now? So she's been running quite a few quickish singles, not quick singles, but sharpish singles in the last few overs. So you don't have to be frustrated for too long, Buddha. And the last delivery of the 33rd over, into Raj, straight to short mid-off, no run. Yes, sorry.
And I think a batter needs to play with a sense of urgency in a do or die match. That intent is kind of missing from Mithali Raj, but I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Well, Raj always has the feeling that she can score in fours, whatever she needs to score. And don't forget, this isn't necessarily a do or die match in the sense that India have to win, but they don't have to win well. It just means that they'll face Australia in the semis if they win, but not with a huge addition to their run rate. Bangladesh look like they're not going to make it. They're 51 for 2 now in 21 overs. Both wickets falling to Sophie Eccleston, chasing 234 for 6, which was not a very impressive total put on by England, but it was a middling total. But Bangladesh don't look like they're going to get to it. So Kaur facing up to class and strokes that on the offside, but straight to cover, no run. So, yes, you're right about Raj not showing a sense of urgency, but she doesn't have to be too urgent. They just need to set up 250, 260 and prevent South Africa from making that, and they'll leapfrog the West Indies because they'll have 8 points and the Windies are stuck on 7.
Yeah, so but India gets knocked out if they fail to win. So India have to go out all guns blazing, and set up like a huge total for their like bowlers to just play with.
They have to set up their best possible total, but don't forget, England have been under the cosh right from the start of the tournament, losing 3 matches in a row. They've had to win every match to get to this stage. So for them, it's also been a do or die matter. Class into Kaur again, strokes it out to mid-off, no run. The offside field is packed once more with a gully, a point, cover and a mid-off. So and Clark is bowling in the offside line. So India are not going to get much from it. In fact, they want to get on the leg side where there's only one fielder out there at mid-on and one backward of square. But whether they will, I don't know. Now Court defends this one on the off stump, and again there is no run. Clark going up to 106 kilometers per hour, which is better than 94, but still not threatening. I know that Shabnam Ismail actually beat Smriti Mandhana for pace for some of the deliveries, her shorter balls. But this is just, well, I suppose the women's equivalent almost of dibbly doublers. They're not quick, let's say. Let's put it that way. What would you say is a good score for India to aim towards?
I think anything in excess of 270 plus is gets something to play with, but every run over 300 is a bonus.
I don't think they'll get to 300, but they've at least taken a single off that fifth ball of Klaas's over. Card manages finally to get it through the offside ring, or at least slowly enough to take a single. Now Raj is facing, and she strokes it. Oh, she does get it through to deep cover sweeper, as it were, and they get a single again. So 2 runs off that over. Right, to be trying back to get your commentary in right now, Pura.
Yep. So it's now Harmanpreet's innings will be crucial for India. She has to hang in there until the last ball to just help India put up a good fight.
Good point. Very good point. I had suggested earlier that Harmanpreet should have come in for Mithali Raj. Oops. That was a balloon ball by Tryon. It was a full toss, and Raj just swung at it, almost a hook, but a pull to fine leg for 4 runs. That was a disgraceful ball, really. You can't be a spinner and bowl full tosses knee high to a set batter, and Raj took full toll of that. Well, not full, but as much. A good toll of that. Another one on leg stump, and Raj bumped it out to long on. They walked through run through for a single. I suggested that Cole should come in for Raj. What did you think of that? Because Cole defends that. Yeah.
I would have liked the same, but then again you just think what is an ideal batting position for Mithali Raj?
It's a good point, but the thing is, Card now decides to sweep this one from outside off into the leg side. It goes back, deep backward square leg, and they run 2. Excellent. Yes, but my point is that Raj plays T20s, so she knows how to bat in 20-over cricket. Well, not bat very well, but she does play T20s. So why can't she just put on that hat? She could have come in on the 32nd over. Tryon to Card. Oh, she's miscued that sweep. It's gone in the air, but just short of the fielder, deep backward square, and they run through for a single. I think they were so worried about the catch that they kept ball watching, and so only took the single. They probably could have had 2 on that, but Carter's catching her breath at the non-strikers end for the last ball of the over, and Tryon is into Raj on the off stump, straight out to point, no run. Yeah, so that's the end of Tryon's over. India are 186 for 188 for 3 after 35 overs, and they don't. Certainly, I don't think they're going to get 300 from this. If they can get to 270, they'll be happy. Harmanpreet Kaur has 5 of 11. Mithali Raj has 48 of 66. This current partnership is worth 13 runs after Mandhana got caught in the deep for 71. And now Clark is back in, and she's bowling to Kaur, sorry. And they're looking for a single. No, it's gone to mid-off. There's no way they can get a single there. Certainly not with the speed at which they run, so that's a dot ball. Clark has 1 for 20 in her 5.1 overs so far. So relatively decent economy rate of just under 4 runs and over, unlike some of the other bowlers. And outside off stump, Kaur moves forward and outside off, but eventually just defends it down the pitch. She is looking to bat with intent, but she still has to get her eye in fully, which she hasn't. She's only 6 off 13. And Mithali Raj would not ever do something quite as outrageously risky as that. So let's see. 2 dot balls so far. Shah's coming in again. Outside off. Oh, Kaur goes down. Sweeps it. Slog sweeps it for a 4. Square on the leg side. And she's now 10 or 14. That was a good shot, actually, because she went down on one knee and slog swept it with intent. As I said, she is showing at least some urgency of intent here now. Probably just ahead of her actually getting her eye in, but there's nothing she can do in this situation. These are the last 15 overs. They're like the last 5 to 4 overs in a T20. And if there's a time to do something, it is now. So Class quickly changing her socks, pulling something out of the socks that was probably getting to her feet, and quickly redoing her shoe because, oops, she's the bowler, but something got troubling her and she had to take her shoe and socks off. So the back on. I'm interested, if they have those Velcro flaps taping up their shoes, why do they need laces as well? Anyway, Class coming in for the 4th ball, and Kaur steers us out to point, but for no run. It's a nice looking shot, but sometimes it's really a problem, isn't it? You play these lovely looking shots and then they spoil it by putting fielders in the way. But
yes, and just to come back to your intent point, I would just say that intent also needs good bat speed, and we have to have intent and bat speed together for a respectable total.
Right, Card hit that one out just forward of square on the offside, managed to get deep cover, or the cover sweeper, and therefore got a single. But Card has good bat speed. That's one thing she does have. She's a big hitter of the ball when she needs to. And that was on the leg, played out to short mid-wicket, but they actually get a single off that one. So Raj keeps the strike at the end of that over. So we're probably going to have Chloe Tryon again, aren't we? So anyway, at the end of 36 overs, India are 195 for 3. Mithali Raj has 49 of 67. And Harmanpreet Kaur is 11 of 16. So Kaur is not showing yet a strike rate that is impressive, but she has shown intent. And I would assume that by the 40th over, if she's still there, her strike rate will be above 100. Raj's strike rate is not going to go anywhere fast. Off the back foot, off the off stump, off Tryon, gets it to cover sweeper, they run a single. Tryon's at 81 kilometers per hour. She's barely 13 kilometers per hour slower than Masabat Class at her slowest. But that is Raj's 50, so congratulations to her, 50 on 69.
Well
she keeps up her one-day average. Even if she gets out next ball, she will keep her average over 50. Kaur off the back foot, off the offside, and now they're running really quick singles. That was a very quick single cover, and it was actually safe. So good, yes, sorry.
And, I would just say that Harmanpreet Kaur at like number 5 is a bit of waste. She should be batting just a bit higher up the order.
Exactly, that's my point. Anyway, the problem was partly that Yastika Bhatia was a wasted wicket today. Raj turns that off to the leg side and they run a single. They are running very urgently now, which is a good sign and a good thing. Why they couldn't have done it earlier, I don't know. But there you go. That's India for you and the way they play.
The
They have
intent.
got a structure to their play. And, oh my Lord, Kaur tried to sweep it. Chetty tried to stop it. It bounced off Chetty's pad. And Kaur, having missed it, umpire Jacqueline is giving it as a wide. Yeah, sorry. What were you saying?
And yeah, it's just I think yeah, when I think of Kaur batting up just a bit higher up the order, then that another point
Hmm.
is who will bat lower down the order.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but we missed a ball there. She just hit it out to Lizelle Lee at point. And now India's 200 comes up with a sweep by Kaur, a gentle sweep. And Raj is facing 200 for 3 in 36.5 overs. The first 50 took 50 balls, and their fourth 50 has taken 50 balls. In between, they were taking scoring at 50 for 62 balls, which kind of goes to show. But Raj has, nicely cut this one off the off stump, back to backward of square on the offside. Not quite third man, more through gully, and she's got it down for a 4. That was a
It was
good
a beautiful
over,
shot.
and yeah, and it was a good shot, wasn't it? She had the timing and she had the power as well. She did put some pace onto the ball herself, but it was delicately done. So, I mean, that's why she is an Indian legend. I mean, I'm ragging on her for her running between the wickets and her lack of intent, but she is a bloody good batter.
And what are you drinking, Ravi? Is it masala chai?
Coffee. Coffee.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
wish it were. No, this is
Yeah.
just sweet, cold coffee. Keep my throat lubricated and to keep myself awake. I've been up all night. Uh,
Okay.
it's all right for you daytime birds, but I've been
Yeah.
up all night. So Bangladesh have lost their third wicket, and now after 26.1 overs, they're 69 for 3. I don't think that match is going any way but way. So this is the crunch match today. Can't wait on. Right, we've got Kaka back in. She bowls just on the off stump and fullish to Mitali Raj, who defends it back to her. So yes, so the England-Bangladesh match might just be a dumb thing, and there's no point India looking towards that for any hope. They have to win this one. How much they're going to make, well, we shall see. Right now, they're 204 in 37.1 overs. Kaka coming in after the first dot ball. Outside off, but Raj Kaur sweeps it towards, or Frog kind of paddle sweeps it towards leg. They managed to run a single. This is a new thing that I have seen that has only emerged in the last few years with limited overs cricket, where batters point the ball from off towards leg, even backward of square. You'd never see it in the old days unless it was a mistake.
It is probably because now they trust the bat more than the old
Yeah.
days.
Raj square drives that beautifully, beats the fielder, another 4 for her. So Raj has 7 fours in her 41, in her 54 so far. And she is a good striker of 4s when she sets her mind to it. Not as frequent as you'd like, and she doesn't quite get the singles, but that's another one outside off, but that's just defended back to mid-off, to silly mid-off almost, and there is no run. Is it about trusting the bat, do you think?
Yeah, because now the bats have more thicker edge than the normal days. So and batters, they do practice unconvincing shots in the nets compared to the older days.
Yeah, Raj strokes that behind to third fielder, and they take a single. India could conceivably still get 300 runs if they score at 8 and over from here on in. We shall have to see about that. And we're getting a lovely picture of some poppies and other flowers in New Zealand springtime. No, autumn really, isn't it? For
Yep,
New
autumn,
Zealand right
autumn
now?
here. Yep,
Yeah.
it's yes. And
And
just to come back to the
Kaka's last
projection
ball,
score.
Kaka's last ball, sorry to interrupt
Sorry.
you, backward a square on the leg side, single, and so that's the end of the over. India 211 for 3, and Kaur is 14 of 21, and Raj is 15 of 22, sorry, and Raj is 60 of 74. Yeah, to come back?
I would just like to add two points here. It is Pooja Vastrakkar is padded up next to come, and
Right.
Mithali Raj strike rate has gone to 82 right now.
Yes, Mithali Raj's strike rate has improved. I mean, they do say that in the last 10 or 15 overs, she strikes at over 110 runs per 100 balls. But it still puts so much pressure on your teammates in the middle overs. And relying on them to keep the scoring rate up is a very selfish thing to do, I think. I think it's not Pooja Vastrakkar, but Richa Sharma, who's next
Yes,
supposed to be in.
but you would
Turn
expect
to
a
leg,
change in the order.
turn to leg by Kaur for another single. I don't know why. We haven't had a change so far. Why would you expect a change now?
No, because I think she can hit the ball pretty well compared to Richa Ghosh.
No, Richard Ghosh, not Sharma. Sorry. Maybe let's see if India actually do that. They haven't made any changes so far, or changes in their game plan. So, Ismail coming in, short, outside off, Mithali Raj skews it off the top edge towards third fielder, and she gets a single. Slightly uppish, but quite safe because there's no one there. Julan Goswami in blue sunglasses, or blue mirror sunglasses, is looking on. Her side strain kept her out of this game, but she's hoping her teammates can take her to the semi-final. Let's see. In for the third delivery. Oh, short, but Kaur hooks it, and it goes out to just backwards square leg, where it is picked up, I think, by Lizelle Lee, it looks like. And there is only a single. Again, Ismail showing that she hurries them up with a short ball, but Kaur was almost equal to miss, and an instinctive hook got her the single with no damage done.
And Mithali Raj has looked uncomfortable against Shabnam Ismail so far.
Has not looked.
Has
Yeah, but she has had to duck the short balls, and she looked frightfully ridiculous with one of them. But Ismail's coming in again, fourth ball of the over. And yes, it's a short ball, and Mithali Raj lands on her bottom once again as she ducks to avoid that one. Goes to Richa Sharma. And the thing is, those balls are aimed at shoulder or head height, so they can't even be called wide by the square leg umpire. But Mithali Raj lands on her back as she avoids that one. She hasn't looked uncomfortable, I suppose. She has looked a bit comic at times.
Yes.
Shabnam Ismail coming in for the fifth ball of the over. This was much fuller on the legs and not quite a Yorker leg ball, but almost, and Mithali Raj can only send it back to mid-on for no run.
Yes, and as you rightly pointed out, Shabnam Ismail does not like to bowl the depth overs. That is why she has been brought in the bowling attack now.
Right. Okay. So the last delivery of the over, again a short one. Again, Mithali Raj this time seeing it much earlier, tucks under it, goes to Trisha Chetty, no harm done, but only 3 runs from this over. And that is, I think, India's problem. Every time there's a new bowler, they take an over to adjust to her, which is not what they can afford at this stage in the game. They have to hit every bowler, whether new, quick, slow, whatever. I bet you if Lees comes back right now, they would take an over to adjust to her before hitting her. Or at least Mithali Raj would. But at the end of that over, India are 214 for 3. Raj is 61 of 78 and Kaur is 17 of 24. Kaur will be facing the next over and 39 overs are gone. Who do you think? It's Kaka going to bowl?
Yes, Kaka still has five overs up her sleeve.
Right. So they can use her as long as she doesn't spray it around and doesn't get too expensive. Kaur sweeps the first one back through backward square leg or almost fine leg. They get a single, and that's all the damage that's done there. 215 for 3 after 39.1 overs. We have a reminder from Coach Dave, since this is the 39th over, that Mapendulu and Kat are coming on next, so be prepared to welcome them. Mithali swings hard at this one, just outside off. Oh, lovely shot. Misses long off and goes to the boundary for another 4. Just past the long off boundary.
Yes, that was a beautiful lofted shot down the ground. I think Ravi has froze now, so I will try to continue, and I will expect others to join ASAP. But Kaka is bowling her third ball of the over. Mithali Raj tucks it to behind the point for 1 run. The score now is 220 for 3 in 39.3 overs. And thank you, Coach Dave has joined. Please continue with the ball by ball. I cannot hear you, Coach Dave. Can you please unmute yourself?
Right.
Thank you.
There we go. Right, much better.
Yep.
Habonga Karkas just had that one defended into the offside, no run. Mithali Raj on 66 from 80, and Kaur is on 18 from 26, and there's 2 balls remaining in this over. Let me see if I can add Ravi back in. He maybe had too much cold coffee, and that's why he's frozen.
Oi.
This one's a bit of an opportunity.
Don't malign my cold coffee. Oh, that's a lovely ramp by Kaur over her shoulder, but it's intercepted by Lizelle Lee at fine leg. They get a single. So after 2 byes, there's a single, and that's the end of Kaka's over. She's given 44 runs away. But, sorry, I just came back to say goodbye for my stint. Coach Dave, I presume you're letting Mapendulu
Yes.
and
I'll let
Kat
everybody
in.
back
At
in.
40 overs, India
well.
are 223 for 3 in 40 overs. Kaur on 19 on 28. She didn't match my predicted getting up to 100 strike rate. Mithali Raj on 66 of 80. India looking, I think, at about 270, 280 on this one, but no more. Welcome back, Kat, and welcome back, Mapendulu. I'll say goodbye to you for this match.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Bye, team.
Thanks.
Hi there. Great to see everyone commentate. A lot of different commentators that I've heard you before, but I haven't necessarily seen you before. So lovely to be with you. I don't think I've commentated with you before either.
Never, Kat. I'm sitting here. I don't know what to expect. Who am I speaking with? But lovely that you have so much energy. We still up. We're so close to 6 o'clock in the morning, just waking up, getting our morning coffees. So I entertain your energy. Please give it to me.
I have lots of energy. It's only 2:30 in the afternoon, although I haven't had a single cup of coffee yet today, and I thought I'd quickly make myself one just so that I can see out this last little bash. The last 40 overs could go, who knows what'll happen? Will they swing the bat?
We truly don't know, but what we can say here, Kat, is that the platform has been set, and it has been a brilliant one by the Indian top order. 223 runs for the loss of only 3 wickets, and with 10 overs remaining, you have a well-set Mitali Raj who can also keep the score going, and you have big hitters waiting in the lineup as well for the Indians. So they can expect that they can push that scoring rate without the fear of losing too many wickets.
This is almost the point where if Mithali Raj goes out, she's done a great job of anchoring the innings, but you do need one of the fastest scorers at some point. So she will have a swing. She always does when she gets deep. I don't think she's holding out for a century. She really needs her team to win. So probably need another one of the fastest scorers to come out.
100%. There's always a bigger cause, bigger than the captain herself, bigger than a single player than herself, because the team now wants to make sure that they solidify that 4th position. I mean, this is for the semis, as we're about to start our 40th over, and they're bringing back Ismail. So Sunay Luz is also showing her intent of saying that she's not going to score that easy. And we saw with Ismail's second spell, she was absolutely brilliant. And we're going to see now what can she bring that strike that the momentum Proteas truly need, or will that extra speed help the batters score more and be more dangerous towards the Proteas?
I'm just going to make sure my picture is lining up with yours. You're on ball by ball, right?
I can be if you're running away from it. I can do whichever. I feel like we have good synergies.
I prefer the ball by ball, partly because then I don't have to come up with the really clever insights. I can just describe the play. But we've had 2 shots pushed into the offside so far. Ismail bowling gas. She's bowling, 120 over 120 kilometers an hour at times.
That's what we know her for. She's amongst the fastest bowlers in the world, and goes back to what we were saying. Maybe it's time to see a change of pace, more skill, because at this time of the inning, what you want to make sure is that you restrict those runs. So
Harmanpreet Kaur is facing up to Ismail. She actually gets this off an inside edge, but it squirts safely into the onside. She looks to take a run. There is definitely not a run on offer. So 3 dot balls to start this over for Ismail.
And it seems, I might say, you are so ahead of my stream. I feel touch embarrassed.
We can easily solve that. I will simply pause it. But I shall pause it after the next ball from Ismail, which is short and cannot be put away. So another one that she safely negotiates.
This is what South Africa need. She hasn't run up for her 4th delivery on my side, imagine. But given the fact that it's been 4 dot balls in the 40th over, exactly what Luz is looking for from her strike bowler, can she continue for this last power play?
Now, have you seen the 4th ball yet?
No, it's just gone into Trisha Chetty's arms as the ball passes the shoulder of Kaur.
So what I'm going to do is I'll pause my stream at the top of the mark. Everyone who's listening will then get the 2 callers in synchronicity at the end of this. So tell me when Ismail runs into bowl the 5th, and we will continue the description. But in the meantime, Mithali Raj is 66 and Harmanpreet on 19.
She's about to run up now.
So Ismail bowling the 5th, and it's tailing in a little bit to Harmanpreet. She pushes the ball into the offside, and there's no run. And is this another maiden coming up? That could be quite remarkable.
It would be super stuff, given also the momentum that this partnership was starting to have, it being on 47, so close to that 50. But it's good that Harmanpreet is the one on strike, relatively fresh, but she's been there for a while now.
And Harmanpreet will look to accelerate at some point, usually at about now. And she does so with the very next delivery. She's on the pull. She's sending a ball out through square. She hasn't got all of it, so it's gone out to the fielder who's placed it precisely deep square leg. And they've managed to get a single from that delivery. That's 1 run from Ismail's over to ruin the maiden. And the score 3 for 224.
Excellent over from Ismail. Absolutely excellent. If she could get a bonus in her pay for just one single over, that would be it. You have two very set batters who are close to that 50-run partnership. They've been pushing those singles because they've been running well between the wickets. And then every now and then that boundary would come. So to make sure that you restrict that, make sure that nothing happens is very good. As we see that stat there, Kat, India actually are one of the leading run scorers in the last power play. So they'll want to keep on doing this with the momentum Proteas.
Quite remarkable that both Australia and India are around 8 and over, or a little bit over, a little under, 8 and over for the last 10 overs, which is really amazing. How many fielders have we got out?
In regulation, you can have about 5 fielders out, but we want to see what Sonelus has done here because sometimes the captain does want to be a touch aggressive, maybe puts in 1 extra player in the midfield, maybe use 4 out. But we haven't seen how she has set up. The screen is too blurry. But all we know right now is that they're bringing in the other strike bowler in Marizan Cup to carry on that drive that Ismail has put in. She has been slightly expensive, going at 6 runs and over, but hopefully this will be her redemption song that's about to start.
I think we have only got four out. We've got 2 behind square, but we also have, or 1 at square leg. We've also got deep mid wicket and a deep cover. So it's Cup who's coming in to bowl short, and Kaur tries to pull this on the up and hasn't quite managed to time it perfectly, but enough to get a single as it goes out to mid wicket. And we see that Ismail is coming off for a little bit of treatment or a change of top or something.
Definitely not what she wants to see is that Tasman Brits in her place. Definitely is. At least you got a rocket arm in the field now, right?
I think that's deliberate, isn't it? Getting Brits on in the field. Another ball. It's an off-cutter from Cap, and it's just pushed to short third. They run 1 more, turning over the strike. Yes, I think if Ismail wanted a little bit of a rest, getting Brits on, nothing wrong with that. She's dynamite in the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. And sometimes, hits just go loose at this time of the inning and they try to get a single that isn't there. Hey, maybe something.
Yes. This next ball's wide outside off, and Kaur winds up her shoulders and drives it out to deep mid wicket. And again, just 1 run there. I think she was looking to get that over the rope, but it wasn't quite that easy to play in the end.
100%. Marizan Cup is varying her pace really well, sometimes quick, sometimes slow. And because of the variance of the pace, it also changes how the ball acts from the pitch.
So Mithali's waiting for Cap, and this time again getting the ball out into the deep through square. Picking out the fielder, so 1 more run, 4 runs so far from the over. And the run rate at the minute is about 5.5.
South Africa are happy, but they must not just let this get into their heads. 1 run here, 1 run there. Sure, Marizan Cup is looking for a dot ball, but no boundary, no hurt so far.
And Cap bowls very short. Kaur's on the pull and down again to backwards square leg, into the deep, straight to the fielder, and another single. I think South Africa would probably be happy with this, just limiting them to the 1 run from each delivery.
And on top of that, the Indian batters are looking to attack. They're swinging hard from their hips, from their shoulders, and still no result is coming through.
Yeah. So the last ball of the over, and Raj will face it. She's on 68. And it's back of a length, outside off. Beautiful delivery, slower, and she doesn't manage to pick it up and just edges it back to the keeper. Not on the full, but on the bounce, and there's no run. And that's Mithali Raj's top score for this series. I think she scored 68 against Australia, so she's reached her milestone here.
great job. They'll be looking to do this for the captain. We can see the Indians, they are just on 6 points, this being their final match of the table round. They need to get this victory and move up to 8 points and sit third and cement their place in this tournament, unless if something happens between England and Bangladesh and England romp Bangladesh. But by then, it will be Bangladesh, it will be England and India going through, along with Australia and South Africa. So the Indians have no choice but to win this match. Mithali Raj is well set on her 68, and she's happy that she produced this inning at this particular stage of the tournament.
Klaas is coming back to bowl her 7th. And it is Harmanpreet who's on strike. She's on 23 from 37. And they'd be looking to get her out. She's capable of really winding up here if they're not careful. It's full on the stumps, on middle stump. And it is lofted, a glorious lofted drive out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs.
Wonderful shot, wonderful shots. You sent her the invitation, Kat, and she duly accepted the invitation. The ball was full and straight onto the pads by Masabata Klaas. The length just making it easy for Harmanpreet to just pick that, and an easy boundary for her as he shuffles across the stumps to make that room. Wonderful stroke of cricket.
Yes, I think when it comes to, a drive out to a mid-wicket or through the covers for a boundary, the lofted drive really has something about it, doesn't it, if it's safe?
It's so pretty.
And gutsy too. And this next one from Klaas is given the same treatment, this time out through square leg, but we know there is a fielder there, so no boundary available, but that looked good too, but just for the 1 run.
They definitely exploiting the spaces that are on the leg side provided by the South Africans. And also, Klaas's line is not helping in this instance because she's being so straight and allowing the batters to play these shots into these gapped areas. Luckily enough, that one just going for 1, and Raj now on strike.
This is a better line. This is wide outside off, and it's sent off an edge. It's skied into the air, and the fielder has come around and caught that at deep long off, and that is a wicket. The end of Mithali Raj on 68.
Ooh, Masabata Klaas. From us talking about her line, she fixed it up perfectly, playing with the pace as well. She swings her arm, Mithali Raj, but really not getting into the line with the pitch of the ball and straight into the arms of mid-off. Wonderful, wonderful wicket for Klaas, and definitely what South Africa were hoping for, getting the very, very big scalp of Mithali Raj for 68 out of 84. And she played a wonderful inning, the captain. Unfortunately, she just couldn't see it through there, Kat.
Yes, 8 fours in that innings too. So she's made a lot of boundaries here, and at faster than her usual run rate, I think. But we'll have Rastraka coming out and looking to help Kaur accelerate at this point. We're in the 43rd over.
Pooja for Straka, she's the leading wicket taker for the Indian team in terms of bowling. They'll be looking for her to use her skills with the blade now. It's what India need. They're surely looking at that 270, 280 mark, licking their lips, the Indians. But will these batters take them there after that 57-run partnership got broken? It was a wonderful one for the Indians. They were hoping that it happens, but it doesn't. It didn't. Nothing happened for them there.
And after a long string of singles, in fact, to score, we saw a 4 and then a wicket. So Klaas is coming in to bowl to the new batter, who's turning this delicately around the corner. It's going out to a wide, fine leg, backward square leg for a single. So she's off the mark. Always good to get off the mark when you're first out there fresh.
100%. But then we just look at that wicket again, like you don't want your batter to be doing that. You're new to the crease. Get those 1-2s going and get Harmanpreet to be on strike as much as possible. Fortunately, right now, it's not her on strike. It is Pooja Straka with 2 balls remaining in the over.
Ah, yes. So that was Kaur who got that last ball. So that was a fantastic catch from Tryon, and it was swirling around in the air. It was very high. So those aren't always that easy to catch, even though it was she was underneath it well. Well taken.
Ooh,
So the striker defensive for this first delivery, good delivery from Class.
100% the type of ball that you'd be wants to be bowling to a new fielder, to a new batter rather, because I'm thinking about fielders and about that catch, and it's easy to underestimate how hard those catches are. You even saw she needed that last final dive to get it. Wonderful catch.
So last ball of the over, and this is off the back foot, worked around the corner through short mid-wicket, and they get a single, which will mean Verstraeke retains the strike in the next over. And a wicket from that over and 6 or 7 runs. Now it's disappeared off my score. But a successful over there for South Africa.
Very, very. Any wicket taking over in any form of the match, in any phase of the match, is one that brings success. And especially if it's one that is taking out your main set batter who's on 68, looking to run up the run rate. But good enough for India is that Pooja Verstraeke is actually no muck with the bats. She knows how to hold her own. She smashes that ball because the strike rate is also high, averaging around 20 for her career. So I'm sure that Kau or Harmanpreet is not minding giving the strike to Pooja. Hopefully she'll be able to return that investment that the team has on her by giving runs to the Indian team.
That's right. Probably a good time for Raj to go out. But anyway, we have Marizan Kapp, who's bowling to Verstraeke, offers a straight bat defensively to this one. Just the perfect time, I think, because a couple of higher hitters in the lower order for India, and this is the right time for them to be coming in.
Very, very, very definite, and it's no insult to Mithali Raj, I'm sure, Kat, because she's also a magnificent batter. She's one of those who anchors the inning and then the other strikes. This next ball.
Yes, really important. This next ball's angling in onto the pads of a striker, but hitting her outside the line, and not too dangerous, although she needs to get her eye in pretty quickly here in order to get her big hitting up and running. So 2 dot balls so far from Kapp.
Yes, she needs to replace the price in those runs that Mithali Raj would have gotten. As we're talking about it, she needs to be the one who ups the impetus and score those runs as quickly as possible. It's what the team needs.
This next ball's just pushed delicately just into the covers, and they look for 2, but there is only 1 run there as it's fielded quite nicely. In fact, I think Ishmael's fallen over there. She looks like she's twisted her ankle or her knee, but she's totally fine and she's up again.
From walking out just after her over to coming back and being superwoman and diving everywhere to stop that from going to a boundary, because it was a very good shot from the batter. And it was an excellent fielding recovery there from Shabnim Ismail, just getting a little bump on the ball.
Yes, no real pace on it, but just perfectly timed that time. And this one is shorter, but Kaur doesn't pick it up, and it just goes straight through to the keeper. She plays all over it.
Scintillating, beautiful bowling here from Marizan Kapp. She's understanding exactly what she needs to do. Just 1 run from her first 4 balls. Definitely carrying on the momentum that she started her spell with from the previous
And she likes
over.
2 short balls in a row, so let's see what Kapp will bring out next time, often in the middle of her over. And it is, in fact, short, but, it was a good ball, but it just angled across to the leg side, and I think it's wide. That's been called a wide, yes.
They called it a wide. What are you talking about, Kat, saying that your cricket skills are not high? You're able to see things that we haven't even happened as yet.
Yes.
As Marizan.
I'm like remembering what she does there with Kat.
And she did it well. It's just that she missed her line there, Marizan. Now she has to bowl that ball again.
So this one is a little bit back of a length and pulled again. It must be Harmanpreet's favourite shot for this particular innings. It's gone out through square. And 1 run there.
And another cool thing here, Kat, is that they understand that Kapp does bowl those short balls and they are pretty effective. And at times batters look to attack that. That's why they have that deep fine leg and that deep square leg as well. Looking for that ball that will guide for long, especially with players like Verstraeke who are looking to strike it as much as possible.
Yes, this next one's almost Yorker length. It's very full and it's pushed into the covers. They take a good single, running nice and fast. There was perhaps a slight chance there, but they've got to take their chances. If it had been a direct hit, I wonder.
This is what we were talking about when Tasman Brits came in. those small chances that just happen. And if we're looking at it, Kat, there's definitely did not make her ground for
She would have
Straka.
been out if that was a direct hit from Ismail.
Definitely gone, and it's a bullet arm by Ismail, though not the arm you want to be taking on the field. Luckily, just missing her radar as she now comes to redeem herself and reconstruct her radar with the ball in hand, Shabnim Ismail to take on what will be the 45th over of the match.
And Verstraeka's really looking to counteract those short balls by batting a little out of her crease. So she's, I would imagine that the keeper will come up perhaps in the next over. Maybe not to Ismail or Cap, but as soon as we get someone else bowling. Look, she was keeping up to the stumps for Kaka, right?
And as well for Masabata class,
Yep.
Trisha Chetty.
So it is Ismail bowling to Verstraeka, and it's no run through to the keeper, outside off, a little bit shorter, but not tempting her.
Yep, they continuing with that strategy, short balls to the new batter. High chance of you mistiming that ball whilst you're still fresh. We saw earlier on when Ismail introduced the short ball to Mithali Raj, it flattened her sometimes. She had to duck under it just to get used to it.
So Ismail bowls full, and it's driven into the covers, and it's been caught. That is, I think, Sune Lu's taking another catch. She's everywhere in the field, and that is Verstraeka out. Bowled Ismail for 3.
And that is the strike that they've been looking for. I'm sorry to cut you off, just like Ismail cut off that inning. But that is exactly what Sune Lus was looking to do. She played with her pace there, Ismail. The ball was slower, close to 100 kilometers an hour. She is a 120 plus bowler. And then just lobbing it friendly onto Sune Lus, who makes no mistake to finish the job. Fantastic work from the Momentum Proteas.
Yeah, really terrific. And that's the 4th wicket down. They still, the 5th wicket down. They still have Richa to come out. Now, she's also a big hitting player. So they don't want to lose too many more wickets at this particular point, but Harmanpreet will wind up and this next batter as well. Risha Goss is really good at also hitting the boundaries and hitting sixes too.
100% wicket keepers, they tend to do that. But this will be the first time that she actually faces South African bowling. She's still very young. She's 18 years old. She's played only in Australia and in New Zealand, so this is familiar territory for her. She'll be hoping that her first encounter with Ismail is a happy one, with Ismail being hot after her first spell. She's now ready.
So Gosh is also only 18 years of age. I don't think I realised quite how young she was. As his next ball is full, Ismail sends it to Risha Gosh, and she pushes it to the covers for no run.
I was shocked. I was shocked as well. Be thinking, they still bringing in players young, making them cultivating them into the players that they want, and it's very helpful that there's experience such as Mithali Raj and all the other strong, experienced players in the team.
Oh, this is short, and a mistiming of the pull shot there, absolutely, and she almost pops it up for a catch, but not quite.
Ismail, her tail is absolutely up. With her being superwoman in this current spell, her bowling everything, you'd be hoping she'd whip up her cape and just lead for that ball, but it was a bit too far for her to even get a catch.
So we thought that India would need a score definitely north of 250, and it looked like they were going to get 270 for a little while, but not to be. Perhaps we'll wait and see as this next ball is pushed into the covers again. Do you think they'll get up there to the 270 mark at this point?
It's slowly looking like it's going away for them. South African bowlers are bowling really smartly. We were talking about those off-cutters and changes of pace that they need to introduce, and they're doing that really well. And it's taking those wickets, variations in their lines and lengths, just like that one.
So this one again, another short ball, a beautiful choice from Ismail because it's a mistimed pull shot again. This time it does go out into the onside. It's in the air for a while. There's no fielders there, so they get a run, but wasn't at all what Risha Gosh was intending, I don't think.
Definitely wasn't, but a super good way to end the over there by Shabnim Ismail. it going to her best friend in this match, which is the short ball. And to end the 45th, India are on 241 runs, only for the loss of 5 wickets. And to bring back the conversation that we had on one of those balls, what score will they be looking to score now? Given how well South Africa is bowling, that 280, 270 mark is looking very hard with the way that wickets are continuing to fall when they try to attack. So it's a very risky business. And even riskier now as Sunay Lus brings in Ayabonga Kaka, who is also one of her prime wicket takers. Not a great match so far from the bowler. Hopefully she'll be able to bring it back with this spell.
She was carted a little bit by the opening batters in the first 10 overs. So let's see what Kaka can do. She's already bowled 7. She's coming in over the wicket, and this one's straying onto the pads of Risha Ghosh, and she turns it down to a backward square leg for 1 run.
Slightly slower, much slower than Ismail, and the tactic bringing up Trisha Chetty, the wicketkeeper, to hug the stumps, prevent the batters from leaving the crease, either from advancing or stepping out the crease to negate whatever movement or whatever tricks that Ayabonga Kaka has, which is many.
So this is a little paddle sweep, and it looks like they're only going to get 1 run because the backward square fine leg is in exactly the right position, and it is just a single. So the score, 5 wickets down. India are 243 with a run rate around 5.36, and they usually get 8 and over off the last 5 or 10. So they could potentially score another 40. Where we've got 5 overs to go. This next ball is dreadful from Kaka. It is wide. It's almost off the pitch. Could have been called a no ball. It's wide down leg. Somehow it's been fielded down there, but it has gone for 2 wides.
I was already counting that as a 4 because normally when the ball misses everything, it just continues on its path to wherever it was going. But Ayabonga Kaka looking to follow the batter there. Risha Ghosh was going down the leg to open up room. Kaka spotting that, tries to follow her, but just missing it too much and going down that leg. 3 more runs and invited and welcome 3 runs for the Indians.
So Risha Ghosh playing a few games, and again she backs away and goes right away down leg, but spanks it through the offside. There's a slight misfield, or they've taken enough pace off it that it's not going to reach the rope as it goes out to deep cover. And they've run through for probably 3. That is good running from Kaur and Risha Ghosh.
Absolutely great running. But that's a very good run saved by Mignon du Preez. She's been magnificent through the covers and in the field throughout this entire tournament. And it saved that boundary. And it's psychological now for the Indians. They've only scored 1 boundary in the entirety of this power play.
Yeah, definitely. A full toss. It's a juicy full toss. And it looks like it might have been put down out in the deep. They've run through for a single, but that was a lovely shot, elevated up to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and it has been dropped there. Fairly easy catch out in the deep. I'm not sure who that was out there.
Ooh, that looked like Chloe Tryon.
Chloe Tryon again.
We talked about that frustration, and all of a sudden they're looking to free them arms. Very tight because the ball was bouncing at the same time as her hands were reaching for it.
It was difficult. If she'd really gone for it, it might have gone for a boundary. So she has managed to prevent a boundary there. This next one is just pushed to cover and no run.
So all in all, an excellent job from Chloe Tryon. Can't take away anything from her there. Good awareness to just get hands onto that ball and prevent that boundary. It has Risha Ghosh on strike. Hasn't been comfortable so far. Will Ayabonga take advantage of that?
9 runs so far from this over, so better for the Indians. She uses her footwork and comes forward, but pushes it again to there's a lot of fielders there in the covers, and it does not find the gap. So a dot ball to finish, which is good for Kaka. None for 53, her figures, and India have brought up the 250 at the end of the 46th over, and they are 5 wickets down.
The 3 wides, the extra, they're just ruining the figures for Ayabonga Kaka. When the game is not in your favor, it's truly not in your favor. It wasn't the worst over in the world. It was pretty decent, but still going for 9 runs. Happy for the Indians, given that the previous one was almost a wicket maiden, just 1 run and a wicket. Hopefully, for the team from Asia, this will be the start for them to get more runs on the board. 4 overs remaining, just 24 balls. They have 250 on the board right now. So maybe the shouts 4-2-80 might still be there if this is the style that they continue playing with, looking to be aggressive and get South Africa out of their bowling zone, which they are so comfortable in right now in retaining and restricting that economy.
Yeah, so 4 overs to go, and they're just having a little bit of a pause here. I think the 2 batters had a bit of a chat in the middle and had a chat to the umpire. I'm not sure what they were talking about there. Maybe wanting to make sure there's not too many short balls and that they are called wide if they're too short. Anyway, it's Klaas to resume. And again, this is Kaur backing away towards leg, and Klaas follows her. But they push the ball awkwardly for a single.
Seems like the batters have a clear strategy here. They keep on creating that room for themselves outside that leg stump to make use of the fielders who are peppering that cover. They're trying to go over them, trying to make sure that they use that advantage because it's so much pressure.
So Klaas this time is bowling to Risha Ghosh, who's sending a ball lofted into the onside, and they've run another single. Has Klaas got a good, Yorker on middle stump? I feel like that would be what they need to do at the moment.
Surprise them for a bit because it's a cat and mouse game. I'm running away from the stumps. I'll follow you. Try get me. Oh, it's just 1 run. South Africa are winning, though, in this little mini fight in these small overs.
Yeah. This one, she is attempting a middle stump, not quite a Yorker though. And again, Harmanpreet's just not getting this cleanly, but she does push it or manage to get a little tickle down to fine leg, and they get 1 run.
So risky from Harmanpreet. So risky because this time she chooses to shuffle across onto the leg stump. If she missed that, because Klaas bowled the ball that you had asked her to bowl, full and straight, go for the stumps.
Thank you.
It would have been lights out for her. Luckily enough, she's still out there. She made connection.
So this time, Risha Ghosh is protecting her stumps. She's driving slowly to mid-wicket, and they get 1.
This is good and all, but now the question is, India needs those boundaries. Where are they going to come from? Because the South African bowlers are not giving them anything to work with. Who do they target? Who do they say, this will be the person who will give me those Indian runs? Seems like it's coming from nowhere so far. Good bowling from the Momentum Proteas.
Klaas bowls back of a length, and Kaur can't get it away. And again, it goes to cover point. They really do need some boundaries here, particularly from Harmanpreet, who's capable of both of these batters are capable of the boundaries, but just the bowling has been so good, as you mentioned, and they really only had 1 loose bunch of overs, and that was the first 10.
Yep. After that, it's been absolutely solid.
So a ball spinning in the air, or swinging in the air a little as it comes into Kaur. She sends a ball out to mid-wicket for another 1 run. So 5 runs from the over, which is solid but not quite enough, and that's the end of the 47th, 255 for 5. At this rate, they're only getting to 270, which I suppose is pretty good.
Suppose it certainly is, but against Australia in their last match, they posted 277, did the Indians. It seemed like a good total then, but the Australians doing Australia things, able to pick that back and get it. South Africa also scored a lot of runs against the Australians, so they have no business, or they don't mind chasing down big scores or scoring big if everyone clicks. So the Indians will be slightly disgruntled that they didn't get closer to that 300 mark, given how well they started, given the position that they were in at the beginning of the 40th over. But now, can they take advantage of Cup?
Yes, so Cup has already bowled 8. She has 2 to go. I think Klaas still has 2 overs in her up her sleeve if needed. So it's going to be Cup who's bowling to Harmanpreet Kaur. It's short, and it's pulled in front of square. It's heading out to mid-wicket where it is fielded, and they amble through for a single.
The strategy from the South Africans, all of the leg side fielders from fine leg, square leg, mid wicket, and the long on, they are all on that boundary. No leg side fielder is coming in for the single, and all the offside fielders are on that center circle.
Yeah.
So, and the bowlers are bowling straight. They are forcing the Indian batters to try and hit over the leg side and tempt one of the catches, like it almost happened there with Chloe Tryon as they push a sweeper now.
And they've just put another deep fielder to deep cover, just to, as you said that, as you reminded them that they needed someone there. And this is a drive that's stopped beautifully by Ishmael, who's fielding at mid-off, and they get 1 run.
Happy days. The fielders are still sharp. They're still doing all that they can, even 48 overs into the match. Ismail's limping. She has 1 over left. Don't know if she's going to be used for one of these 3 overs left. But she's doing an excellent job with the ball.
Next, I think they might give Ismail a bit of a break if she's limping a bit. This one is Yorker length. It almost takes the off stump. I don't know how it missed. And lovely delivery from Cap through to the keeper.
What a delivery. What a delivery. Harmanpreet still continuing with that tactic of opening up the stumps and trying to smash it through the offside. Marizan Cup, 1 above her, but just not 1 above the stumps.
Yeah, Cup knows what to do with that particular one. And this next one is shortish, and it is delicately played down to backward point, and that's gone all the way to the boundary, just through the gap in the field. So 4 runs to Harmanpreet.
That's the boundary they've been searching for. So risky from Harmanpreet because it was slightly aerial for a while, short from Marizan Cup, but handled very well from Harmanpreet because she pierced the gap between backward point and point, and it ran all the way. Marizan Cup is not happy about that outcome.
No, she's furious. So Harmanpreet, stop moving around in the crease and just play the ball, as she does with this one. And this one is a beautiful straight drive, 1 bounce and over the long on boundary where someone has crashed into the fence. I hope they're okay, but that was a fantastic shot of the day.
Magnificent. Stand and deliver, Kat. Stand and deliver, as you were saying. Up this time, overcompensating, super full delivery on leg stump. Easy half volley to be clapped over to long on, who was just a bit square and couldn't reach that wonderful 1 bounce 4.
A good effort to try and get a hand to it. I think is that Chloe Tryon again? She's everywhere in the field. And this next one is short, wayward from Cap. It's down leg side, but it is pulled away, and only for a single. So she got away with that one. It wasn't her best delivery that over, but despite the fact that Cap has bowled a very good over, that's the end of the over, and we've seen 11 runs from it. So poor Cup, not in the wickets, and certainly been taken for quite a few runs.
Oh, they took a liking to her with those 2 balls. Remember, we kept on talking about the strategy that the South Africans are employing. And for those 2 balls that she went for boundaries, it was short and wide. And it was a very well-played shot from Harmanpreet. And the very next one was 2 full and 2 straight, straying away from the plans that Sune Lus and the Momentum Proteas have in place. And she got punished for that. 11 runs from the over, certainly an Indian over. But now 12 balls remaining, 266 on the board.
And the run rate now tracking almost vertical. It's slowed down, but there's been a steady march upwards. Ishmael's bowling the second last over, and I presume Cup will bowl the last over. So just 2 overs remaining in this match. Harmanpreet's on 45. She is searching for a 50 here, but maybe not on this next delivery. This ball is just edged around the corner by Kaur, and the keeper can't quite gather it. It's actually wide. It's been missed by everyone. So that's 1 wide to start off the Ismail over.
Oh, I feel like that's a bit harsh, Kat. We saw Harmanpreet just shuffle across to her middle and off stump. ball would have been where the batter was standing if she didn't move, but still the umpire has called that white ball on Ismail, not a way to start off the penultimate over of the inning.
Yeah, you're right. With the Indian batters moving around so much in the crease, he's a little bit stiff. But anyway, that's the way it goes for poor old Ismail. At least she has one wicket, and her figures so far 1 for 41 from 9.
She's recovered brilliantly from the start of the over, because she had gone for 31 in her first 3.
Ismail's bowling a slower ball, and I think Risha Ghosh was trying to ramp it really awkwardly. It didn't bounce enough for that to happen, and she's having a bit of a giggle. It went through to the keeper, and didn't manage that one very well at all.
Nothing whatsoever. Full pace delivery, triangle lap sweep. What are you doing?
She completely missed that, and it wasn't bouncing enough for that. She missed the delivery there. This next one's full, and Risha Ghosh winds up and says, "I would like a 6," but she has mistimed it, and it's gone straight to Sune Luz, who's taken the catch, and that is a glorious wicket of Risha Ghosh for 8.
And there it is once more from the South Africans. Ismail, the main lady, the main one, and Sune Luz, the main catcher. She's just everywhere as well and taking those wickets. India finally looking to spread their wings, but their flight has been thoroughly derailed from Ismail. And Sune Luz completes the job for the loss of the 6th wicket, 268 for 6, just after a good over that went for 11. Now the hopes of a big score take another knock for the Indians.
That was definitely a little mistimed. It went straight down the throat of Sune Luz at mid-off, but it was still a difficult catch because it went so high into the air, and those are always difficult when they're swirling around. There's not too much wind here at the moment, but that brings Sneh Rana to the crease at number 8.
Now we are walking into the tail. Now the guys, you back with the bat. Only Harmanpreet stands tall amongst them, and she's so close to that 50. So a personal milestone beckoning here for her, but also at the same time, a milestone needed for India to set a score that will paralyze or scare the South African batters. But so far, so good for the South Africans, having taken 4 in these last 10 overs. Fantastic bowling from them.
And in the other match that's on today, England have just about done it. Not sure the match is quite over yet, but they are a definite win there. So that means India really do have to win today. They've got a good score on the board already, so we mustn't underestimate how well that first 10 innings set it up for India. They did extremely well in that period.
But it's tough for the Indians because they lost their main bowler. Goswami is out for just a small niggle, so it makes their job a little bit tougher with the ball when they have to defend their score. Not to say that the other bowlers don't have the capabilities, but imagine South Africa without Ismail.
Yeah, they will have to really step up, these other bowlers. But we have Harmanpreet, who's been struggling a little in this innings. She's facing up to Ismail, and this time she leans back and she just guides the ball down to third man for a single.
You would speak tough. You'd speak from a tactical point of view there, Kat. The new batter is in, and Harmanpreet, with 3 balls remaining in the over, hands the strike over to Rana with Ismail bowling. And we saw Ismail, how she was with Risha Ghosh. She doesn't waste time. She is a definite threat. Maybe Harmanpreet could have kept the strike and looked to take the mantle onto her own hand and strike, but maybe she trusts her partners. Rana first faces up Ismail.
Sometimes the new batter can score well, but this time all she's done is succeed in edging it through to the keeper. There's a big appeal, and the umpire has a think about it. Has it gloved? Has it missed? And immediately she is reviewing this. So the batter doesn't think she's hit it. What do you reckon? Did she hit it?
Ismail wasted no time, and that ball jagged back in. So it could have taken anything. It could have been the shoulder, it could have been the helmet, it could have been the glove. But definitely the umpire heard something. Ismail was going for something, but given how quickly she responded, Rana, maybe just missed everything. But we'll get to see now, Kat.
Yes, we're seeing the replays now to see whether or not she's edged it. It is hard. There's daylight, right? There's daylight there between bat and ball.
Looks like it. It looks like it.
Now we're
Here
seeing
we
the ultra
are.
edge. Is there a snick?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, it's a terrible decision from the umpire. But there was a deviation there. I don't know. It must have been deviated from the air. So the umpire's been forced to change her decision, and that would have been a wicket or 2 wickets in that over. But instead, Rana survives.
She went up immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. But also, that is how quickly Ismail is looking to take this wicket with immediate effect. Here we are as she cocks up for the second to last ball of the 49th over.
So this is Rana. Can she make something of this? And she's been given the strike, as you said, from Harmanpreet, but all she can do is really push the ball straight to cover. There's plenty of fielders there in the circle on the offside, and there's no chance of getting a run there.
You know, now it's a game of weighing the pros and cons. You have 4 wickets in hand, and it's only 1 over remaining. Do you still preserve your wickets, or do you just give it a whack because there's still 3 other batters waiting, and your main striker Harmanpreet will be on strike even if you lose your wicket?
You give it a whack in the air, surely, but anyway, Ismail has succeeded this time in getting the edge, as Rana has edged it through to the keeper again. And this umpire's definitely got some balls. She's given a decision of out. It's been reviewed again by Rana, who doesn't think she hit it this time either. And look, Rana, read the room. You probably should have just accepted that wicket and off you go.
Now she has to face music from Ismail again. A basic identical ball, copy and paste. Now we need to see what really happened because the ball had that deviation again, Kat.
Oh, I love this from the umpire going, guess what? I'm still going to try and fire you no matter what. I don't care if you don't hit it. There is a tiny little bump on the ultra edge. There's daylight though.
Daylight.
Oh, this umpire's having a mare of an over. I think she's just trolling her there.
I wonder, what is she hearing? Do some of the fielders go as the ball goes past just to confuse her a bit because there's so much air between the ball and the bat?
Oh, Ismail's having a bit of a laugh with the umpire now, saying thank you for trying. But look, at this point, South Africa don't really care. A dot ball's just as good as a wicket at the moment. And we're heading into the final over with 3 dot balls at the end of Ismail's over. Isn't she glorious?
Absolutely. And it proves that tactical flaw from Harmanpreet of giving the strike to Rana so early in the over against South Africa's strike bowler, costing 3 dot balls for the Indians, because that is a big price to pay in the second to last over of the inning. You want to at least get a boundary or get singles ticking or 2s every now and then. But for 3 dot balls in a row, including a wicket, a definite win for the South Africans. But the last over is about to start.
I thought Cap was going to be coming back, but it's going to be Kaka who bowls the last over. And it's Harmanpreet on strike, and she'll be wondering whether she should take a single at this point. But anyway, it doesn't matter because all she succeeds in doing is driving it straight back to the bowler. But you would feel a bit nervous in taking a single in the last over when Rana hasn't been able to score.
Definitely. But still, South Africa now having all the boundary fielders on the leg side saying, take on Ayabonga Kaka, go. And she
certainly does, but she mistimes this one. She was trying to send it over the mid-wicket boundary, but she's dribbling it out behind square where they have run a single. They may have run 2. They did run 2. Excellent running, and we need to get Harmanpreet back on strike from an Indian perspective, and that has happened. 2 runs moves her to 48.
That is good running. That's all they need to do. If you can't find the boundary with the big shots, take advantage of the mistimed shots and the space on that leg side to keep the score ticking.
All the fielders are a long way out on the leg side, and this next ball from Kaka has castled her. Harmanpreet Kaur has been bowled, and that is a beautiful delivery, taking out, cartwheeling leg stump. She's gone for 48, and that's 7 wickets down for India.
Something had to give eventually, Kat. Something had to give. The pressure was building up. 3 dot balls, 4 dot balls in a row. This time looking to hoik it over mid-wicket. The ball finding the gap between the bat and the pad as she swung wildly and over and leg stump danced to the tune of the ball, clipping her, and she loses her wicket. Harmanpreet, 48 off 57 balls, a valiant inning from her, but just a slight loss of concentration at the end as Kaka claims her first.
Yeah, that was a wonderful to see. A beautiful delivery there for Kaka. Nice for her to pick up a wicket as well. She has been a bit expensive at different times throughout the match. And Deepti Sharma will come out now, and she's just going to have some wild swings. Both of these batters now on 0.
India failing to consolidate their 47th over where they scored 11 against Marizan Cup, failing to capitalize on the over before that went for 9 from Ayabonga Kaka. Those 20 runs in those 2 overs gave the impression that maybe 280, 290 might be on the board again, but unfortunate.
So Kaka now bowling to Deepti, who's actually getting a good shot out into the deep and running through for 1 run.
A dead slow ball from Ayabonga Kaka, taking all the juice out of that and giving hard work to Deepti to hit that. That's why I had no power behind the shot. And an easy single down to deep fine leg as Rana, taken 4 balls for her 1, faces off once more.
And this one's on middle stump and it's pushed to mid-off. They've scampered through for a single. So at least they're scoring. And there's 1 ball left.
Last ball of the inning, 273 runs on the board, 3 wickets on hand, and Ayabonga Kaka has gone for 4. How will India close off this last ball?
Kaka bowls to the left-hander who's pushing a ball, sweeping it out into the deep, and they get a single. So 1 run to finish the over. That's it. 2 for Deepti, 1 for Rana. The final score, 7 for 274. And I think probably India would have taken that if you'd given them that at the start of the match. What do you reckon?
They won the toss. They said that we want to bat the way they started with Verma and Smriti at the beginning. 91 run stand was excellent, and it vindicated that toss won. Slight fumbles here and there, but 3 scores of 50 with Harmanpreet almost getting a 50 of her own. The Indians will be happy with 275. There were chats of 300 every now and then, given how well they were batting. Strong partnerships. But right at the end, when it mattered the most, when it truly, truly mattered the most in the last 10 overs, South Africa, they found their mandates. They found what they needed to do, and it was excellent bowling to close off that inning by South Africa. So 275 wouldn't be a bad score, but India now have a task on their hands, missing their strike bowler and having to take out South Africa, who are seemingly in good form with their batting, with Lizelle Lee finding something and Wolfart at the top.
So I think, do we want to call the card, or will we just leave it there and let the podcast play in the break? We'll just call the bowling at least. Let me go back to the bowlers. And in the end, we had Ishmael with she bowled her full complement, 10 overs and 2 for 42. So her economy came right down to 4.2. Glorious effort from Shabnam Ismail. We had Marizan Cap, who was, unfortunately, it wasn't her day, 9 overs, none for 56. Kaka, again, a little expensive, but taking a key wicket at the end, 1 for 58 from 9. Chloe Tryon, 1 for 51 from her 10 overs. And Class, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. We had Sune Luz just bowling the 4 overs for 26.
Kat, it has been awesome to take this last power play with you, to many more to come, and for South Africa to do best, and for India to also bring a challenge to the South Africans so that we can be presented with a magnificent game of cricket. But that has been the first inning. It's been us at One World Sports Radio. Check you for the second inning to come. Kat, it's been awesome. Have a good one.
Yes, it's been a pleasure. Thank you. And we'll see you for the next innings.
episode of the Full Quarter podcast, as Tim is trying to Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full
fish on a different line. This one, as you say, it's slightly higher up, slightly more intense, but it should be good.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. A very
Looking forward to.
Coach, yeah, thank you very much. Coach, it's been a very great year for your team, and I think you've been there for 8 years. Have you ever had a year like this where you are unbeaten from a series perspective throughout? You've been there since 2012. Is this one of those years where you're like, Lord, thank you very much, but maybe carry it over into 2022 a little bit?
It will be ideal to carry it over. I think, yeah, it's been our best year and a half that we had thus far. I think the basis of that is the build-up that we had. I mean, we have a very good core of players now. I think it's a team that has been coming along for a very long time. Most of these players now have been together for the last, 8 to 12 years, playing together. They're now what we call, or what we regard in the country as senior players, more mature, the good core players. And the fact that they've been playing around these leagues also added to their experience, so you can see how they go about their business. Even youngsters coming in, it makes it very easy for us to make sure that they can blend in and learn quicker because they got experience on the park. Because the best way to learn as a youngster is on the park than actually sitting on the side. So that's far for us been the best year, and as like you say, we're working hard to make sure it keeps continuing, and hopefully goes well into the World Cup.
Did you know that animals listen to dominating tactics because they're scared? If you want to have a mindful relationship with your animal, then you might want to watch this video. In this video, I'm going to share with you the mindful approach that you can start using today to develop a strong relationship between you and your animal, so that you can have an inspired relationship instead of one that's based on fear. Hi, my name is James French. Growing up wasn't always easy around my house. However, the one thing that I'm always grateful for was the amount of animals that surrounded me on the farm. By spending most of my time growing up around them, I was able to establish very close relationships with them, and this gave me a new perspective on how to truly treat animals to build a relationship on trust. This led me to working with people all over the world to help them take a mindful approach in developing connections with their animal, whether they're a horse, a dog, or a cat, or any other breathing animal. And after working with my partner Shelley to help many different animal rescue centers around the world and working with thousands of people, we now want to bring you the same knowledge here online. Now let's go over this mindful approach that you can start using today to strengthen that relationship between you and your animal. So one of the biggest issues that tends to arise is that your animal may just not understand that you're trying to help. If you've struggled with helping your animal physically, treating them emotionally, finding confidence, or training, teaching new actions, if the overall feeling is frustration, then there is a high possibility that there is a lack of trust and communication in your relationship. Behavior is only a reflection of how your animal is feeling. When we reprimand so-called bad behavior, it doesn't address the root of the problem, but can increase the problem. Trying to correct your animal when it's in a high thinking state comes at a cost of taking confidence and connection away from them. Nobody likes to feel misunderstood, and that's the same for your animals too. Correcting your animal to stop one behavior more than likely can cause a so-called new behavior to be expressed. So for example, reprimanding your dog for fear of aggression of other dogs could turn that fear of aggression onto you. or pushing your horse past something that it's afraid of could very...
That's true, and we hope so too.
No, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. You're doing a great job at the moment. Just to sort of, I guess, fast forward and a little bit, just until this last series against the Caribbean. What were your goals as a unit going forward with this unit, particularly with the World Cup just around the corner? So what were the goals and plans that you had for this particular series?
For us, the most important thing is we got a competitive series, and the most challenging one was away from home in tough conditions. And the last time we were there, it was not a very good one. I think we struggled a bit, and then we drew all series against them. Although we've been in the lead, and they came back and they drew. So for us, the initial goal, we were just happy first to have the full squad again since the World Cup, because we've been hindered by injuries, challenges. As you could see, we had different captains in different tours, and it was the first time now since the World Cup we had our captain back, and then having the full squad again was helping because we're not so far away 5 months away from the World Cup. So the initial goal for us is just to make sure now as a squad we can touch base with everyone that's back from injury rehab, and make everyone is fit now. Now we can see how we go in these conditions. And at the back of it, we knew that we haven't won a series. The West Indies is a team that plays well on those very challenging conditions, extreme heat, very slow wickets. So it needed us to adapt. So hence, we felt that with the experience that we have in the squad, it was the best time now to make sure that we can turn that around and put one up against them. So for us, the goal was to make sure we win and make sure each and everyone in the squad in an ideal situation, we get everyone, we give them a go and see how they go. Because, in the World Cup, you're only as strong as what your squad is. I mean, the first 11 is the least of your worries. When you go into a World Cup, is the players that are sitting on the bench that they can come in any day and make an impact. And the only way you could know is by them getting opportunities in the build-up, not only playing on 12, 13 players and focusing on them. And you have a challenge in the World Cup, then you're struggling. So it was good for us. I mean, we had the idea, the first 3 games, the way it went in the ODI, we were able to rotate the squad, and it allowed us to see who can do what and what the other players can do in the squad. So overall, it was very good for us, and I think we achieved our goal that we set ourselves. Firstly, we touched base with everyone, revisited where we want to go as a team regarding the World Cup, knowing that it's 5 months away, and then making sure that we win a series in the West Indies.
That's you're one of the coaches in the country who are leading a team that's actually winning and has a winning culture. How do you foster that culture? Speaking even with the players that you're speaking about who are on the bench from 12 to 15, how do you get them to be ready all the time? Because if you look at Tasman Birds, Annika Bosch, Laura Goodall, Dumisi Kukune, and the list goes on with the players who were on the bench, Untitled Chapter, whenever they came on, they were ready. And it's hard as a sportsman to be on and off. How did you manage to foster that culture of always be ready?
Is the most difficult thing, because where the level we operate it's a level where you have to win. Everybody expects you to win, especially when you go in the park, and something like that is neglected often is development of players, because youngsters have to come in somewhere. They will make mistakes. Sometimes it's going to be mistakes that's costly that nobody's going to like, but there's always a bigger picture. I think post the 2017 World Cup, and we came close in the semi-final. Through the selections, I mean, we sat down and looked at how we're going to go to the next 50 World Cup, and then we identified a squad of 24 players that we kept working on. I think the good thing for us thus far, when we had camps, it allowed us to work with the youngsters, because most of the senior players, they would be away on T20 leagues, going out abroad. So it gives us the attention to detail to the youngsters. Those that they were fringe players then, and how they can establish themselves in the squad. So you keep working with them, you set with them, and you set performance plans for them, and you monitor it through the relationship that we have with the coaches at the provinces that look after the players on a daily basis to make sure that whatever they work on, it's not contradicting to what we want to achieve for these players. So Communication is constant around the country between us as coaches and the coaches in the provinces to make sure that that information is flowing and players know exactly where they stand in the system. And through that, we had often camps and when players come in, and 9 out of 10 times where there's an opportunity. I think this year when everybody went to the IPL and some play at the 100 now, we had an opportunity to bring in more youngsters to see how they can go and how the progress is going. So the inclusion of the Nisha in the system now helped us because now you can communicate as somebody that can be hands-on there, who understands what is it that you're working towards, who's been in the system. So communication and the work through us department makes it very easier for us now because you can actually speak to somebody who can actually look after these players. So through camps and where there's an opportunity, we always try to add in 1 or 2 youngsters to make sure there's continuity and they understand that when the opportunity comes, how far are you from the team? If it happens that you get there, what is expected? How do you go about it? So, like I said, your first 12, 13 players, as players that is established, they understand, they've been there, they've done it for a while. And it's like we play player 14 to 20, 24 is the ones that we actually have been hampering on, going around the country, visiting the provinces, making sure that there's continuous work to be done. That is the only opportunity now. So, but that's why when you see them, when they get opportunities, like they've been there, because they've been practicing with these girls, they've been working around the clock, they've just been sitting and waiting for the opportunity, which is always a difficult part, like I said, because I mean, all players want to play. Unfortunately, you can only play 11 at a time. So those not playing, you need to make sure they stay sharp, and for them to stay sharp is to keep them motivated and they understand the bigger picture where we're going.
If you're a content creator of any kind, you need to start using Artlist for your videos. I'm Ryan, filmmaker, host.
Yeah, I hear lots of words like pipeline and communication. Very, very important with the two there, with having a bigger pool of players. Having a bigger pool of players is clearly making a difference to the team as a whole. So do you think you are better equipped now to go to this World Cup than you were to that last one? Do you think overall you are better equipped as a unit, having experiences that you had, having lost the semi-final, bigger pool of players? Do you think overall that you are better equipped now to take on the next World Cup?
I think the difference now for us being better equipped or more prepared is we have more experience. Like I said, most of these players have been through 3, 4 semi-finals now.
Good morning, all. We're back here for the second innings of this final group stage match between South Africa and India. We already see India bat. They managed to score 274 rather in their 50 overs, and now South Africa's got a pretty monumental chase ahead of them. I'm Chris Tyndall-Bisca, and I'll be joined by someone soon enough. Otherwise, I'll happily talk you through the cricket that we're seeing so far. The other part of the equation is if India managed to restrict South Africa to 175 runs or fewer, then they'll finish ahead of England on the table and face South Africa again in the semi-finals. if they manage to win but not restrict South Africa to 175, then they'll finish 4th and face Australia in the semi-finals. Something that a lot of teams have seen as a bit of a death wish, facing Australia in any fixture in this competition, as I am joined by Mpendula, who's been watching quite a lot of the cricket this morning. The first delivery is going to be Meghna Singh into Lizelle Lee. This one just strays down the leg side, and I imagine a wide will be called. No run there. Yes, umpire does a little bit of stretching.
Chris, morning, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, very well, thanks. And you? Only caught the last little bit of that last innings, I think, unless I'm on commentary or probably for the semi-finals and the final. Those 3 a.m. starts on a Sunday are a bit of a challenge.
They are hectic. Just like the challenge South Africa have here.
Meghna Singh, and again to Lizelle Lee, this one left alone outside off stump. It swings away just on that wide line, but close enough to the batter that there's no run there. No Jalan Goswami for India today. That may help South Africa a little bit when the highest women's ODI wicket taker is not in the opposition.
It's a huge blow for the Indians not having their most experienced bowler for such an important match.
This one, lots of away swing again from Meghna Singh as it straightens onto the pads of Lizelle Lee, just played back up the pitch and no run there. So after 2 legitimate deliveries, South Africa 1 for no loss. Big target. But yeah, it doesn't make too much of a difference for South Africa whether they chase it or not in terms of where they finish. They're going to finish second no matter what. But it may affect whether they play India or England in the semi-finals. And they'd like to have some momentum going into that as well. Meghna Singh, and again, this one defended up the pitch. No run.
And South Africa, definitely, they have some sort of vendetta against the Indians. Although it was a warm-up match, they did lose their last outing against the Indians during that warm-up match, and they were chasing a score of 244. This time, having to chase a score that's higher than that, but South Africa have been magnificent in their chases so far, so they'll be hoping to continue with that good run of 4.
This one, and again, lovely away swing from Meghna Singh, finishes a full delivery, just finishes outside off stump. Again, defended it back up the pitch for no run.
These are good lengths being bowled by Meghna Singh. If she works on that line just a little bit more and get that ball to draw Lizelle Lee into a mistaken drive or false stroke, she could say hello to that 1.5 slip, who's now gone.
Penultimate delivery of the first over. Again, away swing. This one dabs into the offside. Lizelle Lee thinks of a single, but doesn't make it up more than a few steps out of her crease before deciding against it. No run. So far, the only run in that first over was the wide of the first delivery. South Africa still 1 for no loss.
It's having a bad tournament for her standards, Lizelle Lee. She'll be looking to get runs here to get going for the semi-finals.
Definitely. Didn't have a lot of match experience going into the World Cup, as this one swings away and my stream stops. So maybe you can finish that delivery. Hopefully your stream is functional.
Yeah, it is good enough, but it's the end of that over. Nothing home to write about, nothing major to speak about either. Just 1 wide to begin the inning, and from then onwards, just a series of dot balls with Meghna getting that away swing against Lizelle Lee, who'll be looking for some runs, but it's the end of the first over with just 1 run on the board. South Africa still chasing 275 runs with 49 overs remaining.
Yeah, you were talking about Lizelle Lee struggling for form. There seems to be a few South African batters doing that. Laura Wolvaardt has been the stalwart in that side, just scoring 50 in just about every match. And there's going to be an occasion where Laura Wolvaardt suddenly doesn't fire, and you got to hope that the South Africans are able to rally at that point.
100%. And it was something that we saw glimpses of with the match against the West Indies, which was heavily rain affected. South Africa were 4 wickets down with Mignon, with all the top 4 batters really, where you have Wolvaardt and Sune Lus, who are the main contributors with the runs, failing to make any impact against the West Indians. Hoping for that not to happen. Yeah.
As Deepti Sharma is joining the attack. So a little bit of spin early on. I guess go to your big guns as soon as you can. as she's bowling right arm over into the right-handed Wolvaart, bowling a finger spin. This one's the straight one that just beats that outside edge of Laura Wolvaart. The hands on heads amongst the Indian fielders, and they know that there's a little bit of a chance there. That just didn't turn at all, and just missed the outside edge and just went over the top of off stump of Laura Wolvaart.
Oh, that ball.
And again, sorry, this one straight down leg, played to square leg, no run. You were going to say?
No, I'm just a couple of seconds behind you on the stream, I suppose, because that ball was basically kissing off stump, but some way, somehow, just bouncing a bit over it. Laura Wolvaart will be happy she still has a wicket.
Yeah, third delivery defended into the covers, no thought of a run. I can also say that if South Africa do manage to chase this, it'll be their highest successful ODI chase. At the moment, that record's 269 against India last year. This one, Laura Wolvaart gets inside the line of it and just plays it towards short mid-wicket. And again, there's no run there.
It's an easy. It's going to give South Africa confidence that their most runs that they've scored does come against India. They'll be wanting to do that again. But as we said, there's not much weight on this match for the South Africans as there is much for the Indians. Because if they lose, they give an opportunity to the West Indians.
Laura Wolvaart plays this one into the covers as a bit of a misfield, which gives the South Africans their first run off the bat. Lizelle Lee will face the final delivery of the second over. South Africa 2 for no loss.
It could be, Chris, that I'm the one who's ahead of you in terms of the stream.
Okay.
So I'll just look on making sure that we are in perfect sync. But you can carry on with the ball by ball, and I'll make sure that I catch up to wherever you are.
So, one ball left in the second over for me here as Deepti Sharma continues right arm over into the right-hander Lizelle Lee, who just gets out on that front foot and defends it back up the crease for no run.
We are back in sync.
Second there. Brilliant. So that highest chase, and it was just last year. So I guess some confidence, but not too much confidence when you have to chase your highest ever score. Get your highest ever successful chase in a World Cup match. But I guess there's not as much pressure as there could be. The pressure is basically trying to have momentum and prove that you can win, as whether they chase it or not doesn't have the biggest effects. It may affect who they play in the semi-final, and that's it.
And that's the point I was going to come to allude to, that the players will want to make sure that they have a good run going into the semi-finals and draw from that confidence. I mean, if you chase down 276 or 275, in good standing.
As Magnussen continues, she gets such beautiful away swing there from Laura Wolvaart, who plays it away from her body, but doesn't get it past the field in the covers, and there's no run there. When South Africa did manage to successfully chase that score last year, the top four all scored 50 plus. Lizelle Lee got 69, Laura Wolvaart 53, Lara Goodall 59, and Mignon du Preez 61. So I imagine they'll be hoping for a similar performance today, as this one's a fuller delivery, driven beautifully by Laura Wolvaart, but doesn't make it further than the lady in the covers. And that's another dot delivery.
And that's the thing that now they have to look out for here, especially Magnussen as she's bowling to Laura Wolvaart. Wolvaart is on hot form, and we know she's an excellent player through the offside. And with the ball swinging away, it might induce her to play more strokes.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have taken the slip out. As this one strays down leg a little bit, Laura Wolvaart plays it off her pads. It's picked up by the fielder at mid-wicket, and they go through for another single. Wolvaart's onto 2, South Africa's onto 3.
Tentative start. Lizelle Lee will be looking to get onto the scoreboard. 0 of 7 balls. Just to get the runs going and just to get the blood flowing for the South Africans as well.
Definitely, as this one, brilliant shot by Lizelle Lee. It just plays it off her pads. It looks like it's going to run away to that between square leg and fine leg boundary for 4, and it does. South Africa move on to 7 for no loss.
Vintage Lizelle Lee, vintage. You drift onto the pads and she will whack you onto that leg side. That ball by Magnussen, failing to make full use of that movement as it straightens onto the off stump. Easy pickings for Lizelle Lee, who will play that in her dreams of the deepest sleep she'll find herself in. 4 runs. Well played, and she gets her first boundary in her 9-7 balls.
2 deliveries remaining in the third over. Let's see how Meghna comes back. This one, yeah, much better line from Meghna Singh, and it's just defended through the covers for no run. It's worth remembering how quickly the Indian team managed to start their innings. Obviously, it's a 50-over game, and you can pace it your own way. But at the end of 3 overs, the Indian team with 30 for no loss. So one ball for South Africa to score 23 runs and draw even at the 3 over mark.
Let's see how they go off at closing this third ball. Lizelle Lee has the boundary in the over, 1 single conceded by the hands of Laura Wolfart, and the keeper comes up to stop any movement outside of the crease.
Yeah, final delivery of the third now, right arm over into the right-handed Lizelle Lee. This one swings away on foot stump line and just dabbed to the fielder at third man for another dot. So after 3 overs, South Africa 7 for no loss.
I'm actually a bit surprised with Mithali Singh, with Mithali Raj's approach. You would think that with the new ball and movement, you'd be wanting to take as many wickets as possible, given the dangers that Laura Wolfart poses, and the fact that she enjoys driving the ball so much. I would have believed that you put in players out behind the stumps.
Definitely. Deepti Sharma continuing right arm over into Laura Wolfart, who just plays it off her pads. It runs down to fine leg rather, and they'll go through for a single. I think Mithali Raj, a captain who gets a lot of criticism from her own supporters, in the same way that a lot of older players who've been in the side for a long time and maybe approaches haven't changed in that time. I think she gets a lot of criticism the same way MS Dhoni did for batting very slowly in those middle overs when they've got a good base. This one, and on the pads of Lizelle Lee, who just plays it to square leg for no run.
And the game modernizes and it evolves every single season, Chris. It's no wonder that people will be complaining if you're being so conservative in the white ball game.
Deepti Sharma in again. This one, Lizelle Lee gets out, down on one leg, sweeps it towards the field at deep mid wicket. There's a misfield there, and so I think they'll go through for 2 in the end. Yes, they do.
The pads,
that's the initiative you were talking about, hey?
And once you go to the pads to this woman, Lizelle Lee, she will make the most of it. Just a small fumble, though, to give that second run.
Deepti Sharma in again into Lizelle Lee. This one just defended back up the pitch. No run.
Easy. And South Africa will be wanting to just keep the score ticking. We know that it's just the beginning of the over, but getting those 1s and 2s is crucial.
Penultimate delivery from Deepti Sharma. This one slightly wider, slightly fuller, doesn't turn all that much, and it's defended into the covers for another dot delivery. South Africa still 10 for no loss with 1 left in the 4th. So we do see Mithali Raj, the lady we were talking about, on screen there. And there's a chance that you're going to have to take over commentary again. Yeah, sorry, if you can just describe that final delivery.
Is your stream a bit problematic?
Yeah, not normally. I don't know. It's Sunday morning. Even the streams are taking a break.
But certainly not the ladies that we're watching in New Zealand here, Chris, who will be looking to get a victory for their nations. South Africa, they are yearning for an ICC trophy. They've been yearning for it for years. The ladies team could be the one to bring it forward. Just need to get over the hurdle of the Australians should they reach the final. First,
I like that we've already assumed Australia is in the final. It's a reasonably fair assumption, but there's always room for an upset in a competition like this.
100%, but when you look at history and the way that that team is playing, they just don't look like a team who will be losing anytime soon. But the cricket gods always have a plan. So right now, Laura Wolfart looks to face off the second ball of the 4th over. 5th over rather, and she cuts that over the point fielders Into the air she goes, challenges them, and third man can't get around it. 4 runs by Laura Wolfart, and a magnificent stroke that she has played there as the opener. If you're not with me,
I'll try to describe it as soon as I can. I'm still here, but I don't have cricket to describe.
That's no problem.
I can try to say what I imagine the shot looks like. Just vintage Laura Wolfart there.
You'll let me know once you're back, because what the Indians have done, understanding that Laura Wolfart is very free through the offside, she plays that square cut, square drive, everything through the offside so well. They've partnered point with another point fielder, so there's 2 of them right over there waiting for that shot. So Laura Wolfart challenged both of those fielders when she hit that 4. Now the 4th ball of the over goes straight by Meghna Singh. They carry for a single, and Lizelle Lee looks to have been run out here by the Indians. And she was slow out of the gutters there, Lizelle Lee. The ball clipped onto mid-wickets by Laura Wolfart. And she was sharp there. She was sharp, Carl. It looks like it was her grabbing that ball and a direct hit. Lizelle Lee, even if she dove, she was never going to make it home. And they lose their first wicket here, the South Africans. Looks like they're going to the 3rd umpire, but
no need for that. The only thing is maybe if the wicketkeeper had broken the stumps before the ball came in, but even that wasn't the case. Lizelle Lee was 1.5 meters probably short of the crease there.
Oh, not what South Africa wanted.
Definitely
especially not. Losing your wicket through a run out. Lizelle Lee looking for the runs. She falls for 6 out of 15 balls, and South Africa, where India lost their first wicket on 91, they lose theirs on 14. And Laura Goodall walks into the crease. Are you with me now, Chris?
I was very briefly, just in a very cruel way, there briefly enough to see the run out, and then my screen cut out again. It's letting me see just the worst of South African cricket at the moment. No one will be more disappointed in that than Lizelle Lee. She's someone who values her wicket very highly and does get quite upset. You can see it when she does go out.
And it was a sharp single by Laura Wolfart, just to put into perspective, very sharp. But Laura Goodall now, the left-handed batter, walks into the crease, taking place for Tasman Brits, who's been having a difficult tournament. But Laura Goodall now looking to make that high impetus. She just averages 18 runs, 2 50s, and strikes at 57. She'll be looking to pick that up.
Yeah, she was one of the players who scored a 59 not out in that successful chase against India last year. Also someone who I saw captained very well in the Women's Super League in 2020, took a couple of fantastic catches and did quite well with the bat there as well.
It was, and that 59 is her top score against the Indians. Just 2 50s on her record. The left-hander will certainly looking to make a mark in this match. That's looking to drive the second ball from Meghna Singh, as the ball was bowled wide, but a dot ball to end the 5th over as extra cover collects that punch. And South Africa have lost their first wicket after scoring their first boundary. The score now is 14 for 1 after 5. Chris, they still need 261 runs. They have 45 overs to do this. But a good thing for the South Africans is that they bat far and they bat deep, right up to Trisha Chetty at number 8.
Yeah, definitely. We've even seen Shabnam Ismail can hold the bat. Masabata Klaas can have a little bit of a swing. And Ayabonga Kako actually averages 35 for Central Gauteng. I mean, it's a small sample size there, and obviously that won't translate one-to-one to international cricket. We've seen that in internationals.
It definitely counts for something.
As you can also decide, who do you think South Africa would rather play in the semi-finals? It's basically England or India are the options.
I don't know. They'll be hoping to. I feel like if they win this match, they'll be happy to face whoever because they do have victories. They will by then have victories against both teams because they have toppled England before in this tournament so far, the South Africans. But just one run to begin the 6th over here. Wolfhard punching that through the covers, and it slipped through for just a single. Dipti Sharma to Goodall now. Just a little defensive shots there. No run. Dipti Sharma, the spinner, is always happy bowling the ball to a batter who they'll spin the ball away from. So right now, Sharma looking to pose a threat. This time the ball just straightens down the pad and she wraps around it, the corner there. Goodall for an easy couple of runs. Looks like the umpire is ready to signal leg byes as the ball straightened a bit too much, missing everything except clipping the pad. It's just an easy 2 runs there for the South Africans.
Looking at Laura Goodall's domestic numbers as well, I think she's been a good T20 player, but her list A figures aren't especially flattering. An average of 22.5 with 650s and no hundreds in her 71 games for Western Province.
Not the most convincing record. Numbers are not too great. But there's always a chance with every chance you get to play, it's a chance to improve them. As the 3rd ball from Dipti Sharma straightens with the arm, it looks like Laura Goodall is having a little bit of problems reading what Sharma is doing. That's why I'm bowling it like a small, medium pacer. Ball swinging through the air and just defended by Goodall. Sheepishly, though, as it clipped that inside edge. She's just mistimed that as well. Mistiming it as the variance of the pace, and the skill sets by Dipti Sharma is proving a bit for Goodall, and she ends that 6th over with a dot ball. It just went for 2 runs, and Dipti Sharma has gone for 5 in her first 3. South Africa are 17 for the loss of 1 wicket, where India were 39 for no loss.
Yeah, I think we'll probably depress ourselves if we keep comparing the South African scorecard to the Indian scorecard at the same stage. But I mean, not an unfamiliar start for South Africa. It does seem that almost whoever you partner with Laura Wolfhard in the last few months, you can often lose that early wicket, and then there's a little bit of a rebuild at the top of the order.
It shows the importance of Laura Wolfhard, her understanding what she needs to do at certain stages of the match, and then having key experience like Sunay Lus, who at times anchors the innings, and then at times she's the aggressor. So she's a fantastic batter, Sunay Lus. The problem for the South African team has been that elusive number 3 position. To hold that opening stance with Laura Wolfhard at the beginning of the match, both Tasman Brits and Laura Goodall not proving to be working experiments. So this must be something that South Africa must be wary of going into the knockout phases of the tournament.
And maybe this is where they can sort it out. They'll gain a lot of confidence if Laura Goodall's able to put in a proper performance going into those playoff stages.
Magnus Singh comes to Laura Wolfhard, and an expansive drive from Laura Wolfhard. Pensive drive, but straight onto the cover fielder where the ball went straight to her as if it was a magnet attracted to steal. The ball goes for a dot ball. Laura Wolfhard gets no value for her gorgeous stroke that was creamed and timed so well. She's batting slightly outside her crease. The ball is full, and this time she creams it again. And it pierces the cover fielders. And the only thing the 2 ladies can do as they were running after that ball is take it back into the field of play after it cushions itself onto the boundary. An exquisite cover drive from Laura Wolfhard, and it takes the score to 21 for 1.
It's a cliche already, so this can be the last time that I say it for a while, but just the vintage Laura Wolfhard drive, that's what she's famous for. If people know one thing about Laura Wolfhard, it's those cover drives.
Now the wicketkeeper is up. Richa Ghosh, she has come to negate her to move outside the crease. Meghna comes through. Ball is in a good length, but unfortunately drifts onto the pads. Laura Wolfhard just clips that into the pocket. Some slight miscommunication, but luckily enough, Goodall makes her ground onto the bowler's end, and 2 runs have been earned for Laura Wolfhard to move to 23 for 1 of the South Africans.
If you're an Indian supporter, you can take a similar amount of positivity from the fact that Shafali Verma is back in the side and scoring runs again. That was, I mean, she exploded onto the scene in the T20, Women's T20 World Cup. She was fantastic in the 100, and then just seemed to lose a little bit of form coming into this World Cup, and has now had 3 opportunities, and this has been her highest score. I think that's some great momentum that India will be taking into the playoff stages, should they manage to win this fixture today.
Ooh, but in order to win this fixture, they'll need to bowl better than that. With that ball by Meghna going straight, and same thing with Laura Wolfhard, punching it back to the bowler. She couldn't stop it, nor could the umpire or the stumps or mid-off, as it ran all the way to the boundary, and another one for the over by Laura Wolfhard. This time going straighter again, Meghna Singh, after conceding a boundary, strays onto the pads, and then quick single stolen by the South Africans. Goodall is much more quicker than Lazelle Lee, and she makes her ground to end the 7th over. South Africa got 11 from the previous one with two stunning drives from Laura Wolfhard's magnificent shot creation and stroke play. And they're on 28 for 1, still need 247 to win in 43 overs.
And just like that, Laura Wolfhard's on to 19 already, which is 20 deliveries. That's the sort of rate that South Africa will need to be scoring at throughout this innings.
Definitely. And their current run rate is going at 4. They require 5.7 to be on par, or to just dethrone or give India a problem. But Dipti Sharma has started incredibly well, and she continues for the 8th over. She goes full outside the off stump, and extra covers there to collect the punch by Laura Wolfhard. She continues with her stream of dot balls. She continues with her mounds of pressure on the South African batters. Even there, trying to cover her own mess, going straight up, ball punched on to mid-on. Still another dot ball. Laura Wolfhard is on strike. She is starting to time it well, Laura Wolfhard, and once she gets going, she truly gets going. An easy punch to long on. 1 run conceded. Dipti Sharma just a touch fuller. And Chris, are you still having problems, mate?
Yeah, maybe I'll just stick to doing scorecards and trying to give you updates on things like that in between deliveries, because yeah, it's coming and going, and I can't rely on it. So yeah, I'm seeing some of the deliveries and then it's going out again.
Ooh, that one, Chris, if you didn't see it, a little pedal sweep from Laura Goodall, shuffling all the way across to the off stump, and it's a simple 3 runs from the runners, both of them far quicker between the lines. Little pedal, and they run all the way for 3. South Africa now on 32 for 1. They're just showing us the little variation that she comes up with, Dipti Sharma. There's that arm ball that she bowls as if it's a seamer, to seam up. It gets that shape in the air. And the normal
Very
off break,
easy. Sorry. I was going to say, it's just very easy to read it when they show you a still photo with explaining exactly how it's bowled. I'm sure it's quite different when you're actually facing it at full speed.
Definitely. So many things to consider as well. And the ball looks to be turning for Dipti Sharma. If she goes to that off break, there's movement. If she goes to the medium or arm ball, there's movement in the air as well. So it brings the end to the 8th over for the South Africans. They still lost that 1 wicket. Laura Wolfhard is on 20, and South Africa are on 32 for the loss of 1. Still going at 4 runs and over. Nothing to be too concerned about, though. The match has just started, or do you believe that they need to be picking it up a bit more, given that the middle overs are still on the way?
I think it's probably more important to set a stage at the moment. You don't want the run rate required rate going much higher than 6, but you've got to trust that some of those middle order batters are able to clear the boundary. And so you just need to give them an opportunity. You want them to be chasing less than 100 runs at the end, at maybe 6 and a bit and over, and then hope that Chloe Tryon, Marizanne Kapp and the likes can finish the work. It's more about setting a stage at the moment.
And Laura Goodall is finding it hard to time those balls. She's not timing them too well. It's either she's playing down the wrong line as she fetches the second ball. Ball is a bit wider, but still mistiming it and getting it to extra cover to just stop that. And it's another dot ball.
Sharma hasn't played any team more than South African ODIs, but hasn't been especially successful against them. Just 12 wickets in 18 matches at an average of 51.5.
Oh, that is a poor average for a bowler. Happy if you're a batter. Yeah. But the third ball comes in from Meghna Singh. Another full, another wide ball. This time Laura Goodall makes good of it as she makes a connection. Ball runs out to the cover boundary. They run in for the third as it's retrieved. And good running here from the South Africans. Very good running indeed. And Laura Goodall starts to get a game going here. A couple of threes, another one in this over. Very good shots there. Very good running as well as the ball slows down as it was trickling its way to the boundary. But good awareness from Goodall. Good fight from Wolfhard.
This is the best economy rate that Dipti Sharma has had in the last 5 years. So she has bowled better than this, but not more recently than 2017. This is really good going for her so far in terms of economy.
Oh, good economy for Dipti Sharma, but Meghna Singh drifts onto the pads of Laura Wolfhard. The ball has been dispatched. When I say dispatched, it was great timing, leaning into it, and it was glanced away onto where deep square leg would be. But no one is there covering that space. And an easy 4 for Laura Wolfhard. She moves her way to 24 from 26 deliveries. Great batting from her. Distorted lines from Meghna Singh.
Yeah, I'll never be one to question Laura Wolfhard. Never be one to question Laura Wolfhard. But maybe the one question she has in her mind at the moment is that inability to convert 50s into 100s. It's a nice problem to have when you score all these 50s, but maybe that will be something that can change this game as well.
100%. And if she keeps doing what she just did with this last ball, Chris, if she does what she just did, she'll definitely have it, because this time Meghna Singh goes full outside the line of off stump and she goes onto that wonderful cover drive that we know, but it goes square as she opens the face of the bat. Point dove for all she's worth to try cut that, but on the ground, Laura Wolfhard pierces through and it runs away for another boundary, 2 in a row. And last ball to end the over goes straight by Meghna Singh. The damage has already been done, 3, 4, and 4 to equate to 11 for the 9th over. Meghna Singh will not be happy about that, but South Africa definitely will be, as the score moves to 43 for 1 after 9.
2 overs in a row that Meghna Singh's conceded 11 runs. She went for 11 in the last and 11 in that, and that, I mean, maybe she was going to be taken out of the attack anyway, having bowled 05, but you'd imagine we're going to see some different Indian names join the attack soon enough.
She did come in to take in the place for Julan Goswami. Thank you. It's like she came through, she took the place for Goswami, and then unfortunately, she's just not up to par with where you would want the Indian bowlers to be. But this introduces the first change. It's not Dipti Sharma coming in for her 5th over, who has been bowling brilliantly, just 9 runs from her first 4. And now we have an introduction to Sneh Rana, who will be taking over, another slow left, another off-break bowler, bowling to Laura Goodall to start the last over of the first power play. Just setting up, she trickles in now. And nice flighted delivery to begin the 10th over. Laura Goodall still looks a little bit uncomfortable, even in that defensive shot. The ball is naggingly clipping that inner side of the bat. Seems like she's not getting it in the middle there, Chris. I don't know what the problem might be. She's just not getting it right today.
Yeah, Sneerana is someone who hasn't bowled, well, not in an official ODI to the South African women before. I think she did play in that warm-up game, but this is her first match against South Africa in a full-fledged ODI.
She'll be looking to make a good impression, and also good impression if India managed to go through. As she starts the second ball, Lara Goodall this time playing a much more riskier shot, going for another pedal sweep, but this time mistiming it as it just flirted with the short fine leg fielder who had a chance to grab it if she was much more finer. But one bounce to her, and it's an easy single with the ball.
Yeah, it looked like it may have come off the gloves, which might be a good thing. If it came off the face of the bat, it would have traveled a little bit further and possibly into the hands of the fielder.
Very possibly so. But Lara Goodall, for her, she's off strike, and Wolfart to face the third ball. Just onto the pads. Wolfart just clips that around the corner. It's still running where fine leg would be, and it's well collected there. Ball just goes for 2. Laura Wolfart moves to 30 of 29 balls. She's moving quicker than what she normally does, Laura Wolfart. Around these times, she's striking at around 70, close to 80. Now well over 100, showing her intent. But now the fourth ball of the 10th over, Sneerana. She has a slip fielder, but is not needed as the ball on the back foot looks to be smashed back onto the bowler, but she mistimes it, Laura Wolfart. Another dot ball here for Rana in her first over.
Makes sense that Laura Wolfart will be a little bit circumspect facing Rana, someone she hasn't seen a huge amount of. And then you also just want to survive the power play as that milestone in your head.
Definitely. The field opens up a bit more after it. You have more chances of singles here and there, maybe a boundary as well. But the last ball of the power play is short, and Laura Wolfart rockets back onto her back foot and pulls that away to the square leg boundary. An exquisite shot to end the power play, and a wonderful way for South Africa to bring up their 50 runs. South Africa, after 10, moves to 50. Laura Wolfart with that magnificent shot goes to 34. Did you see it, Chris?
Yes, I did. At the same stage, India 68 for no loss. Obviously, they did start very strong, but yeah, not a terrible start from South Africa to be 50 runs after 10 overs, and I think that's also the end of our spell. As I won't be back until the 41st over, but I'll be watching and listening to everyone else in that time.
I will sit and wait for Jenna with you. Otto, how are you doing, my
friend? Thanks, Chris. Good morning, Pendulo. I'm very well, thanks. And you? I'm very happy to see that we only lost the 1 wicket, and it was a needless wicket. Do you think that was a fair call to call Lazelle Lee through for that run straight to the fielder almost? I don't think that was very fair on Lazelle Lee.
That was harsh on Lazelle Lee. Laura Wolfart should have been a touch more aware of who she's running with. If she was running with Goodall, definitely the single was on. But there with Lazelle Lee, not a quick one.
As Laura Goodall gets one from Gaikwad, full outside off stump, and she just hammers this out too long on for 4. Beautiful cross the line shot. Actually, that went to deep mid-wicket. It went past the fielder at shortish mid-wicket and beat the long on fielder to the left. So a very strong shot there by Lara Goodall. Gets her on to 11 and the score to 54 for 1. First ball of the 11th over, and Gaikwad bowling her first delivery, left arm over to the left-hander who plays this into extra cover for no run. Yeah, I think you've got to be aware of who you're batting with. I mean, if you were batting with Inzamam ul Haq, you wouldn't get him going for a quick single. You know what the player's strengths are. As Gaikwad goes to Lara Goodall, another ramp scoop shot that Lara Goodall plays to fine leg. There's no fielder there inside the ring, so she gets 2. And it's 6 runs off the over so far, for 56 for 1. Target is 275.
And that's when And Goodall, that's the time she'd be wanting to play that shot when there's no one in that space. The last time she played it, there was a short, fine leg, much more riskier shot. But this time, the fine leg is deeper. She can play that shot, and it's easier because the ball is spinning into her. So it's much more.
She comes down the pitch, hammers this one past shortish mid-wicket again, but this time it's fielded and they only get a single. 57 for 1. Wolfhard now facing, she's on 34 of 32, facing the left-handed Gaiaquad. And 7 runs off the over, job done for this over. Maybe put Gaiaquad a little bit more under pressure because she's already conceded 7. But Laura might just give her a look-see before she cashes in. The slip is in. She plays a very nice cover drive. She beats extra cover, and the ball races to the boundary for 4. That's the Laura Wolfhard special. That cover drive, that needs to be an NFT, man.
The ball very much overpitched by Gaiaquad, trying to give it flight, but missing that length. And as you said, the NFT shot by Laura Wolfhard, just getting into that pitch, and extra cover had no chance. What a shot.
Yeah, it was flighted. It was outside off stump on a good length, just right in the arc. And not out the park, but to the fence as Gaiaquad comes in again. This time Laura Wolfhard punches off the back foot drive to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single. She goes on to 39. The score is 62 for 1. And that was a big over for South Africa, 12 runs from it. So they are catching up to a required rate that is somewhere around the 5.5 runs per over was the required rate at the start. And they're now going at, let me see, they are going at 5.6. So right on the money as far as the run rate is concerned. So
very much so. That over caught them up very well. And Rajeshwari Gaiaquad was a bit problematic for the South Africans during the warm-up fixture. I know that you don't want to take too much looks into the warm-up fixture, but going into the World Cup, she did take 4 for 46 against the South Africans in a spell of 10 overs. So maybe she'll be looking to bring that threat, or South Africa looking to play her differently and be a bit more aggressive and take her to the fire.
So that's 11 overs gone. South Africa need 213 more to win from 39 overs. India need 9 wickets. They will have to bowl South Africa out as Vastrakar comes into the attack. Pooja Vastrakar, the right arm medium pacer. She's got an economy of 4.4, 7 matches, 10 wickets at an average of 14.6. So she's quite new in her career. She comes right arm over to the right-handed Laura Wolfhard. This one, Laura plays a bit early to mid-wicket for no run. 62 for 1. I see we've got some backups here. Some people waiting to come in. And then, Mpendulo, if you want to take a break, you're more than welcome.
I'm the 100 over man, Otto. But I'm just kidding. I can take the break.
We do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hi, Nathan. Nice to meet you virtually for the first time as Vastrakar comes over the wicket to Laura Wolfhard, and she plays this to cover for a quick single. And she moves to 40. Laura Goodall now on 14. Morning, Liam. I haven't spoken to you in a while. How have you been?
Fine.
Good. Yeah, so Dan De Castro here on YouTube says India have to be careful. Laura getting scary. That is true, Dan. She's looking ominous once again. At the start of the 12th over, as Goodall will now face Vastrakar. Let's see which line the right-hander will take to the left-handed batter. And it looks like Nathan might have gotten stuck there. Goodall plays this one off her pads through mid-wicket. It's going to the deep mid-wicket boundary. The ball is going to beat the fielder chasing. Just a teasing chase there for the fielders. What a nicely timed shot there by Laura Goodall. The ball was full on her pads, and she just clipped it through mid-wicket for 4. And
I'm like a ball behind at the moment.
okay, are you also streaming?
Yeah.
I think you can try and click the live button. That should catch you up if you are behind. But can
there we go.
Pause it a bit later if you want. And Brian DeShazo says, India have to restrict SA to 173 to eclipse England's net run rate. And that will mean that England will end 4th. If India simply win the match, they will go into the 4th place, and England will be 3rd. As Goodall faces Vastrakar outside of stump, defended, no run. So somebody was mentioning that maybe South Africa should collapse strategically to avoid playing England in the semi-final, which I never think is a good idea.
I don't think you need to do that.
Interesting concept.
It's going to be stupid if they do that.
I agree. I do agree. And Thursday09 also suggesting that on YouTube. Laura Goodall plays this one out to the mid-off region for a single. And
I mean, if you can go for the win, go for the win. Don't do strategic stuff just to avoid playing one team.
No. I mean, if you don't want to play a team in the semi-final, then maybe you shouldn't be in the competition if you don't have that confidence. Goodall plays this one outside off stump. She only hits fresh air. It goes through to the keeper for no run, and Vastrakar concedes 5 runs in her first over. So 67 for 1 is the score after 12, and Wolfhard on 40, Goodall on 18 of 21. So these two now have a partnership. Let me check the figures here. Of 53 runs. That brought up the 53-run partnership with a run rate of 7.2.
Not a bad run rate actually at this moment.
No, they managed to catch South Africa up to the required rate after a slowish start and a very silly run out by Laura Wolfhard of Lizelle Lee, I would say. As Gaikwad continues to Laura Wolfhard, who plays this one, just beats the fielder in at extra cover through to long off for a single. And Wolfhard moves on to 41.
This World Cup has actually started.
Yes, they have. They've played really well.
I mean, we only lost one game against Australia.
Yes, and that was only because we couldn't bowl out Meg Lanning, who scored half their runs. Yeah. And Gaikwad goes to Goodall, who gets to the pitch of the ball, dancing down the wicket, and she punches this one to long on for a single. 69 for 1. Ray PMB asks, hallo Otto, jou half-eindronde voorspellings en wie gaan dit wen? Gaikwad comes round the wicket to Wolfhard and it just beats the bowler on the onside. They run through for a quick single, and that's good work by Goodall and Wolfhard. So he's asking who I think will play in the semi-finals and who's going to win the whole thing. So I reckon Australia we're going to beat India today. That's what I think. As Goodall faces Gaikwad, now left arm over to the left-handed batter. She rocks onto the back foot and gets this straight to cover for no run. Good-looking shot, but straight to the fielder. So I think India will beat West Indies in the semi, and we will beat England in the semi, and then we'll have to see if we can get the job done against Australia in the final, as the reverse sweep by Laura Goodall goes wrong, and she doesn't get bat to it. Strikes her pad outside the line. 3 runs off the over so far. No, it actually struck her in the stomach. As Gaikwad comes in again, Goodall gets to the pitch once again through the fielder at shortish mid-wicket to the deep mid-wicket boundary for another single. Only 4 runs off that over, 71 for 1, 13 overs gone. Goodall on 20 of 25, Wolfhard 42 of 38. Yeah, so that's how I think it's going to play out.
I think also South Africa is going to take this World Cup.
Do you reckon we can do it in the final?
Yeah, I think we can do it. If we play against Australia, I think we can see where our mistakes were from the previous game against them. I think maybe we can
Yeah.
like execute those mistakes and then maybe, win.
So Josie Oak here on Twitter at Guerilla SA as Vastrakar continues with her second over to Laura Goodall, plays this one off back of a length on middle and off, out to the offside for no run. He says all you need to do is get over 175. So Josie Oak reckons that as long as we keep, as long as we get to that target, we'll do England a favour if they can play us in the semis. I think that's what he's saying there. Single taken off Vastrakar, now 72 for 1.
So you still need 203 runs to win.
Yes, that's correct. 203 more runs at a required rate of 5.5, yeah. So Laura Wolfhard now facing Vastrakar. This one is on leg stump and she just flicks it out to deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for the second as the throw comes to the bowler's end and they make it easily through. Wolfhard on to 44, South Africa on to 74 for 1. You can tweet us at Guerilla SA, GUERILLASA. And please send us your comments on YouTube and Facebook if you're watching along there. As Vastrakar comes right on over the wicket, Laura Wolfhard punches this off the back foot through cover. Diving attempted stop there, but there is a sweeper on the boundary, so they get a single as Wolfhard goes to 45. And Ray PMB asks if Werner Erasmus and Mpomutlane will be available for the semi-final for commentary. I'm sure they will be. We'll see what times they'll be on. As Vastrakar gets this one down the leg side, they appeal for a catch behind off the left-handed Laura Goodall. Vastrakar got a line wrong there, and Mitali Raj doesn't look interested in reviewing. So the DRS timer runs out. Both teams still have 2 reviews. And the score is still 75 for 1 with Vastrakar bowling now to Laura Goodall. This one gets outside off stump and is driven by Laura Goodall to mid-off. I think it must have clipped a pad or something on the way through. They're going to show a replay here. So let's see. Yeah, it came off the pad. Yeah, clipped the pad. Couldn't be LBW because it pitched outside leg. And big appeal also to try and get the umpire not to call it a wide, which it wasn't, of course. So 14 overs gone, 75 for 1. So, hey, maybe that's an idea. We can publish the commentary stint times, and then if people have their favorite commentators, they make sure that they tune in to our feed at the right time. But with these matches starting at midnight, that's not always cool. Laura Wolfhard plays a drive out to extra cover, and they take a single.
Because I mean,
good-looking drive. Yeah.
I'm like, no, it's like I woke up this morning. I'm like, yes. I'm glad I wasn't the one commentating at 3 a.m. this morning. I'm like, yo, because I'm still tired of like waking up this.
Yeah, you get tired just thinking about it. Laura Goodall tries to play a sweep shot, and she misses it completely. The keeper dislodges the stumps, but she had her back foot firmly in the crease. She didn't leave her crease, so no run there. Gaikwad is now bowling her third over, and she's conceded 17 runs. Laura Goodall steps down the wicket, drives this one straight through the bowler's hands, and that might have injured Gaikwad as she tried to stop that ball. But she definitely saved a couple of runs there as they go through for a single. 77 for 1. I wonder if that was a chance to be caught out.
I think that was just maybe like fielding a misfield.
Yeah, I think it went along the ground. I don't think
Yeah.
that was a chance for a catch.
Yeah.
Yeah. 77 for 1. And yeah, so Gaikwad is getting some attention here from the medic running out to her. Looks like a finger on her left hand that's just dislocated, and it's now undislocated, and she cringes as the physio just grabs her finger and puts it back.
That was
Ouch.
a catch. And that could have been a catch.
It was
eh?
a catch, is it? It was through the air. Okay, so Lara Goodall dropped on 22. Make a note. By Gaikwad, that's a very difficult chance. Hey, she smashed that ball straight back at Gaikwad and dislocated
power.
its finger. Yeah, straight into the left hand. So 198 more runs to win for South Africa, while Gaikwad is getting her finger tended to, and hopefully she's okay to continue. She's a left-handed bowler, so that's her bowling hand. The required run rate now 5.57, and the last 5 overs have yielded 33 runs without loss for South Africa, 6.6 runs and over, and overall they've achieved 5.3.
That's not bad.
So
Still on par.
yeah, they're still going along quite nicely. Gaikwad is okay to continue, which is great news for India. As she comes left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Laura Wolfhard with a slip in. Laura Wolfhard drives this out to extra cover where it's fielded for no run. So it's a good over by Gaikwad so far. She got that chance, very difficult catch that she dropped. But of course, at this level, you have to say that's a dropped catch. Laura Wolfhard gets forward and just smothers this one back into the wicket for no run. She's on 46, is Laura Wolfhard, or 43. She's played a tournament of a lifetime, and she's now the top run scorer in this Cricket Women's World Cup. She goes onto the back foot and cuts this one past backward point. Is that going to beat the fielder down to the boundary? Yes, it does. 4 runs. 4 runs to Laura Wolfhard. 50 runs. 50 or 44. And this is now... how many 50s in a row here for Laura Wolfhard? She scored one in every match that I can recall in this World Cup.
No, I think it's like a
5th one.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, no, we'll have to check on that.
Already.
Yeah, I know she broke some kind of record with the previous 50 where she did, which made it 4 in a row in the World Cup. Yeah.
So I think this is a
excellent work. Yeah, that must be because she didn't bat against West Indies, did she? I didn't see that match.
Yeah. Don't think
we'll have to go and check. We'll get somebody to check that for us. As Vastrakar continues to, Lara Goodall gets this one on leg stump, and she flicks this down to the deep mid-wicket area where the ball reaches the boundary despite the fielder getting a hand to it, sliding and diving and then just losing control of the ball, and it goes into the fence. And that is a very fortunate fall for Lara Goodall, but a very nicely timed shot. And the fielder running around from the square leg boundary managed to cut that off and then parried it into the fence for 4. Very unfortunate. Yeah, no, it was a good effort. Yeah, to run and reach that was a great effort. But 4 runs will go onto the board, and Lara Goodall gets another one here from Vastakar. It's wide, it's full. She tries to drive at that, and she mistimes it a bit, and it just goes into extra cover for no run. And so we see the West Indies, they'll be hoping for a South African win here to keep India out of the top 4, as Lara Goodall just defends this one to the offside for no run. So all of West Indies are supporting South Africa today. Let's see if Nathan is ready to join us. Good morning, Nathan. We see Vanner coming through here for us. Vastrakar right from over the wicket to Lara Goodall. She just plays a late cut to third man for a single. and she goes on to 27 off 35, and Laura Wolfhard on 50. Banner has corrected us here, Liam. He says Wolfhard was dismissed for 3 against the Windies, so it's her 5th 50 in the tournament, but she got 4 in a row before she was out against the Windies.
Yeah, good morning.
So thanks for
good morning there.
that, Van. Hi, how are you, Nathan?
I'm always well. It's always a good early morning for a lovely game of cricket between the Indian side and the Momentum Proteas. So far, it's been a good game so far.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost Nathan again there, but sure he'll be back as soon as possible. As Vastrakar goes to Laura Wolfhard to cuts this one to backward point, and there's no run straight. So the score now is 86 for 1 after 16 overs, and the players will have a drink, I would suspect. Yes, it's a drinks break. 86 for 1, this required rate 5.55, and the last 5 overs, India have pulled it back a little bit, 24 without loss in the last 5 overs, 4.8 runs to the over. So Gaikwad and Vastrakar doing a very good job here. Gaikwad a little bit expensive, but Vastrakar certainly has helped to pull back the scoring rate here for India. And let's see.
What's the partnership now at the moment? It should be in 60s or something.
72 runs at a run rate of 72 runs at a run rate of 6.35. So Nathan, what do you think?
Yes, I think the West Indies are probably praying that the Momentum Proteas pull this one off so they can make that fourth playoff spot.
Yes, no, that's definitely going on. We've got the whole of the Caribbean supporting South Africa at the moment. We saw some footage of the West Indian team's hotel where they were watching the game and cheering on South Africa, I would assume. So good to have you guys on board to rally behind the Momentum Proteas. So that's always fun. And yeah, thanks once again to Werner for just correcting us. But Laura Wolfhard has had a monster of a tournament. She's the top run scorer, and certainly she's with her and Sunay Lees has pulled South Africa out of the fire a couple of times already in this tournament. So hopefully Laura Goodall can.
She's carried the team on her shoulders, literally, with her and Sunay Lees as well. So if they don't fire, then obviously the team will be in trouble. It's the second time they have to chase a score that's over 260. So let's hope that they can pull this one off against India.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, it looks like it's a good batting wicket, and it's also a nice big field. So you got the 2s and the 3s on offer. So there we go, confirmation, Laura Wolfhard. 403 runs in this edition of the Women's Cricket World Cup, and she's gone past Meg Lanning, who's on 358. Of course, Meg Lanning also potentially has 2 matches remaining. So we'll see who ends up on top at the end of the day. And if I was South African coaches, I'd be studying all the footage I can find about Meg Lanning, because she's definitely a linchpin there. If you can get her wicket early in, that's the key to beating Australia, I would suspect. So the players are back, it looks like. 86 for 1.
I just think maybe if we can get this partnership to about 100, like a 100-run partnership, I think we would be in a good position.
Issues, yeah.
I think it's going to be very important that the momentum Proteas keep that run rate over 6 runs per over, just to be continuous with that 6 runs per over moving forward.
Yeah, I think I mean, the current run rate 5.33 over, required is 5.58. We're not far off the required rate.
Yep.
So running to Goodall, and she just pushed it to the leg side for no run. And it's a wide. That was almost a catch.
Sorry about that, guys. I should be okay to go from here.
Cool.
So obviously we were talking about Laura Wolford. She's been cut above the rest with Australian coming in second. Just I think 50 runs behind her so far in the competition in terms of runs being scored in the competition.
Yeah. So Gaikwad continues. This one is full, and Laura Goodall plays this one down to long on for a single. And while I was struggling with my connection, South Africa scored 2 singles. There was a wide bowled, and now Laura Goodall gets to the non-strikers end for a single. And the score is 90 for 1 with 1 ball to go in the 17th. It's Rana bowling, excuse me. And this last one is a dot ball. And that is the end of the 17th over. 90 for 1 is the score. With Laura Goodall on 29 of 39 and Laura Wolford on 51 of 48.
I saw the run prediction now.
Yeah.
And it said India has a 68% chance of winning this game.
They do. They do, because the run rate is slowing down at the moment. And I think that the win predictor will look at the way that South Africa have chased similar totals, maybe the performances of other teams batting at night here. Laura Goodall gets this one from Vastrakar outside off stump, and she plays it to mid-off for no run. But I don't think win predictor is taking into account that if these two stay together until the 55th over, 40th over, they can start to cut loose, and then Chloe Tryon and Marizanne Kapp and Mignon de Pre can come in and finish the job. Laura Goodall to backward point this time. Just couldn't beat the fielder, no run.
Because we still have the captain, Annalise, to come in.
So Annalise is there as well. Yeah.
She's also a good striker.
Yes. Yes, she can also score at a decent rate. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a long batting lineup. We've obviously got Chloe Tryon who can come in the back end as well. I mean, she's quite a big hitter. We've got quite a long batting lineup with Kapi at the end as well, with all-rounding position.
Vastrakar short to Laura Goodall. She tries to pull this, but just gets a hit on the upper body there and goes through for a leg bye. So it was short. She tried the pull shot. It hit her on the arm.
I must say, it's the second time the Indians fielder threw the ball to the stumps and it's a direct hit. Second time.
They're looking good in the field, India, that's for sure. Just the one drop catch by Gaikwad that broke her finger almost. So that was a very tough chance. Laura Wolford plays this full toss straight to mid-off, no run. And 91 for 1 is still the score. So let's see, we've got some comments coming in here. So pretty much as a normal kind of one-day field. This is just spamming, people spamming us. Laura Wolfhard drives this one wide outside off stump, misses everything, goes through to the keeper for no run. It's another dot ball by Vastrakar. Good bowling here from the young Indian medium pacer. She's definitely drying up the runs here for the South African batters, making it very, very difficult.
I think patience is the main name of the game at the moment.
Yeah, she comes in again. A full toss on middle and leg stump. Laura Wolfhard just gets this out to mid-on for no run. 18 overs gone. That was almost a maiden over by Vastrakar. Nothing off the bat, just the one leg by. Excellent bowling. 91 for 1. And South Africa have to be patient, as you say, Liam. It's and as Nathan, as you pointed out, just stay on that 5.5, 6 runs and over. Yes, 184 runs required from 32 overs. So the required rate
is about 5.8.
Have you got that there, Liam?
No, I'm just guessing.
5.74. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Rana Goodall gets this one from Rana onto leg stump. Just doing the calculations off the top of your head there. Well done.
Yeah, as I was saying,
it's
it's very
basically
important that we don't drop our run rate a bit there. Let's keep it at 6 runs per over.
So Rana into Wolfhard and they just pushes it to long off for a single. So 93 for 1 after 18.3 overs. Rana into Goodall and just pushes us off to leg side for a single. So Rana into Wolfhard and she just clips us to long off for a single.
Sorry about that, guys. Rana right arm over the wicket. I think that was the 5th ball of the over there, Liam.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm up to speed, and Rana comes into the left-hander, right arm round the wicket, on middle and leg, clipped to mid-on, and there's no run. 95 for 1, 19 overs gone. Wolfhard on 53, and Goodall still there with her, and she has a score now of 31.
I just think maybe we need like one big over, like 20 run over, just to get us just to bring that run rate down, I think.
Yeah, we are moving into that territory now where a big over is needed. And that's not good for South Africa at all.
So then, yeah.
Vastrakar continues outside off stump, and it's a pull shot, powerful pull shot by Laura Wolfhard. They're coming back for the second, I think. And
2 runs.
Yeah, 2 runs there. 97 for 1. As Vanner is in early for the commentary change, but you're more than welcome, Mr. Erasmus. As we see a replay there of the 2. What a beautiful pull shot by Laura Wolfhard. She faces Vastrakar again, full on off stump, and bump ball back to the bowler for no run. Crowd catch there. I almost fell for that myself. So that ball just going into the pitch back to the bowler. 2 balls done in the 20th. And so 4 balls to go to the end of our little stint here. 97 for 1. Vastrakar, 16 runs conceded, and she's bowling her 5th over. Wolford flashes hard at this one. It gets an edge, and it runs down to fine third man for 4 runs. That's a very welcome boundary for South Africa. 100 runs up after 19.3 overs. And Vastrakar just getting her line wrong a little bit there. Yes, indeed. We'll give it the golf course clap for that fall. So 101 was scored at a rate of just over 5, as this one is clipped off her legs by Laura Wolfhard, and it will be cut off by fine leg down at the boundary. They'll come through for another 2. 8 runs off the over so far. That's excellent work by these two. So 5.2 is the run rate achieved now after that 2. So a pretty good scoring rate for South Africa to get up to their 100.
Yeah,
So,
I think Laura will be looking to bat through this innings again, and hopefully she can reach that century that she's been looking for throughout the competition.
she flashes hard at this one outside off stump. It goes through to the keeper. No run there. Vastrakar's figures looking slightly less impressive now. She's conceded 8 runs in this over, which means that she's conceded 22 with 1 ball to go in her 5th over. So if it weren't for... So before this over, she'd conceded just 14 runs or 4 overs. This one is driven hard by Laura Wolfhard straight through to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. What a shot. What an awesome shot there. That brings the total for the over up to 12. 107 for 1. Just forward and driving through the line. What a beautiful shot, Laura Wolfhard. It was a full toss on off stump.
Shot there by Laura.
That was a great shot.
Yep.
Great
Poetry in motion. Poetry in motion. Yeah. So, Vanner, are you ready to take over? I'm ready to take a break and restart everything I can restart to get rid of my issues. Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
Yes, all too.
Bye.
How are you guys doing?
It's just too early to commentate already.
Well, it's a lovely morning for some Proteas, for some good cricket between the Indians and the Proteas.
As we see Rana coming in here to Larago, Goodall, who reverse sweeps this fine of the short third, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Good execution there by Lara. She's been trying this throughout the innings, and she finally manages to pull this one off beautifully, as South Africa move up to 111 for 1. Excellent partnership here by Lara and Laura. We have 4 ladies that all have surnames starting with the letter L, or names that start with the letter L. So some nice symmetry there, as we also say Umpendulo joining. You guys can decide who wants to stay or who wants to jump off. I know some of you came on a bit late. Good to see.
I'll just kick off and then I'll come back on the next shift again.
All right. Rana comes in there and Goodall punches this one down to long on for a single. South Africa 112 for 1 after 20.2 overs. Lara Goodall on 36 of 47. And Wolfhard really going at an excellent clip here. 65 of only 60 deliveries. Strike rate of over 100. And as we see, the win predictor has now just suddenly tipped in South Africa's favor. 51%. Just through this good partnership that's been keeping control of this run rate throughout.
Greetings once more,
before you guys were on,
gentlemen.
before you guys were on, Laura was dropped on 22.
Yeah, big drop, big miss there by the Indians. They'll be ruining that drop. as Lara Wolfhard pulls this one out to deep square leg for a single. Yeah, Lara has been quite lucky in this tournament so far. I think she's the batter who's been dropped the most throughout this tournament. And I think it was England who dropped her 3 or 4 times in one match. So she's been riding her luck, but she's really been making use of it. Rana in here. This one is full just outside the off stump. Lara Goodall punches this one back down the pitch for no run as it's fielded by the bowler. 1 ball to go in this over. Sorry guys, I know the spinners tend to go through the overs a lot quicker. Don't give us a lot of time to commentate on it. As we see Rana coming in again. This one is floated up on leg stump, punched down the ground. Too long on once again by Lara Goodall. That ends the 21st over. South Africa are now 114 for 1 in search of 275 runs.
Yeah, it will be the second time I think that they have to go over that 260 mark. They've always been talking about going over that sub par score. I mean, the par score of 250 to 260 plus.
Yeah, as we see the 100-run partnership brought up between Lara and Laura in a very good time, and only 99 balls. 99 balls for that 100-run partnership, more than a run a ball, exactly what the doctor ordered here in this run chase. It would be the biggest run chase South Africa have ever successfully managed to do if they do chase this down, as the previous was 269 against India last year in March. So they have scored 272, I believe, earlier in the tournament. So it is definitely within their reach. So they'd just like to continue as they have been so far.
India going back to call their gun woman, Dipti Sharma. She started brilliantly in the beginning of the inning, as you saw that she restricted the run scoring from both Laura Wolfhard and Lizelle Lee, and even Laura Goodall. She was actually giving Laura Goodall some big problems with her off spinners. So let's see how she starts off in her 5th over.
This one is full on off stump and driven down with one hand by Lara Goodall down to long off for a single. South Africa move up to 115 for 1 as we're into the 22nd over now. Lara Goodall is on 38 of 50. Good to see a number 3 finally making some runs for the Protea ladies here. It's been a real struggle area for them throughout the tournament. So a good, big improvement here, and Lara Goodall has come out with a lot of intent and really formed good partnership here with good running between them. As we see this short length delivery dragged to the leg side by Lara Wolfhard. A good pull shot between mid-wicket and deep fine leg, and it goes to the boundary for 4. That moves her score up to 70 as South Africa keep chipping away at this target and getting the odd boundary, making sure that they're still very comfortable in this chase.
Yeah, that Tasman Brits was obviously keeping that number 3 spot, but obviously not firing. That's why Lara Goodall comes in at the back end of this competition for the Proteas.
Indeed. This one is on a good length just outside off, defended by Lara Wolfhard back down the pitch, I should say, for no run. Dipti Sharma, oh wow, she's back into the attack and she's looking to restrict the runs here. India trying to look for some control as this partnership just keeps on growing.
This is exactly what South Africa have been needing for a long time, as you've said, gentlemen, but it's definitely not what India are looking for. As England's win earlier on against Bangladesh have solidified their number 3 position. So for India, they are playing for a semi-final spot here. There's a lot that is at stake. So with a good score set up, they'll be looking to defend this with all that they can, as South Africa are off to a good start.
Deep in again here. This one is just full just outside the off stump. Worked away too long on by Lara Wolfhard off the front foot. South Africa move up to 120 for 1. Wolfhard up to 71 of 66. Lara Goodall on 38 of 50 deliveries. 1 ball to go in this over as we see Deepti coming in over the wicket to Lara Goodall. This one is short, just turning away from the off stump, and punched down to long on once more by Lara Goodall. She's on 39 of 51 now. That's the end of the 22nd over. South Africa 121 for 2. And this partnership flourishing as we look at replays of Lara Wolvaart's countless majestic drives.
And the thing is here, the lines that she's scoring these balls from are lines which you encourage kids to bowl at. You like, kids, bowl the ball there and encourage the drives. So she's taking them to the cleaners on those lines simply because their lens, India have been searching, trying to find what works against her. But she's just been countering everything. She is absolutely on top Nick form on her 71 with good support from Lara Goodall.
Yeah. And we see the required rate is still at 5.5 runs over, exactly as where it started. So South Africa bang on par right now. I said earlier they were for 2. I meant for 1. I apologize if I read the scoring correctly. They're 121 for 1. Start of the 23rd over. This one's on a good length, just turning away outside the off stump. Lara punches this one back down to Rana for no run.
Let's say that
Laura will be
the
looking to. Laura will be looking to get that first century. She's been looking for that entire competition. So she's been disappointed throughout. So obviously, yeah.
Yeah, no, so she definitely will be looking to finally convert her start 550s, no century just yet in this tournament. As we see Rana in again to Lara Goodall over the wicket. This one is full just outside the off stump, driven fairly powerfully to cover for no run. 3 dots in a row here. Goodall will want to get off strike here, not let the pressure build up too much.
Partnership keeps on growing by these two.
It pitches just outside the leg stump, worked away to deep mid wicket by Lara Goodall for a single that moves her up to 40 runs now. Partnership flourishing over 100 runs now, looking really comfortable. They need to continue in the same way because we know they were looking as comfortable against New Zealand before they just edged over the line in the end. This one is just short of a length, worked away by Lara Wolvaart, 2 deep square leg for another single.
Keeping the score ticking, picking where the runs should be, knowing that each and every now and again they get that 4 runs, they get that needed boundary. So it's testament to good mental awareness by the South African batters that they continue chasing.
And this one is full on middle on leg, and again punched down to long on by Lara Goodall for a single to end the over. South Africa are now 124 for 1 after 23 overs. Lara Goodall on 41 of 56. Lara Wolvaart's on 72 of 67 deliveries. Their partnership has now moved up to 110. It's come at a very good time, at a runner ball, exactly what they would have wanted. Still in full control here are the Proteas.
Yeah, they need to carry on with this momentum of scoring at 6 runs per over in order for them to go over that big score posted by the Indian side.
Now, even though the Indians batted extremely well at the beginning of their inning, we can see now that we can make direct comparison between the 2 score lines. South Africa have caught up to how India started, and they're actually doing better. They're on 124 for 1. The Indians were on 120, but they had lost 1 more wicket. So the Proteas are in very good standing here, and as you've said there, my man, they must continue with this momentum. Hopefully it will bring them a victory.
Deepty in again for a new over. This one is again punched down too long on by Lara Goodall. It's been a very, very fruitful. She's been taking multiple singles down there and giving Lara Wolvaart back the strike. Exactly what Lara Wolvaart wants in a partner. I think she's been a bit frustrated with Zhao Li getting bogged down and not rotating the strike a lot. This one is short and pulled powerfully by Lara Wolvaart, but straight to the fielder at deep fine leg, and they go through for a single.
very going for the shot there, Laura Wolfart, but having the fielder down there, an extra protective layer for the spin bowler. Of course, you can have 4 fielders outside now.
Yeah, this one is just defended to mid-wicket for no run by Lara Goodall. Deepty still keeping it fairly tight here, but not looking threatening. This one is full on leg stump, worked away to a short fine leg, and they do run through for a quick single.
Yeah, I think the Proteas will be very important for them to rotate the strike pretty continuously, just to maintain that score of 6 runs per over.
This one is on a Yorker length, and just kept out by Lara Wolfart. And we see once again Deepty running in. This one is very full, just outside the off stump, punched into the cover region, and they go through for a quick single. And that is the end of the 24th over. South Africa are 128 for 1. Lara Wolfart is now on 74 of 70 deliveries, still going at a strike rate of over 100. She's in good company with Lara Goodall, who's on 43 of 59 deliveries. And the lights is now in full effect as we see things becoming a lot darker as the sun has started to set in New Zealand, in Christchurch.
And the way things have been going, the sun is slowly setting for the Indians' hopes and dreams to qualify for the semi-finals, unless if something happens here with Rana on her 6th over.
This one is short and pulled between mid-wicket and deep square leg, but it is cut off and they go through for a single. Sorry, that was Lara Wolfart who pulled that one. Lara Goodall now back in strike. As we see, the win predictor is now comfortably in South Africa's favour. It's gone up to 61%, in stark contrast with where it was just a few overs ago. This one is a full toss pulled by Lara Goodall, but straight to the deep square leg. Fielder for another single as South Africa move up to 130 for 1 after 24.2 overs. Yeah, as we saw earlier, the Windies are celebrating every run the Proteas are making right now. They want to make the semi-finals, but they're reliant on a South African win. They have their popcorn out, jumping for joy at every boundary. Rana coming in. This one is a beautiful delivery. Just get some nice drift on that one, and it beats Lara Wolfart on the drive, just goes past the outside edge.
It's been a good couple of overs here for the Indians. 3 runs for the 22nd, 3 and 4 for the following ones. And here they continue restricting South Africa from scoring.
This one is full and wide and driven out to the sweeper on the offside for another single. Yeah, they have been bowling a few dots here. They haven't given away any boundaries in the last couple of overs. So some progress here by the Indians, but they'll really want a wicket to get back into this game.
Because that pressure also creates the opportunity for the wickets for the Indians as well.
Runner comes in, Lara Goodall double steps and whips this one through mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket, rounds around and cuts this one off very well, diving away to her right-hand side. And they do keep this one down to 2 runs. Good fielding there by Yastika.
Yeah, I must say that the fielding of the Indian side is pretty impressive. I mean, 2 sharp of the stumps and obviously that misfield on Laura when she was on 22.
Now they have been very sharp, cutting off every run that they can, hitting the wickets, doing everything they can to support the bowlers here as Rana comes in again. This one is short, just outside the off stump, punched straight to cover for no run. That's the end of the 25th over as South Africa move up to 133 for 1. Rana has conceded 30 runs in her 6 overs. Lara Goodall is on 46 of 62. She's looking for a possible half century here. Wolfart's on 76 of 73. She's the one that might be looking at a possible century here, and she's trying to take her team through to the semi-final on a good note, and a positive note, on a winning note, which is the way you want to go into a knockout match.
100%. 133 for one halfway through the inning. It's a pretty telling sign for where the mentality of South Africa are in terms of how they're scoring. Laura Wolfhard has really put the Indian bowlers under the car. Just come here, take this. And she's really scoring at a very good nick here, 76 from 73. So she'll be looking to continue that as India bring in Harmanpreet Kaur to bowl and hopefully bring something with the golden arm.
Yeah, trying something different here are India, but another off spinner. This one is turning into middle stump just on the length. Lara Wolfhard turns this one to a deep square leg for it. Now with a single, she's on 77 of 74 deliveries. Yeah, things have been looking good for the Proteas here in Mandulo.
Very much so. But now it's going to be very interesting because we saw that ball spin and bounce and turn for Harmanpreet. So the question is now, will it do the same for Goodall, where it might be more of a threat to that outside edge or mistimed delivery, as she's very close to that half century, touch wood. But
the office always love bowling to the left-handers. And with that turn we are seeing, it won't be that easy for a new batter coming in. So the Indians will know one wicket here can possibly change things around here for them, help them get a few more good overs away and help build some pressure. As we see a field change, mid on is now going out to long on. With Lara Goodall on strike. They know that she does like to drag it across the line to the leg side. This one is pitches on leg, just worked off her hips by Lara Goodall around the corner, just fine off that short fine leg, and they scamper through for another single.
Interesting line of attack, her coming over the wickets, looking to bowl it across or to the pads. Easy single. And now Laura Wolfhard, the ball spinning back into her. What will she do here to capitalize?
So on this full just outside the off stump, defended by Wolfhard, back down the ground for no run. I think this is probably the longest Sunelise has been sitting in the dugout. She's been coming in early in most of the matches. The number 3 hasn't been going on too deep into the innings, but it's been different today with this partnership. This one is short and wide and cut by Lara Wolfhard. Lara Wolfhard out to the sweeper for another single. That's 3 runs so far after first 4 deliveries after this over. Lara Goodall is on 47 in search of her third 50.
Very much ready for the opportunity. She's playing really well. Sune Luz getting some pad rash. Sitting out
Harmanpreet Kaur now coming around the wicket, and she gets this one to drift in nicely onto middle and off, and Wolfhard's stuck on her crease as he defends this one. It takes the outside edge, but it falls into a gap, and there will be no run.
Very good bowling, as you said there, Werner. The Offies love bowling to the left-handers, and for that reason, that ball taking the outside edge.
This one is on middle stump and just worked away to square leg region, and they scamper through for another single. That's 4 of the over. South Africa now 137 for 1 after 26 overs. The partnership has now moved up to 123.
Not a bad over to start off, but not one that South Africa will be too sad about. There's actually a good accumulation of runs that has been happening for South Africa, even though they haven't been scoring the boundaries. They've been on a consistent run of grabbing 3 runs, 4 runs, 5 runs and over, and even that one going for 4. In these quiet overs of the match, it's very good for South Africa to keep on chipping away at the scoreboard as much as they can. And they're doing it very intelligently between the partnership of Goodall and Wolfhard.
Yeah, they keep on keeping on, as they say. As you see another bowling change here, as Gaikwad will be coming in for her fourth over, I should say. Her first 3 overs went for 22, so she will look to rectify things here. She's in. This one is short of length and just clipped over the fielder at short mid-wicket, and it lands in between short mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single.
awkward one there for Goodall to deal with. The ball jagging back to her. Got surprised by the bounce, and luckily enough, it was just in that space. No one could catch it.
Quite again here into Laura Wolfart. This one is driven once again through the covers for a single. Still probably Wolfart's most productive shot, as always. And she moves up to 79 of only 77 deliveries. She'll be a lot happier about her strike rate today than she would have been against the Aussies. As we see Gaikwad coming in again here. This one is short and wide outside the off stump, turning in, but Laura Goodall just punches this one straight back to her along the ground for no run. She's on 49, one run away from her half century. Exactly what South Africa would have wanted from the number 3 going into the knockout matches. Some form. Mignon de Pree found some form in the last game against the Windies before it was rained off. She was on 38 of 31. So the batting order is really taking shape heading into those semis. Quite in again. This one is and straight through Laura Goodall as she double steps, trying to work this one to the leg side. Bit of a premeditation. The bowler saw her coming, dragged that length back a bit. It spun through the gap between bat and pad, and she is stumped for 49. So no half century for Laura Goodall. She is dismissed for 49 of 69 deliveries. No, 67. What is it? 69 deliveries. Yes. 69 deliveries. That does bring an end to the partnership. Exactly what the Indians would have wanted at this stage, to bring a new batter to the crease. But excellent knock by Laura Goodall. I think she's made that place her own heading into the knockouts.
It was a fantastic inning supporting Laura Wolfart and allowing her to score at a free rate, but that ball was brilliantly bowled from Gaikwad, which sandwiched the pad and the pad. Fantastic stumping, and it just said, vote for your play of the day, and it just maybe showed us what could have been the play of the day with a good ball, good stumping. And to lose your wicket at 49 must be terrible heartbreak when that half century was so tantalizingly close for her.
It was very close. As we see Captain Sune Lees now striding to the crease. She's been in excellent form this whole tournament. And these two in particular have formed a potent partnership throughout. So she'll look to continue where they last left off. Well, not the Windies game, but the games prior to that. She's now ranked 25th in the world. Rankings not mattering quite a lot, but we do see in this World Cup she's been averaging 37. She's been really taking the attack to the opposition bowlers, leading from the front. That last delivery was just defended out into the off side for no run. South Africa are now 139 for 2. We see a replay of that dismissal that was so beautifully bowled by Gaikwad. She just dragged it back a little bit as she saw Laura Goodall coming down the wicket. It turns appreciably back in between the bat and pad, goes over the stumps, and it is a nice, easy stumping there for the keeper. We're looking at the log right now, but it's okay. It's the next over as we see Harmanpreet Kaur come in again. This one is punched down to long on for a single by Laura Wolfart, who moves up to 80 now of 78 deliveries. She'll look to keep this match on target right now. The win probability has come back down to 53%, but still at the side of the Proteas, as we see them move up to 140 for 2.
My line just broke there for a moment. I apologize. I think I'm back now.
You are back now. It's no problem. As we see Kaur coming in, this one is down the leg side, swept away powerfully by Sine Loose. It's running away to the boundary at fine leg for 4. A very friendly delivery to get for your second ball. Nice way to get yourself going, get this innings going.
She continues with her form there, Sune Loose, seeing the opportunity, and as you said, Werner, a gift. And she presents herself with a boundary there, Sune Loose, middle of the bat. She starts well here. Hopefully she can continue and play captain's knock.
Core in again. This one is on a length just outside the off stump, defended by Sinelise for no run. As we see a lot of people there with some warm blankets and jackets and beanies and some nice hot coffee. See, it's a cold evening there in Christchurch. This one is full and punched to the sweeper on the boundary by Sinelise for a single. She's moved up to 5 of 4 deliveries. The partnership just starting off again after that big partnership between Lara Wolfhard and Lara Goodall. This one is again full, and it turns and it beats Lara Wolfhard straight through the gap. She turns her bat on this one, not looking to it straight enough, and it goes through between bat and pad, and it bowls her clean. And another wicket for India. That's 2 in 2 overs. Both set batters gone, and suddenly this chase looks a lot different. As we always say, add 2 wickets to the total and see how different it looks. There's one turned well, but not hitting straight enough is Lara Wolfhard is also falling over. Very good delivery there by Harmanpreet Kaur. Yeah, the Indians suddenly know they're back in it. You can see it in their faces.
Heartbreak for the South Africans, heartbreak for Lara Wolfhard as well. Once more, another inning so close to a century, but again, this time she falls on 80 from 79 deliveries. A fantastic knock from her, but her stumps being knocked over by a brilliant delivery from Harmanpreet. It introduces Mignon du Preez into the crease. 2 batters who are in good form here, Werner.
They are in good form. Mignon du Preez looked a lot better in the last match. She got going very well against the Winnies, but unfortunately the rain cut that inning short. But yeah, so a new partnership will have to be formed here. Big breakthroughs there by India, getting both set batters, getting themselves back into this match. South Africa still need 130 runs from the remaining 32.1 overs. As we see Mignon du Preez, plenty, or let me say a wealth of experience, over 150 matches. She faces up to Kaur, who bowls this one full on middle. She works this one straight to mid-wicket along the ground for no run. That's the end of the 28th over. South Africa 145 for 3. And we're just quickly having a look at those last 2 wickets again.
It was fantastic spin bowling from the 2 spinners, doing the exact same thing on opposite ends, spinning it back to Lara Goodall, beating the bat and pad, stumped. Lara Wolfhard beating the bat and pad, bowled. 2 set batters. Now it's a very tough task for the new batters who are in there. They both having faced not even 5 deliveries each, still on single-digit scores, and South Africa needing them to be strong here and rebuild this inning for them.
Quite in. This one is full on middle stump, just defended by Sinelise to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, that's the advantage of having a left-hand and right-hand bowlers bowling in tandem. One sending it away, one sending it in. In this case, there was the right-handed and left-handed batter as well, so both were sending back in, but very well bowled by both of them. This one is just defended out to cover for no run, as it was full just outside the off stump. We see some excited fans in the crowd with those wickets. Plenty of good support for both sides at the ground today. Both for South Africa and India have been supported very well. Here's Sinelise goes down for a sweep, out to deep fine leg for a single.
Sinelise is looking so good. Everything that she's touched so far, she's touched with the top meat of her bat, right in the middle. Even that sweet shot, straight from the middle of the bat. So she looks in an incredible touch here.
This one is again full. Targeting the stumps is Gaikwad here. The right approach is just defended by Mignon du Preez down the pitch for no run. Required run rate has now gone up over a run a ball. And with those 2 wickets, just some pressure back on the Proteas here after what was a very solid partnership, a flourishing partnership between Lara Wolfhard and Lara Goodall, as this last delivery was punched out to the sweeper on the offside by Mignon du Preez to get off the mark. One more ball remaining in this over. Only 2 conceded so far. Continuing that pressure of the previous 2 overs into this one. Gaikwad bowls this one full on, middle on leg, punched out to long on for a single by Sine Lees, who moves up to 7 of 8 deliveries. Mignon de Pre on 1 of 3, and South Africa now 148 for 3 after 29 overs.
South Africa will be very appreciative for the depth that they have in their lineup. We spoke earlier on in the beginning of the inning as how they deep right up to Shabnim Ismail, actually, who bats number 9. So even though they've lost 3 wickets, number 5 is in to bat Mignon du Preez, you can be happy that all the batters who follow after that have made consistent or very good scores of 30 plus. You have Trisha Chetty, you have Chloe Trion, you have Marizan Kapwas, who's been a star recently. So it's absolutely important that South Africa make full use of these opportunities and rebuild this partnership, or this inning with this partnership, rather.
As we see Paul Bennett commenting, you wouldn't believe how difficult it was for me to find a live voice commentary of the match. Glad I found you. We're glad to have you, Paul. This one is full just outside the off stump and defended to point for no run. Yeah, we're very glad to bring this to you. Please do continue commenting. Also, you can also tweet us at Guerilla SA. As we hear a plane going over and Core coming in. This one is short, just outside the off stump and cut by Sine Lees through the offside to the cover region for a single. Dan De Castro is saying, I am sleepless in Toronto. It's near 3 a.m. Oh, well done, Dan. It was 3 a.m. when we started off here in South Africa, so we're going through the same kind of sleep deprivation. This one is a full toss on off stump, driven down to long on, and it goes through the legs of the fielder there, but she does get a hand on it, and they do manage to come back for a single on that misfield. Paul Bennett saying, yes, it's nearly 8 a.m. there where he is. Up all night listening to England versus Bangladesh. I'm one of those weird Englishmen who understand foreign languages, but I couldn't cope with Indian commentary and cartoon action, as he also earlier greeted us. Good morning and bon matin. I don't know, bon matin, which language is that? It almost sounds French, but I don't know. What do you know in Bush?
Absolutely no idea.
I know good morning is German, but I am unsure about the other one. Please inform us, Paul. This one is full just outside the off stump and worked away to mid-wicket for no run by Sine Lees. Or to just telling me in the background, it is indeed French. So at least I had that one right. This one is short and wide outside of some. Sine Lees cuts this one again out to the cover region for a single. Paul just correcting me and saying that other one is not German, it is Dutch. So thank you very much, Paul. Thanks for the greetings. Looking at some deliveries that Gaikwad had bowled to Goodall leading up to that wicket. She got quite a few dot balls away, keeping it nice and tight as we see Tim joining us now.
How's it, guys?
How you doing, Tim?
Mr. Tim.
All right.
See, Gaikwad, again, this one is on a length just outside the off stump, again cut by Sine Lees out to the sweeper for a single.
We need a partnership here, don't we? After the two wickets.
They are in desperate need of a new partnership. Both new batters at the crease. Mignon de Pre comes down the wicket and she punches this into the cover region. They scamper through for a quick single. Good running there by both of them. They have been playing together for quite a long time, so they should know each other quite well.
The fact that Mignon got runs for the last game in that game against the West Indies should be a good thing. That she's got some runs behind her.
Yeah, she did look very good in that match. And this one is full on middle stump swept again by Sinelise out to deep fine leg for a single. She doesn't want to be missing those, but she is very good with the sweep shot. We do know that's her go-to shot against the spinners. Looking at Lizalise just sitting there watching the game. She hasn't been contributing a lot in this tournament so far. She'll want to come good in the knockout matches. This one is just pushed through slightly quicker. It looks like a bit of an arm ball there by Gaikwad. And Mignon de Pré just about manages to get her bat down in time as this one squirts out to the offside for no run.
I'm sure you have debated the Zhao Li situation, but the fact that two of her dismissals at this World Cup have been run out tells you that the mind is a little bit scrambled.
It is. That last one was just punched out to mid-off for no run. Yeah, and she's been on her heels all the time. She hasn't been looking. Those quick singles has found her off guard all the time. This one is punched out to the sweeper for a single by Mignon de Pré. South Africa have moved up to 157 for 3 after 31 overs. They're looking to chase down a target of 275. The required run rate has now moved up to 6.2 runs to the over with those 2 wickets, bringing some new pressure that the South Africans weren't used to through the rest of the innings.
One thing South Africa must certainly not worry about is the position that they're currently in. They have lost 3 wickets. It might look like it's dire because the previous partnership, the big partnership, was pretty good to watch. But now the question becomes, what will they do to continue this run?
This one is just short outside the off stump, cut away to the point short third man region or third region. Paul saying he's anxiously waiting for South Africa to exceed 173. Of course, that's the target that they do need to exceed so that India or that South Africa ends up on. Oh, so no. Let me rephrase. South Africa will end up on second either way, but that's the score India are looking to keep South Africa down to so that they can end up on the third and not on fourth position to face Australia in the finals. That last one was cut out to the cover region for a single by de Pré as we see Carr running in again over the wicket. This one is short and wide again cut out to the sweeper region just in front of sweeper this time. They might be looking to come back for 2. They do indeed. Well placed there by Sinelise.
She's picking her spots, Sinelise. You can see that the mind is in a good space. She's actively looking to score runs. She's not afraid to take them on, but she's taking them on very smartly and not being rushed to anything.
Core in again. This one is full on middle stump. Just punched too long on bit of a misfield there by mid-wicket running across, and that allows them to go through for another single.
Certainly, these 2 bowlers are making it rather difficult to get that boundary because they really flight the deliveries up. So South Africans have to take the risk to get to the pitch. And at the moment, they don't want to do that because they've lost those 2 wickets.
Yeah, this one is again short and slack and some width given and cut away to sweeper once more by Mignon de Pré. She's moved up to 8 of 12 deliveries and Elise is on 14 of 16. 5 runs so far off this over with another delivery to go. Good strike rotation there by the Proteas. Even though the boundary is not coming, if you can get 5 or 6 singles or 2s in the over, you do keep yourself well within the game as they only need just over 6 to the over.
And it'll be a point of concern, but after this ball.
Yes, again short and wide, again cut, but this time it's straight to point or short third for no run. That's the end of this 32nd over. South Africa are now 162 for 3. As we see Paul Bennett saying, it looks like a Zoom on screen. Who are the people? The people are Tim Dailies. We have Mpondulo with me, and I am Werner Erasmus. We are glad to have you all here listening in to Guerilla Cricket SA. You can also tweet us at that handle. and we will be reading your comments throughout.
This partnership wants to bat for another 7 or 8 overs at least before we have to rely on Chloe and Marizan to rescue us again. You don't want those two having to chase too many runs. They've been excellent the last game, but you don't want more than, say, 60 runs for them to chase.
Yeah, they've been giving Marizan grey hairs in those last couple of overs to come in and try and see them through in close matches.
South Africa's chasers have actually also been very close, very tight to the margin. So they'll be hoping that this one just goes on a clean slate and they get a white victory.
Like now in here, into a new spout. This one is short and wide and cut out to the deep fielder on the offside for a single by Mignon de Pre, who's up to 9 of 13 deliveries. Going back to some pace here are the Indians.
Mm-hmm. And Magnus started a bit slow.
No, I was just going to say, music to the South African ears. That's what they want. They want the ball coming onto the bat. So it gives them a bit more of a chance to get that boundary.
This one is again short, again a bit of width given, not timed quite that well by Sinelis, but it does go through the cover region for a single in any case. They do keep the scoreboard ticking quite well here, which is very important in a run chase of just over 6 to the over. As we see One World Sports Radio saying to our fellow listeners to please subscribe to the One World Sports Radio channel on YouTube. This one is short of a length, just outside of some cut 2 point for no run. You can also follow up on our Facebook page, on Twitter, YouTube. We are everywhere. So just go search up One World Sports Radio and you should find us there. We also do some rugby and soccer commentary. So please do stay tuned. As we see Meg now running in again here over the wicket. This one is just short of the length outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Mignon de Pre through to the sweeper on the offside for a single. South Africa have moved up to 165 for 3 now.
They're keeping it clean, they're keeping it tidy here, the two batters, not rushing anything. These 1 runs are really good for them. Magnus started off relatively toughly, but right now looking to redeem herself through these middle overs.
This one is full and angled down the leg side and will be called a wide by the umpire. India have been pretty tight so far in this. Oh, and we see some unnecessary overthrows. Not quite sure what happened there. The camera cut away, but I suppose the wicketkeeper threw the ball and no one was backing it up. So they get through for a steal or a stolen single, I should say.
Great awareness from the two. They are sharp.
Magna in again here to Mignon de Pre. This one is short and wide and cut by Mignon, but straight to point. She'll feel she missed out there. That one was set up to be hit away to the boundary, but she picked the fielder to perfection.
That point fielder has saved a lot of runs for the last couple of overs. Either side of her, and it's 4.
She's been doing very well. We just saw a quick replay of that one. The keeper just lobbed the ball to the cover region. No one was there to field it, so they scampered through for that extra run. The previous delivery. As we see Magna come in again, this one is fuller of a length outside the off stump, just defended out to cover 4, no run. That's the end of the 33rd over. South Africa now 167 for 3. Even with that wide, only 4 runs off that over by Magna. A good return for her after going for 34 runs in her first 5 overs.
It's testament to the captaincy here from the Indians. The field placing has been measured to the T. That's why those boundaries are not coming for every shot. You think, yes, here's the boundary, and all of a sudden, a blue shirt appears on the screen and stops the ball on its path to the boundary. So it's very good placement and plan execution here, because slowly and slowly, without these boundaries, the required run rate for the South African creeps up just a bit more. Right now, it's sitting at 6.3. We're scoring at 5. So it's very good bowling. I'm saying a lot of very because it is that high quality, but it's outstanding bowling from the Indians and perseverance from the South Africans as well.
As we see, it is a quick drink break, so I think I'll quickly run through the scorecard for everyone who's just tuned in or who has been tuned in for a while but don't know exactly what's going on. South Africa 173, 67, sorry. South Africa 167 for 3 after 33 overs. Lizelle Lee made 6 of 15 deliveries before she was run out by Kaur. She was very slow in taking off for what was probably a very risky single to start off with, as Laura Wolfhard called her through. Laura Goodall then formed a very good partnership with Wolfhard for the second wicket of 125. Laura Goodall was bowled by Gaikwad. She was stumped by Gosh after bowling off Gaikwad for 49 of 69 deliveries. And Laura Wolfhard, the last to be dismissed, for 80 of 79 runs, going at more than a runnable. She was bowled by Harmanpreet Kaur, who has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 20. Meghna Singh has bowled 6 overs, 0 for 37. Deepti Sharma, who also opened the bowling today in the absence of Goswami, she bowled 6 overs, 0 for 20. Rana 6 overs, 0 for 30. Gaikwad 6 overs, 1 for 31. Vastrakar 5 overs, 0 for 26. And Harmanpreet Kaur 4 overs, 1 for 20. I see Dan De Castro is saying the Priya has the coolest name. Mignon in French means cute. We have a few bilingual people in the commentary section today between Dan and Paul.
As you mentioned there about the scorecard and how the Indians are bowling, except for Deepti Sharma, who's been going at the rate of 3, she's been very consistent in what she's doing. The other bowlers have been going at 5, keeping it around those areas. So maybe when they have to come back and complete their overs, South Africa would be wanting to up that ante, score those runs, and make use of the wickets that they currently have on hand.
What do you make of the game situation, Tim?
As long as they get the wickets in hand, they should be able to get this total. The wickets in hand is the important part. We know that Chloe can score 6s, 7s, and 8s if needed, even 9s if needed later on. If we need to chase, say, 30 or 40 runs the last few overs. But it's all about forming this partnership. As I said, these two girls need to be there for the next 7 or 8 overs. That's the key. Score 5 and over. Just keep in touch.
This last one was Rana coming in and was defended by Sunay Lee's back down the pitch for no run. You see Rana coming in again here over the wicket. This one is short and wide and cut once more by Sunay Lee out to the cover region. That has been a very fruitful area for the South Africans throughout. You see Paul Bennett saying in the comments that England lost their first 2 games by 7 runs and 12 runs, mostly down to the 20-plus wides they conceded. They were a lot better against Bangladesh today, where they only conceded 3 wides.
Yeah. So to say that England have improved as the tournament is going on.
Yeah, that's now 4 wins in a row for them, getting into the knockout matches. They have a lot of confidence from this. This one is driven out to cover by Mignon de Priya. She moves up to 11 of 18 deliveries. Sunay Lee is with her, the captain. She's on 16 of 20 deliveries. And South Africa need 106 of 99 bowls.
Still very much chaseable if you're looking at the numbers and if you're looking at the quality that's yet to come.
This one is on a length just outside the off stump. Punished down too long on for a single by Sunay Lee. We see plenty of support for South Africa in the crowd. There's been support for the Indians as well. It's been quite well spread out, not like the South Africa versus Bangladesh series here, where the Bangladeshi fans were dominating that ODI series back here at home. As we see Rana coming in again over the wicket to Mignon de Pree. This one is full wide outside of some driven again out to the sweeper. As I said, if you're looking at the wagon wheel, you'll probably see quite a number of runs going out to the sweeper region against the spinners.
The South Africans certainly given their licenses today, but it's a light license because none of these drives are yielding boundaries for them so far. So it's tactical awareness from the Indians, but the ones keep ticking.
This one again, driven out to deep. Cover, just in front of cover, but they will only be able to take a single. That last one was punched by Sine Lees. The required rate has moved up to 6.44 runs to the over now at the end of the 34th over. South Africa are 172 for 3.
To get the right way in there, they're asking the South Africans to manufacture the pace of the ball. Take that risk, go for that scoop shot, come down the wicket and try and drive me over our heads. It's not the Indians taking the risks, it's asking the South Africans to do so. So, good tactics from India.
Yeah, it is very good tactics. The boundaries are fairly big as well, so it's not easy to generate enough power if you want to be going for some big shots here.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that as well, the lines that the Indians have been bowling have been very much outside the line of the off stump, and forcing that drive to play any other shot but the drive seems like a big task for the batters, which is why they keep on eating those ones.
This one is on the length outside the off stump again, punched out to the sweeper by Sine Lees for a single. The good thing for the Proteas is that they're managing to find that gap constantly. They're not letting a lot of dot balls pile up.
I believe it would be a far more threatening tactic if you just throw in a slip there for any mistake and block the image of the drive.
This one is full and punched down too long on by Mignon de Pree. They move up to 174, which means India can no longer finish above 4th position, which means if they do manage to beat the Proteas, they will have to face the mighty Aussies in the semis. Gaikwad in again around the wicket, left arm around the wicket. This one is on a length on middle and off stump, worked away to the leg side by Sine Lees. They scamper through for a quick single, looking for a second, but there is no run there as Gaikwad fields off her own bowling.
Showing that they play all over the field, it's not just offside, the line becoming much straighter and popping it into that open space. A possible 2 if she didn't clean up her mess there.
Mignon de Pree moves way across her stumps there, trying to open up the leg side. Gaikwad pulls it very wide, but the umpire is fine with that because Mignon de Pree had moved across so far. He says this one is not a wide because Mignon could reach that one. Smart bowling there by Gaikwad.
That was basically outside the pitch.
Yeah,
not quite. Just close enough that the umpire thought it was all right. This one is bowled straight on, middle one off, worked away to the leg side by Mignon de Pree, who was batting on off stump there. South Africa now needing less than 100 runs. It's both the balls and the required runs now into double digits. They need 99 of 91 balls. Gaikwad in again around the wicket, this time to Sine Lees. This one is short and wide and cut out to cover for another single to end the 35th over. South Africa 177 for 3. They need 98 of 90 balls. Sine Lees on 21 of 25 and Mignon de Pree on 14 of 22.
Sine Lees continues to time the ball excellently. knowing which shots to go back and forward to. She's very convicted into her shots. She knows that this is what I'm going to do, and then she does it. It also tells with the score that she's scoring. She's on 21 out of 25. But also, these are the overs where you look to eke out those runs, as we've been saying. Still doing that, South Africans.
Rana comes in over the wicket on a length just outside the off stump. This time misfielded by Point, and it allows them to go through for a single. Paul Bennett asking whose cockerel is announcing the morning there in the background. I know it's not at my side.
Not mine either.
So that's
it's the guy with the bracelets.
Yeah, guilty as charged is Umpesh. In again is Rana, double step by Mignon de Pree. He tries this one powerfully back down to the bowler who cops that one on her right wrist, it seems. That will hurt a bit, but she'll tough it out. India looking for a very, very important victory here to seal themselves a playoff berth.
100%. Speaking Mignon de Pree also smashing that one. She'll be wanting those through to fielders who are not where the ball is going and get herself a boundary, but it seems like it's a bit problematic here for the bowler. Rana looks to be in actual pain as the ball hits the top of her palm. It looks like a thumb problem, and it's problematic because it's on her bowling arm as well. So India's not looking happy about this.
Yeah, that'll force a quick or a short break if the batters can just have a quick chat, discern what they want to do from here. Do they just keep going the same way they are? Do they look for possibly a boundary and over to get this required rate back down to under a run a ball? Or two in the background just saying that we should inform Paul that there's also Hadidas in the background, not just the cockerel. Can hear the Hadidas. So true to South Africa. Always there to make sure you don't sleep in too late.
We and birds have a thing in this household. So they are out here greeting everyone as well, saying good morning in One World Sports Radio. Go to our YouTube, comment on us, watch the game with us. You'll be part of the comments as well, as Vern has been doing so wonderfully, just like South Africa's batting has been so far, gentlemen.
Paul is having himself a nice beer, saying it's time for another one. He's still hoping for a South African win, as I'm sure all SA fans are. As we do see that Rana will be able to continue over the wicket to Mignon de Pree. I think she got her necessary strapping and assistance there from the physio. Oh no, she pulls out of this one. Not looking 100% right there. She's feeling her wrist, clearly in a bit of pain. They'll have to decide whether it's worth it to risk her here. She's really feeling it, but she's going to try again. Just wringing her hand a little bit, trying to get some nice grip on the ball. This one is on the length, just angling or turning back into the off stump for no run. No problem in delivering that ball after the pain she endured ahead of the first delivery, or the previous delivery, I should say. Rana in again here for the fourth delivery over the wickets. Off spin, turning back into the right-hander. This one is just paddled away by Mignon de Pree, who moved across the stumps to the fine leg region. And they're running hard, but they'll only be able to come back for the second run. Good manipulation of the field there by Mignon de Pree.
I was wondering how long it would take before the paddle came out.
As you had mentioned again there, Werner, that they are forcing the South Africans to manufacture shots from out of nowhere. And as you said there, Tim, here came the paddle sweep.
Indeed. Rana in over the wickets. This one is full double step by Mignon de Pree, who tries to whip this away through the leg side, but she only manages to find mid-wicket for no run.
Shosholoza. We see a South African fan waving the South African flag, saying, "Go Proteas!"
And again, Mignon de Prix again steps way across outside the off stump. It's bowled even wider this time on a Yorker length. Mignon de Prix gets an inside edge that goes past the stumps to the fine leg region, and they scamper back for a second run. So some innovation here by Mignon de Prix, trying to upset the lines of Rana. That's the end of the 36 over. That last one went for 5 runs. South Africa now 182 for 3, needing a further 93 runs of 84 deliveries. Sinelise is on 22 of 26 deliveries, and Mignon de Prix is on 18 of 27.
Somebody needs to tell Mignon to let those go. I'd argue we'd rather have the wide than the 2. The extra delivery.
True. But you know how the batters love to feel bats on ball. You see Paul Bennett saying, "By the way, I am a Darlington lad and obviously support Durham. The foreigners of Yorkshire are just over the river." I know Tim knows a lot more about the county scene than I do, but I do know that David Bedingham and I think Keegan Peterson will link up with him this season for a few matches there.
Correct, yeah. Durham.
Don't the cockerels greet good morning there in Durham or Yorkshire?
That's a good question. Yeah, that should be some good viewing, watching David Bedingham and Keegan Peterson in partnership in that middle order. That should be some beautiful watching. As we see Kaur coming in, this one it's on the pad as this one turns back into Sinelise. It looks like it might have just struck her outside the line of the off stump. They are converging, thinking about going up for this one. It looks like they might be thinking, yeah, are they not? Are they not? No, they're too late. The timer has run out. So I don't... Did they go for the... Yes, sorry. So they did go for the review, in fact. This was full just outside the off stump, turning back into Sinelise. On first view, it looked to me like it possibly could have struck her outside the line of the off stump, but the Indians will be hoping for another breakthrough here. As we see a replay here, Sinelise, she did get her leg outside the off stump, but that one turned back, could have possibly struck her in line with the off stump. It did take the top part of her pad on the knee roll, but she had a very big stride forward, so a difficult one for the umpire to give based on how much the ball still had to do from there. As we see the Hawkeye coming in, and it is out! It hits her in line with off stump. It turns and it hits the leg stump. So a great review there by the Indians. A huge wicket here of the South African captain. South Africa are now 182 for 4, and a wonderful review.
Yeah, decent little innings from Sunday, but not enough in the context of the game, of the situation. A slightly problematic situation here for South Africa, in a bit of a tricky situation where they're going to need quick runs now. So from the rest of the batsmen to come in, as Bozan comes to the crease once again, she's going to have to play the rescuer of the side.
Yeah, as she so often does for this team, and she didn't have the greatest day with the ball today, so she'll look to make up with the bat.
Definitely, but she still has a lot to face. Harmanpreet is genuinely on fire. She's just claimed her second wicket for this match. She's just bowled her first ball for her 5th over. So Marizanne Kapp is still fresh, looking to rewrite her bowling with her batting. But she has a lot to deal with here because it's a bowler who's looking to get those wickets and her looking to save her country from the situation they find themselves in.
So we see her stats for this World Cup, averaging 50 at a strike rate of 92. You can't ask for a lot more from your all-rounder. As we see Kaur coming in again, this one is just short of a length outside of some turning back into Marizon Cup. Kaur getting some appreciable turn from the surface, and she only came in late into this innings, the sixth bowler actually, and she's now picked up 2 wickets, doing a very good job here for the captain, as this one is worked out. 2 deep square leg by Marizon Cup. They run through for a quick single, looking to get back for 2, but they won't be able to in this case. Having another look at the replay of that wicket, just about hit her in line.
The reaction from the Indian dressing room, safe to say they are well chuffed with that review.
They are indeed, and why wouldn't you be? This is a mammoth game for them. The South Africans are already through, but India need to win this to get themselves into that semi-final. The last ball was a short of a length delivery, just defended into the pitch by Mignon de Pree for no run. Dot balls are starting to pile up with that wickets as well. Kaur in again. This time is short and wide outside the off stump, but she's getting this one to turn in again quite some way back into Mignon de Pree. Not able to cut that one. India's win prediction has now gone up to 66%. Yeah, that last one got quite a lot of turn.
South Africa in the last 10 overs have scored 44 runs for 3 wickets.
Yeah, and it shows. You can see that required run rate going up all the time. That's the end of the 37th over. South Africa now 183 for 4. They need a further 92 runs. Of 78 deliveries, the required run rate has now gone up over 7 runs to the over, and Mignon de Pree and Marizon Cup will have to look to do the bulk of this work, with Lara Goodall, who can come in later to hit some lusty blows.
It's looking scary now for the South Africans. It's looking scary. The required run rate is about 7, just a touch above 7 actually. And they're starting to lose that flow that they had, the Indian pressure starting to tell and getting the reward for their hard work, the bowlers. Marizon Cup will need to release some of that big hitting we know she possesses, but the problem is they're bringing back Dipti Sharma, who is basically their strike bowler and most economical bowler for the 38th.
Yeah. Mignon de Pree will need to up her rate as well here. A strike rate of 60 is not going to be sufficient in this run chase. She's on 18 of 30 deliveries. We see Dipti Sharma running in. This one is on a length off stump, punched out too long on for a single by Marizon Cup to get off the... Is it after? No, that's her second run. I apologize.
Once it starts going, the run rate goes above 8s and 9s, it starts to become very, very difficult for the South Africans, particularly against the Indian spinners.
Indeed, Deepti in again here to Mignon de Pree. This one is full, turning back into off stump, worked away to the mid-wicket region. They're running the first one hard, but good fielding there by the fielder from deep mid-wicket, running in very quickly, making sure that they will only get the 1 run. 60 balls we see since the last boundary. 44 minutes, that's some stat. 10 overs.
Yeah, that just adds to the stat I made just now. 44 for 3 with no boundaries. That's quite something.
That is indeed. The last 5 overs, only 22 runs. And the South Africans now need 90 of 75 balls. It's slipping further and further away. They need to get a few boundaries away here, as we see Marizon Cup whip this one down to long on for a run. Good wrist work there by Marizon.
Very easy push. South Africa have been getting these ones every now and then, but as you gentlemen have been saying, the runs and the boundaries are what matter. And even still, with the stats that you gents are talking about, the fact that South Africa have scored 44 and they've lost 3, the biggest issue is not the fact that they've scored 44, it's the fact that they've lost these wickets in the process.
This one is a full toss, whipped out to mid-wicket, and they're running quickly back for the second run is Marizon Cup, as that one is fumbled there by deep mid-wicket, allowing them to come back. These full tosses need to be put away by the batters now. Need to get back up to a runner ball if possible to just ease some pressure here.
Those wide deliveries, they can't be dot balls. Another wide delivery there. They've got to find a way to get that piercer to the fielders on the offside, either airborne or up on the ground.
Yeah, there is a gap there between short third and point that would run away to the boundary anytime it is hit. We see some highlights of Marizon Cup smashing the New Zealanders all over the place to win that game for South Africa earlier in the tournament. South Africa are now on 188 for 4 after 38 overs. They need a further 87 of 72 deliveries at their required run rate of 7.25. Mignon de Pree is on 21 of 33 and Marizon Cup is on 3 of 5 deliveries, as we see Harmanpreet Kaur continuing with her lethal offies here.
Harmanpreet has been doing an excellent job, looking to continue that 5 overs, 21 runs and 2 wickets.
That one is just short of the length outside the off stump again. Not finding the gap is Marizon Cup. Each dot ball is really adding to the pressure right now. They do need to hit those gaps and get a few boundaries. A boundary and over will really help ease the pressure here. This one is very full, very wide, and driven beautifully between cover and mid-off for a much needed boundary. Marizon Cup using her full reach to get to that one. And this time, listening to what Tim's saying, not letting the wide one get away.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what South Africa needed. They needed to release just a bit of pressure. It's only one boundary, but the South Africans will hope that will be one of many.
Yeah, Marizon Cup is a boundary hitter, we know of her abilities, as we see Kaur running in again here to her. This one is full on middle and off and just defended by Marizon Cup. Could potentially be looking to work that one to the square leg region for a single. Important to keep the scoreboard ticking here. Kaur in again here to Marizon Cup. This one is full and wide. Cut by Cup, but straight to the fielder at third. Another one gets away. Another dot ball piles up.
It's a very interesting thing that we just saw with the fielding layouts. That position and point is crowded with those two fielders. They're hugging each other, and one of them was able to stop one of those cut shots. So maybe they've seen something to prevent her from scoring.
This one is full on leg stump, turned away by Marizon Cup to deep square leg, and they're running back for the second. Good running there between the two of them, and possible overthrows, but in the end it is backed up well to prevent that. Paul Bennett is saying, in England we reckon that when chasing the expected 50 over score, given no more than 4 wickets is down, is twice the score at 32 overs. So he's saying doubling the score from over 32 if there are no more than 4 wickets down. We see Kaur running in again. This one is full on middle and punch down to long on for a single. That's 7 runs off the over, just under the required run rate. They'll be a lot happier with that, though there were still 3 dots in that over. South Africa now 195 for 4 after 39 overs. Marizon Cup has moved up to 10 of 11 deliveries. The Pree is on 31 of 33, and the Windies are still cheering every run the South Africans are getting.
What that over also shows is the importance of a boundary. So as much as there were 3 dot balls, the 1 boundary and the singles meant that South Africa were pretty much up with the rate.
Yeah, and a lot is said about getting a boundary early in the over to just ease that pressure for the rest of the over. So good getting in that one off the second ball. This one is short by Deepti Sharma and punched off the back foot by Marizon Cup slightly airily, but just wide off mid-wicket, and they do go through for a single. See Deepti Sharma just wiping the ball off there. There might be some dew in the outfield.
I think it's a disguise of dew, but it's tactical. It was the coach was having a word with the 12th person, so it's disguised as a dew issue, but it's more tactical to have a word with the captain.
That could well be, because I haven't seen the towel really being used the rest of the match so far. That second one was just defended out to cover for no run. As we see Deepti in again here to Mignon de Prier. Again across the stumps he walks. He tries to sweep this one, get a bottom edge out to short fine leg for no run. 2 dots. Mignon de Prier has now faced quite a few dots. She's on 21 of 35 delivery. She needs to get a move on here. Take some pressure off Marizon Cup at the other end. South Africa now need a 79 of 63 balls at 7.5 runs to the over, and keeps creeping up with every dot ball. Mignon de Prier looking to do something here down the pitch again, double steps. She works this one down too long on for a single. That's 2 runs so far of the first 4 deliveries of the over. You feel like something will give here if they keep piling on the dot balls.
The spinners have been very, very good in what they're doing. They've been stopping those runs. But the key thing, as we wait for this ball to continue...
See, there's a sweeper on the boundary, along on deep mid-wicket and a deep square. And this one is just punched back to the bowler for no run. Now the dot delivery. 2 runs so far off the over with 1 more remaining.
The spinners have been doing a good job. They've been holding strong, holding the fort for the Indians.
This one punched out too long on for another single. Only 3 coming off the over. Less than half of what is required right now. South Africa 198 for 4 at the end of the 40th over. That's 10 overs remaining. South Africa still need a further 77 runs at 7.7 to the over. Some easy maths there. Marizon Cup on 12 of 14 deliveries. Mignon de Prier on 22 of 36, as we will be replaced.
Just a key thing to note before we close down, it's the fact that the South Africans still have some attacking or pace bowlers to come through. So the pace bowlers are where the pace comes in, and these 2 batters will be able to score more freely. So these spinners are doing a good job in doing what they need to do, but when the strike bowlers need to come back, the pace bowlers, that's maybe when we'll see the runs starting to flow for the Proteas.
As the 41st. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the match. Hopefully, we'll take you over the line with us here at One World Sports Radio, Guerilla Cricket on One World Sports Radio. It was a single down to mid-off. Not sure who the batter on strike was there. I thought it was maybe Mignon. So 199 for 4 at the start of the 41st. Chris, here we go again.
Yeah, Marizon Cup scored the first run there. But Mignon de Prier on strike now. Yeah, real nail bite. So the stakes aren't as high for South Africa as they are for India. So I think far more nervous fans than us at the moment, as this one's played into the onside for a single. I don't know if you prefer to do ball by ball. If you,
yeah, let me do it. If you feel like jumping in, you can just tell me to go back to colour, and you do ball by ball. 200 for 4. 200 up for South Africa in the 41st over. They need 75 from 58 balls. Another single there by Mignon de Prier brings Marizon Cup on strike. She tries to cut this one and just beats the fielder at backward point for a 4. Much needed boundary there. Marizon Cup delivers once again. When South Africa calls on her, she's got the runs in the over up to 6 now. And 71 needed from 57. 204 for 4. India will have to get Marizon Cup's wicket. They wouldn't mind Mignon de Prier staying at the wicket because she's struggling to score at the required rate. So Mignon needs to step up.
And also the next batsman, next batter in would be Chloe Tryon, who can swing from ball 1. So yeah, if suddenly Tryon and Kappa are at the crease together, you might feel like you've taken a backward step as India.
Harmanpreet Kaur to Marizon Cup, who drives this one powerfully to extra cover and just bobbles through the hands of the fielder, allows a single, and Cup goes on to 18 of 17. De Priya on 23 of 37. Paul Bennett on YouTube says, welcome back. Thank you, Paul. And thank you very much for listening wherever you are. Harmanpreet Kaur over the wicket to Mignon de Priya. She tries to work this one past backward point, but once again, that wide delivery goes for a dot. And Harmanpreet Kaur bowling the final ball of her 7th over. She's conceded 35. So just on or around 5 runs per over, which is below the required rate, which is excellent work for her captain and her country. She goes over the wicket to Mignon de Priya, works this one from outside off. She gets the 6th run of the over. She moves on to 24 of 39 and retains the strike at the end of the 41st, 206 for 4.
Yeah, been a fantastic experiment, this Harmanpreet Kaur move. Obviously in the side, predominantly as a batter. Hasn't bowled for India in the World Cup up until this point. And now the fact that she's able to come in, bowl 7 economical overs and take those 2 crucial wickets has really helped this Indian side.
54 deliveries left, 69 runs needed for South Africa to win and kick India out of the tournament. And if India win, they will go through in 4th place, replacing the Windies. No chance of India overtaking England anymore. The 174 mark was reached. The required rate, 7.67. And Rana will continue now. And it looks like she's recovered from that hit she took on the...
yeah, it was sort of the heel of her hand. So you'd hope it would be difficult for a ball to break it, at least coming off the bat at the speed that particular shot did. But definitely a stinger that'll hurt and maybe make your hand a bit too sore to bowl for a short amount of time.
Mignon de Priya dances down the pitch, gets to the pitch of the ball and whips this one down to long on for a single. She goes on to 25 for 40, 207 for 4. 68 runs from 53 required. Marizon Cup on strike, facing Rana.
Marizon Cup always seems to just have ice in her veins. One of the most level-headed cricketers I've ever seen wear South Africa's green and gold.
Oh, yes. She's a big match player, definitely. Sneh Rana has abandoned her run-up. Her walk-up. She's a spinner, so she doesn't really run in. As the reason for that is not clear to me at this point. So Marizon Cup, that steely grey. She works this one past the bowler, diving to her right, down to long on for another single. India won't mind the singles at this point. They are happy to concede singles. 6 runs and over will not win the match for South Africa. And Mignon de Priya back on strike. She needs to really catch up with her strike rate. She's striking at just over 50, just over 3 runs and over, which is way below what's required at this point. And I'm sure she knows this. She's very experienced. Sneh Rana to Mignon de Priya on middle stump. She dances down the wicket once again, just a single down too long on, and score now 209 for 4. 3 singles.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, go.
It was mentioned earlier that if South Africa are successful in chasing this, it'll be their highest chase in women's ODIs, and it'll be the 2nd highest chase in ODI women's World Cups, and the 6th highest chase in all of women's ODIs. And India, looking at the top 11 highest run chasers, India have been the bowling side on 6 occasions. So this is the team to do it against, and not a record that they'll be pleased to have, the Indian side.
Marizon Cup works this one again, down to long on. Another single down to long on. Both these batters just were working the ball from outside the off stump into the space on the leg side. They need to turn the 1s into 2s. They keep finding the fielders. Sneh Rana into Mignon de Priya again. She tries to work this to the onside. She does so. Long on runs around to mid-wicket to collect another single. 1 ball to go in the 42nd. 211 now for 4. 64 runs needed, or 49. Every single just pushes up the required rate.
Yeah.
So
and that's only been a thing this over where they've struggled to convert those ones into twos. They've been very good at it so far in the partnership, ones into twos and even twos into threes.
Snerana into Marizon Cup. She back foot drives this one straight to the fielder at point. No run. End of a good over for Snerana. She's conceded 45 runs, no wicket off her 9 overs. And there's
And the required
48
8.
balls to go. It's
Exactly
now
8.
Yeah, it's 64 off 8 overs, 48 balls. So India are just restricting and almost suffocating the South African chase here with their spinning a web around the South African batters. And this partnership has now gone for 30 runs at 5 runs and over. Mignon du Preez plays this one through the covers. They might come back for 2 here. No, the sweeper picks up the ball at cover, and they just get a single. Du Preez
At the
on 28.
same stage in the Indian innings, they were 24 runs ahead with the same amount of wickets lost. So that'll have to be the differences, the way in which the South African team accelerates in the last 8 overs.
Yeah, as Marizon Cup goes back and cuts this one also to the point boundary, swept up there by the sweeper. Another single of Harmanpreet Kaur, who's bowling her 8th over. She's got 2 for 38 so far. 62 runs now needed from 46. And du Preez will face Harmanpreet Kaur now and she's on 28 or 43. She just stays in her crease, works this one out to mid-wicket for a single. And they are very happy with this, are the Indians. 214 for 4. 61 needed from 45 balls. And in the final overs, we see Marizon Cup's strike rate up over 112. And we're going to need every ounce of that power hitting. And with every single and every dot ball, it's just needed more and more. Marizon Cup swats this one. Very powerful cover drive there for a single. Straight to the sweeper on the boundary, who's sort of at an extra cover region, deep extra cover region. Picking out
very
the
well
fielder with
placed
that
for
shot.
exactly that shot.
Yeah. So du Preez back on strike. Cup is on 22 of the same amount of balls. 215 for 4. Kaur goes to Mignon du Preez, defends this back to the bowler for no run. Golden dots.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the South African batters have made a conscious decision to switch gears yet. It doesn't seem so much that they're forced to play these shots as it is still their decision. I do wonder when that switch will flick.
Yeah, Mignon du Preez dances down the wicket, gets to the pitch of the ball. They come back for the second, and it's a throw to the bowler's end. Marizon Cup dives, and the throw just went astray there for the bowler standing at the stumps. A direct hit would have been interesting, but Marizon Cup puts in a dive, gets over the line, and she's safe to get the 2 runs at the end of that over. And the ball just bounced off the square there, caught the edge of one of the other wickets and bounced over the head of Harmanpreet Kaur standing over the wickets. Lucky escape there for Marizon Cup. You have to say a bit more luck on the Indian side, and they would have had the wicket.
It definitely would have been a lot closer, yeah.
Highest targets chased in a World Cup, all Australia against India, South Africa and Sri Lanka respectively. 2 of them in this tournament, 278 and 272 against South Africa. And then against Sri Lanka in 2017, they chased 258. So Marizon Cup plays the cut shot, the backward of point, and it bisects the 2 fielders at backward point and point for a 4. Very much needed boundary here off the bowling of Rana. Start of the 44th over, 221 for 4. More of that, please, Marizon. It's Sneh Rana's final over. It went a little bit through the air, but perfectly in between those 2 fielders, bouncing short of both of them. So well done there to Marizon. And long may that continue. as Rana is bowling her second delivery of her final over, conceding 49 so far. Marizon Cup comes forward and smacks this one to long on for a single. Now, I think it's really up to de Pre now to make the decision for the team. Try and up the scoring rate or, lose her wicket. Double Nelson on the board for South Africa with that single, 222 for 4. As we see Rana into Mignon de Pre. She comes down the wicket. She plays a very nice straight drive, but it's almost into the hands of the bowler and then cut off by mid-off. They get the single, but that's a good sign from Mignon de Pre. A very attacking shot there, dancing down the wicket. She wants to score. She knows that she needs to catch up with her strike rate. And that just went over the arms of, just over the outstretched hands of Rana, diving to her left in the follow-through. But mid-off managed to cut that off. As Rana has now conceded more than 50. Marizon Cup defends this one into cover. No run. So just 6 runs off the over so far. 2 more needed off the over. With 2 balls to go in the 44th.
Just doing some quick stats, I can tell you Double Nelson isn't bad luck for South African women's ODIs. They've never lost a wicket on Double Nelson. The only team to ever lose a wicket on Double Nelson is the Sri Lankan women's sides.
Marizon Cup plays a very nice sweep shot there to deep mid-wicket. They come back for 2. That's excellent work by these 2, and they've got the 8 runs for the over. Now 50 runs needed, 225 for 4, 37 balls to go. So it's still very tough. It's still a tough chase. The asking rate is almost 9. No, it's over 8, still over 8. So they need 8s and 9s now in the overs. As we see, Chloe Tryon is ready to go. And Marizon Cup will get a single down to deep mid-wicket. That's good cricket from Marizon. She's got to take control now, farm the strike, let Mignon just stay there with her and give her the freedom to break loose. That's 9 runs off the over. Job done for South Africa. Rana has finished her 10 overs for 54 without taking a wicket. And South Africa need 49 off 36. And India have done the job well to push up that required rate. I would suggest that they are still slightly ahead in this game. One big over can change that.
I think the Winvers would have it that way. And if you look at just the faces of the 2 dugouts, the Indian team do look a little more comfortable, even though they have far more riding on the match.
Yes, indeed. They look relaxed. And we have a look at the playing conditions for the Super Over.
Even though it's not a playoff match throughout this World Cup, we have had Super Overs for tied matches.
Yeah, which I like. I think that's sensible. And it's not often that playing conditions and the laws of the game in cricket are sensible. So 6 overs to go, 49 runs to get, and Marizon Cup will take strike. So let's see who's going to be bowling. Will Harmanpreet Kaur continue? No, there's a change in the bowling. I think that looks like Gaikwad. Yes, Gaikwad is back into the attack. She's got 3 overs left, 7 overs, 1 for 36 so far. Marizon Cup on 30 of 27. So the spin continues here for India. It's been very successful at smothering the South African batters. This one is wide outside off stump. A late cut attempted there by Marizon Cup, but it's through to the keeper for no run. 226 for 4. That was
49 of 35.
That was a wide on a good length. Just a bit too much bounce there, or the bounce deceiving Marizon Cup as Gaikwad abandons her run-up. She comes in again, left arm around the wicket to the right-hander, defended into cover, into extra cover for a quick single. So the first ball, a dot ball, and now once again, Mignon de Pre, with all her experience, she'll be very aware. There's nobody on the boundary behind square. It's very much a conventional one-day field otherwise, with those two fielders at point for the late cut shot. And now square leg has gone back to the boundary. deep mid wicket, long on, and a sweeper on the extra cover boundary as Gaikwad goes to Mignon du Preez. She goes over the top, down to long on, and it's dropped at long on. The fielder just had to shimmy to her left, a few steps to her left, and drops Mignon du Preez at long on. But I think from an Indian point of view, you don't mind dropping Mignon du Preez at this point. She's not scoring at the required rate. She knows she has to attack. She got the single, though, and that brings
And I do
Cup
think
back on strike.
she'll continue to attack in the way that she did on that last delivery, I'd imagine.
Cup gets a single down to the cover boundary. Yeah, Mignon du Preez double stepping, going for the big shot over long on, and finding the fielder, but the fielder
quite a soft drop. Her hands were in a bizarre position. She almost seemed to be taking it below her waist, even though she was fielding near the boundary, which you don't often see.
And they take a single to point. The fielder gets the ball into the stumps, and I think Marizanne Cup is short here. It's going to be very, very close.
That's what I thought. I thought it was out. Sorry, you go.
And Marizanne Cup came through for the run, but I think that's going to be out. It's either very close or it's,
It looked out watching it live, but Harmanpreet Kaur doesn't look quite that short.
Yeah, she's well short.
I think she's, about 10 centimeters short.
Yeah.
That's a big wicket for India.
Marizanne Cup is run out. And the score on 229 for 5, it will soon be. So,
so 32 runs of 30 deliveries, 3 boundaries in that innings. But big wicket. That could be the turning point in the last 10 overs.
Yes. So Marizanne Cup goes for 32 off 30 balls. She hit 3 fours. That brings Chloe Tryon to the wicket. The second run out in the South African innings, and the second one for Harmanpreet Kaur and Ghosh, the wicketkeeper, of course. Good throw by Harmanpreet Kaur, and Ghosh just had to collect to her left and dislodging the bails there to send Marizanne Cup back into the stands. Good fielding once again. There's been a few dropped catches, but the outfield, the out cricket has been good. We see the balls flying in, hitting the stumps from the boundary and from close by. And so that's very good work from India so far in this match. Chloe Tryon. She's got a strike rate of 97.8, a best of 92 at an average of 23.7. And she's facing a Gaikwad left arm round the wicket to the right-hander on leg stump, worked out to long on for another single, 230 for 5. So 45 runs needed off 5 overs, exactly 9 runs an over. What an over by Gaikwad there. Just putting the pressure on and forcing the mistake there from the South African batters that sees Marizanne Cup run out by Harmanpreet Kaur, coming in from point, underarm throw, spot on, gets rid of the dangerous Marizanne Cup.
One of Chloe Tryon's best innings has come against India. Back in 2017, she scored 77 off 39, including 6 sixes and 5 fours against India and Potchefstroom.
Oh, well, that's she's not batting in Poch today, that's for sure. It's a little bit different, and the Indian team are really desperate. As we see the run out of Lizelle Lee, I really thought that was Laura Wolfhardt's fault. And this one, definitely Mignon du Preez's fault. They shouldn't have gone for the run there, but they took on the fielders and came up short. So
this one far closer than the Lizelle Lee run out. Lizelle was a good 1.5 meters compared to maybe 1/10 of that on this occasion.
Now we see Trisha Chetty there getting ready to come in, and hopefully she'll be replacing Mignon du Preez soon, or Mignon du Preez can hit a few sixes.
Yeah.
It's quite a large field here, so I don't think sixes are on for us today. It's,
perhaps for Chloe Tryon. She can clear most boundaries.
She can certainly do that. Now there's a bit of a discussion here between the Indian players to find out who will carry on with the bowling attack. So they've got a few options here. Meghna and Deepti, 4 and 2 overs between them. Gaikwad has just bowled, so somebody else needs to bowl from the other end. Gaikwad has got 2 overs left, and then Vastrakar, who's been very good, has got 5 overs left. And it will be Vastrakar continuing. So 9 runs and over required. Pooja Vastrakar in this match so far has bowled 5 overs, and she's conceded at a rate of just over 5, which is under the required rate. Every time she's bowled, third man back on the boundary, square leg, sweeper on the offside. Other than that, pretty standard field here as Vastrakar comes right arm over the wicket to the right-hander. Chloe Tryon, thick outside edge, played by Chloe Tryon down to third man, and they'll hopefully come back for the second. Yes, they do. And that's good running by Mignon de Priya and Chloe Tryon, getting Chloe Tryon back on strike. Mignon de Priya is good between the wickets. She is quite quick. Just a bad call on that run out with Marizan. 43 runs off 29 now. 2 runs a ball walks this home for South Africa from this point. So
yeah, but that's far easier said than done. You can't just outside edge every delivery like that, as much as
that's true. But the South African batters, they've really been finding the fielders with their shots. So not getting value for shots on this large outfield. Oh, this one is just outside the outside edge. Slower delivery. Chloe Tryon early through the shot, deceived by the change of pace there. And it's a dot ball. Very nicely
sort of
disguised.
The knuckle ball, the delivery bowled with all 4 fingers on the ball and a little bit of backspin. And it really just died on Chloe Tryon. Difficult to time those.
Yeah, so that dot ball gets rid of the 2. That was good. So lots of space in the outfield, but South Africa just keep finding the fielders. This one is driven off the back foot by Chloe Tryon, picked up by the sweeper on the boundary. They'll only stay for a single as the ball went quickly to the fielder there. 42 needed from 27, 233 for 5. Target is 275. Required run rate over 9 runs and over now. As Mignon de Priya facing Vastrakar. And she looks around the field. Where is she going to get the ball over the rope? Third man on the boundary, cover sweeper, long on and mid-wicket on the boundary. As Vastrakar comes past the umpire, full outside off stump, swing and a miss by Mignon de Priya. Good delivery once again by Vastrakar. She's really showed a lot of skill, a lot of variation and deceiving the South African batters here. 42 needed of 26.
Yeah, it really feels like a death over. She's repaid the faith that her captain showed her. Fantastic end of the innings bowling here.
And she's asking for the ball to come back to her quickly. She wants to rush the batter here, rush through her deliveries. Mignon de Priya facing Vastrakar, plays this one straight down the field, over mid-off, long on, can't cut it off, and it's 4 runs. Mignon de Priya, what a shot. 38 now needed off 25, 237 for 5.
She was definitely waiting for that one, right in the slot and right back over the bowler's head. No fielder there, long off, fantastic shot.
Oh, so nice to see. Mignon de Priya can smack it, and she does so. She gets the runs. So, looking around the field again, Mignon de Priya looking for the gaps. Are they going to move mid-off back? That means they're going to have to pull somebody up from elsewhere. That's on the boundary. Opening another option. 38, as I said, needed. 25 deliveries to come. Yes, mid-off is back. Third man is up. So Mignon de Priya forcing a change in the field. Yes. So she goes outside, off stump. She whips this one off her pads to backward square leg, and it's 4. What a shot there, manipulating the field. Mignon de Priya gets the runs for South Africa, 241 for 5, 4 overs to go, 34 needed off 24.
Yeah, the first half of that over was Vastrakar's. The second half of that over was Mignon de Priya's. In the end, 11 runs off the over. That's what South Africa needed.
She dances outside. She goes back and across outside her off stump, forcing the bowler to change her line, and just gets that one fed to her onto her pads, and using all her experience, all her guile here, Mignon du Preez. That's what we're looking for. That's exactly what the match situation requires as well. So good work by the South African veteran. 34 needed.
The Indian supporters looking a little more nervous than they did 6 deliveries ago.
Yes, here we go. This is it. This is another nail biter here at the Cricket World Cup. The Women's Cricket World Cup has really thrown up some absolutely stunning,
many close games.
So many close games. So stunning finishes from all of these ladies playing in this tournament.
Including just about every South African game that we've seen. No matter who the opposition is, they've made sure that they made sure that into the final overs.
Gaikwad will continue. She's got 2 overs left, so she's going to bowl 47 and probably 49 as well, with only conceding 40 runs and taking a wicket. That was the stumping of
Laura Goodall.
Of Laura Goodall, yes. So there's nobody on the boundary on the offside for Chloe Tryon. She sends this over extra cover. It goes down to the boundary for 4. What a shot by Chloe Tryon, dancing down the wicket, inside out cover drive. What a shot, sailing through the air, and the fielder from long off couldn't run around to cut that off.
Just like that, moves on to 8 or 4. Smile on her face immediately, grimaces on everyone wearing blue.
So 30 off 23 required. 245 for 5. Chloe Tryon comes down the wicket and she sweeps this one past the fielder at backward square leg. 4 runs. Excellent shot there by Chloe Tryon. Wow, this is just unbelievable now.
So
Pressure all the way back onto England.
4 runs off each of the last 4 deliveries, the last 2 in that Vastrika over from du Preez, and then Tryon carries on in that pattern 4-4, and all around the ground we've seen them.
As Werner Erasmus, one of our co-commentators, comments to us here, Mignon du Preez has in the past spoken about looking up to AB de Villiers, and she is mimicking his rhythmic backlift and moving across and deep back in the crease. Indeed, Werner, she's manipulating the length and the line by moving around in the crease. As there's a bit of a conflab here, 249 for 5, 26 runs needed off 22. As Gaikwad has some changes to her field. Long goes to the boundary.
Deep mid wicket, long off. Sorry,
long off
sweeper on the
yes. Tryon plays this one coming down the wicket to the pitch, down to long off for a single. 250 up for South Africa, 250 for 5. As there's 3 balls to go in the 47th. 25 runs now needed. 9 runs already scored off the over. And now can Mignon do what she did so well against Vastrakar and just manipulate the bowling's lines and the bowler's lines and lengths here. Full flighted ball. Mignon gets to the pitch and whacks this out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 24 needed off 20, 251 for 5.
So, yeah, the current field placements will make it very difficult for the batters to target the boundaries. But the fact that they got 4 of them in quick succession means that they don't need to target the boundaries in the same way that they did. It's now doable just by running between the wickets.
They should just avoid dot balls like the plague. Chloe Tryon dances down the wicket, turns that into a full toss and smokes it over down to mid off, down to long off, beats the fielder at long off. So quick was that 4, and 20 now needed off 19. The run rate back down to just over 6. That was absolutely pummeled by Chloe Tryon.
I said it would be difficult to target the boundaries. I forgot that Chloe Tryon was batting. Yeah.
That went like a tracer bullet, like a rocket. 255 for 5, with 1 ball to go in the 47th to Chloe Tryon, who dances down once again, gets this one on the pads, down the leg side, but just bobbles out back to the bowler. No run. 20 needed off the last 3 overs, 18 balls.
45 scored off the last 5 overs. They've been going at 9 and over in the last 5.
Exactly what they required, and appealed for LBW and they've referred, as this one was full and on leg stump, and then it went back to the bowler and she caught that, and so they're looking for any kind of dismissal of Chloe Tryon here.
And I think it is.
And she was
caught
and bowled by Gaikwad. Chloe Tryon, 17 off 9. She's lost her wicket. She bobbled it back out to Gaikwad, and she's gone. 255 for 6. Off the last ball of the 47th over, Gaikwad strikes for India, and that will bring Trisha Chetty to the wicket. So the big hitters for South Africa, Marizon Cup and Chloe Tryon, getting South Africa close but not finishing. And with the required rate now just over 6, the singles and the twos will do it. So they've really put the pressure back on India here. The ball is firmly in South Africa's court now. Only the 3 wickets to go though. But Trisha Chetty, Shabnim Ismail, they can get the job done, and they have done in the past, just to get South Africa over the line.
Ayabonga Kaka, I think, averages in the 30s for Central Gauteng in Women's List A cricket. It's a small sample size. But yeah, this batting all the way down. And now we don't need the power hitting as well. I say South Africa don't need the power hitting as much. The damage has been done. Chloe Tryon will be disappointed, but she did a fantastic job in the match situation, getting 17 off 9. Just that catalyst that closed the gap between the runs and balls remaining in the match.
And Mignon de Pree facing, let's see who's replaced Vastakar here, as there's a shy at the stumps. But I think Trisha Chetty came through there for the single quick enough. They're going to refer this, but she was over the line when the ball hit the stumps. Another direct hit from India in the field. This ball played by Mignon de Pree into the onside. And Trisha Chetty coming through for a quick single there, just waiting to see if it will be added to the score or not. 6 wickets down for South Africa. And Mignon de Pree and Trisha Chetty at the crease means that the South Africans have, she's got a foot down behind the line by the time the ball hits the...
And also, with those new laws, the bat bounced, but she still managed to ground it. It doesn't matter as long as she's touched it down once.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very safe in the end. And that makes sense, given the responses from everyone on the field. No one really watching the screen, just sort of resetting for the next delivery.
280 ODI matches between these two ladies. 153 to Mignon de Pree and 127 for Trisha Chetty. As I can't see who's bowling at the moment, but Trisha Chetty sends this one down too long on for another single. And let me
I think it's Deepti Sharma.
Deepti Sharma. So her first 2 balls both going for singles. 18 runs needed now of 16. She comes... you just see a replay of Chloe Tryon's wicket. That was a bit of a soft dismissal. Chloe Tryon knew she was out. I certainly didn't realize that what had happened exactly, but she looks absolutely devastated as Deepti Sharma abandons her run-up.
The 35th time that these 2 women have batted together in women's ODIs. That's the most that Trisha Chetty's ever batted with anyone. And in that, they've got 850 partnerships and an average of 31.46 when they bat together.
Mignon de Pree once again stepping across her off stump, trying to open up the onside where there are fewer fielders in the ring. She gets a single down to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, 17 now needed, or 15. Just no dot balls, ladies, for South Africa here. And India, they need to string some dots together once again, like they did in the 30, around the 35, 40 over mark. Trisha Chetty works this one out to mid-wicket. They take a quick single at least. And 16 now needed, or 14 balls. So they were really good there for a few overs, pushing that run rate up all the way past 9 runs and over, and then South Africa fighting back. Marizon Cup, Mignon de Pree and Chloe Tryon getting some valuable boundaries. So now it's just an easy job from here, just normal cricket. Nobody on the boundary on the offside, except for mid-off. This one is swiped across the line. A pull shot by Mignon de Pree, fumbled in the boundary. 1 run taken, 15 needed of 13. 1 ball to go in the 48th over. 260 for 6. Squeaky bum time.
Yeah.
Again.
Watching the Momentum Proteas probably shortens your life by at least 5 years.
Oh,
Just
at least. Deeply shot, my right
to your
arm
heart through
over
it.
the wicket to Trisha Chetty. They take another single down to deep mid wicket. 14 needed, 7 runs and over needed, 2 overs to go, 261 for 6. And I think this is why the super over stats were shown there, because with this, this is the type of situation where you tend to get that. Gaikwad will continue.
Very much on the cards, the super over. We saw that super over in the West Indies series, where the West Indies managed to break the record for the most runs in a women's super over. And South Africa got second on that list, but didn't even get close to the total that the Windies managed to put together.
Yeah, Anis Mohammed, echoing your sentiments there. The most stressful team to support in the world, the Momentum Proteas. Thanks, Anis. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Dharmendra Handole is celebrating Chloe Tryon's wicket, saying out on Facebook. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening.
So hopefully he's not predicting the future there.
12 balls to go. No, that was a few minutes ago. As Gaikwad left arm conventional spin round the wicket. Trisha Chetty works this out to square leg for a single. 13 needed now off 11. South Africa need boundaries just to take the pressure off completely. If they can find a 4 somewhere here, that will be exactly what the doctor ordered. 262 for 6. 49th over is Gaikwad's. She bowls the second ball. Mignon du Preez steps down the wicket, gets to the pitch, but just doesn't time it quite right. She gets a thickish inside half of the bat shot down to long on for a single. 12 runs needed off 10. 2 strikes away, South Africa, from dumping India out of the World Cup and setting a record chase.
Although I'd be surprised if that's the way it happens.
Yeah, it will be very surprising if Trisha Chetty smokes 2 over the boundary here. This one flighted full on leg stump and just clipped out to deep mid wicket for another single. 264 for 6. 11 runs needed off 9.
In an ODI career so far.
Lee's looking nervous as they're watching on. The Indian fans looking nervous as they're watching on.
In 107 ODI innings, Trisha Chetty's hit 2 sixes. So not a bad time to hit her third, but not a usual modus operandi.
Mignon du Preez comes down the wicket. She strikes this one straight, and it's cut off at the long on boundary there. They come back for the second. Good shot there by Mignon du Preez. Good work on the boundary. 9 runs needed now off 8. Mignon's going for it. She knows just one boundary here, and it's job done. But good work there in the deep by the mid-on and mid-off fielders working together to close in on that straight shot. That was straight as a die by Mignon du Preez over the head of the umpire and the bowler. 266 for 6. 2 balls to go in the 49th. Mignon du Preez once again gets to the pitch of the ball, works this out to deep mid-wicket, and they just settle for the single. 8 runs off 7 balls needed. 1 ball to go in the 49th.
Run a ball for the super over.
Run a ball for the super over. There you go. And another 2 runs will be appreciated here by South African fans.
I'll tell you, if it does go to a super over, I might need to go find my laptop charger because I've got 14 minutes left on this one.
Well, there will be a little bit of a break in play. I'll hold the fort for you and read the scorecard while you run and get your charger. But are those 14 Microsoft minutes? You might only have 8 left.
Yeah,
you never know.
You might see me just as the last run, the last ball of the 50s bowled. I'll disappear.
And seen. 8 runs off 7 needed. Some discussion here as Gaikwad gets this one wide outside off stump, and Trisha Chetty just nurdles that down to third man in the ring.
Probably could have been left alone, but maybe she wanted to be on strike for the first ball of the final over.
7 runs needed off the final over. 268 for 6. 6 balls to go. Who's going to bowl the final over? Gaikwad is finished. She's done her job for her country. And she
Deepti
finishes
Sharma
with
got one left
figures.
and has been the most economical so far. So that might be
Yeah.
where they end up going.
Rajeshwari Gaikwad, 10 overs, 2 wickets for 61, economy of 6.1. So good work there from Gaikwad. Her final spell was 3 overs, 1 for 25. So she was a little bit on the expensive side there, as South Africa were chasing 9 runs and over. As Purav, our friend from Australia, says, not looking likely for India. It is definitely South Africa's game to lose from this position. You would fancy any team in the world to get over the line, especially the second-ranked ODI team in the world, which South Africa are at this stage. And there's a long discussion here between the bowlers and the captain, trying to figure out. Deepti Sharma is going to bowl. She's getting an earful of advice from Harmanpreet Kaur, the experienced campaigner for India. She needs to defend 7 runs. She needs to defend 6 runs, in fact, to get the win and avoid the super over. So
And
India can afford to concede 5.
New
South
super
Africa
over
will
laws,
be
where they just keep playing super overs until there's a result. I think after the fiasco of the Men's World Cup in 2019.
Yes. Yeah, that's much more sensible. Deepti Sharma, right arm, over the wicket to Trisha Chetty. This one is on off stump, worked out to square leg. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they shouldn't. The square leg fielder comes in to clean that up. Mignon de Pree on strike, 6 runs needed or 5. 269 for 6. Last over of the group stages of the 2022 Women's Cricket World Cup in New Zealand. From the Hagley Oval in Christchurch, we are One World Sports Radio, Guerilla Cricket. Mignon de Pree dances down the pitch. She gets this one down to long on. It's fielded at long on, and they're coming back for the second. And I think Trisha Chetty is short there as the ball was collected by Deepti Sharma. Trisha Chetty diving in, and I think she might be run out here, but Mignon de Pree came back for the second. That was a good throw, a bit of a fumble on the long on boundary. So let's see what the verdict is here. They get at least a run. So that's
all eyes are going to be on that big red screen.
6 runs now, or 5. I think Trisha Chetty is short here, just short. But the score moves on to 270 for 6. And let's see. The ball breaks the stumps. Trisha Chetty is about a meter short. Another direct hit from the Indian fielders from the outfield. If that wasn't a direct hit, Trisha Chetty's dive would have saved her. But she goes. She's got to go. She's run out. And 5 runs needed or 4 balls. 270 for 7.
Mignon de Pree will be on strike, which is important.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she will be. And it's Shabnim Ismail coming to join Mignon de Pree. Trisha Chetty, 7 of 7. Run out by Deepti Shaw on the boundary. Deepti Sharma, excuse me. With a direct throw from the long on boundary. That's impressive stuff here. We've seen India's out cricket perform really, really well. There was one dropped catch. Mignon de Pree was dropped with her score on 20 odd. So that was an expensive one, and that could be the game, the difference. Shabnim Ismail in at 9 for South Africa. She's done this many times before. We saw her smoking a very nice shot to win the game against England, a 4 past backward point. And she's at the non-strikers end. Mignon de Pree is on strike. Left-handed Shabnim Ismail, hopefully for South Africa's sake, won't be needed. Mignon de Pree can take us over the line here. She's got 50 off 60. Wow, that went unnoticed. So that single took her to 50 off 60, and she has caught up significantly with her strike rate. So she's doing exactly what's needed in the situation here. Only mid-off on the boundary on the offside as Deepti Sharma comes in again. And it was again Harmanpreet Kaur that ran out to Trisha Chetty. This one is played from outside off by Mignon de Pree into the onside for a single. 271 for 7. 4 runs needed off 3. So singles from here will take us to a super over. And we see that Deepti Sharma caught the ball coming in from Harmanpreet Kaur, and Trisha Chetty run out at the non-strikers end by Harmanpreet Kaur and Deepti Sharma. So she took the ball in front of the stumps and then just threw it back onto the stumps. So another big conflab here between Mitali Raj, Deepti Sharma, Harmanpreet Kaur, and another lady there. I'm not sure who that is, but they are giving Deepti Sharma an earful of advice. 271 for 7. 4 runs needed. 3 balls to come. The final 3 balls of this group stage. And we are Guerilla Cricket on One World Sports Radio. Thank you very much for listening. The tension is palpable. The fielders are now moving onto the boundary on the on the onside. Everybody on the offside inside the ring except for mid-off for the left-handed Shabnim Ismail, who will now face the bowling of Deepti Sharma. And Marizan Cup, they're frustrated, standing, just indicating that the cut shot is on here for Shabnim. She's got fine leg, third man inside the ring, point, cover in the ring, mid-off on the boundary. Nobody else on the offside on the boundary. And then mid-wicket, mid-on the boundary as well. Long on, on the boundary as well. Mignon de Pree encouraging Shabnim Ismail there. And they've got a silly mid-on as well, catching mid-on. And now they're moving in an extra cover too. So Mignon de Pree at the non-striker's end, she's got her bat extended behind the line, making sure that she's up for the single if it presents itself. As Sharma comes into Shabnim Ismail, who plays a cover drive through to long off for a single. And 3 runs needed off 2. 272 for 7. This is too close for comfort. I'm not enjoying this at all. Chris has gone off to fetch his charger. So he's hopefully going to miss the South African win, or is going to be back on the air with us for a photo finish. Deepti Sharma, she's got to defend 1 run. 3 runs to win, 2 runs for the super over, and a single of 2 balls will win it for India. She comes over the wicket to Mignon de Pree. No, she doesn't. She abandons in the middle of her action, just pumping up the tension, ratcheting up the tension here for the South African batters. Some comments coming through on Facebook. Thank you very much for that. Deepti Sharma, right arm over the wicket to Mignon de Pree, steps down the wicket. She blasts this one up into the air, down to long on, and she's caught. She's out. They're going to need 3 off the final delivery. South Africa will have to score a boundary or run 3 or at least run 2 to get into a super over. 1 ball to go, 3 runs needed, and Mignon de Pree departs. 272 for 8. She scored a 50. She got the team close. She knew she had to finish it to be there at the end. And this time she's caught by Harmanpreet Kaur on the boundary at long on. After she was dropped on the boundary at long on earlier in her innings with a score around 22-23, if I remember correctly. She goes, caught Harmanpreet Kaur, bowled Deepti Sharma for 51. Well played, Mignon de Pree, just 1 ball short there. And it's very tightly balanced here between the Indians and South Africa. So Vanessa Kapp, Protea fire on the burn. Come on, SA women, she says. Paul Bennett, thanks to all commentators from Darlington. Thank you so much for listening and for getting in touch. There's a no ball signaled. How is that going to affect things now? Is Mignon de Pree going to be allowed to come back? Yes, Deepti Sharma overstepping with that wicket-taking delivery.
I do feel desperately sorry for her. That's something that'll keep her up at night. If India don't manage to
It's
pull
a
this
free
off.
hit. Mignon de Pre comes back to the wicket. Wow, what drama here at the end. It's a free hit. It's a no ball. They need 2 from 2 now instead of 3 from 1.
And they've got one more batter, and they can't be out on this ball, barring a run out. It's
So this
the
has
worst
got to
possible
fly
outcome
through
for
the air.
Deepti Sharma. As I said,
Yes.
I feel desperately sorry for her. You'd imagine
And now
that's probably the turning point.
Yeah, Shabnim Ismail will be on strike for this free hit, but Deepti Sharma overstepping, and could that be the action that throws India out of the World Cup?
South
Jiran
Africa's used
Goswami
to being
in
on the
the
other
dressing
side
room
of
there.
these sort of incidents during the World Cup.
Oh, that is desperately unfortunate for Deepti Sharma. She really thought she had the game won for India, and only to be... No. Reverse. Cancel that. No wicket for
Yeah.
you. Free hit for Shabnim Ismail. 2 runs to win. 1 run for South Africa to get us to a super over with 3 wickets in hand. So they will be absolutely gutted if they can't even get to the super over. South Africa from this position, still anybody's game. All 3 results still possible. Shabnim Ismail on strike, the number 9 batter for South Africa. 2 runs to win.
More sixes in her career than Trisha Chetty, but South Africa don't need sixes now.
No. We need a 4. We need a boundary 4. That's fine. No chance
Just
of
hit
a
it
catch,
high,
please.
run as many as you can whilst it's in the air, because if they catch it, you're not out.
Yeah, just run. But the run does count, even if you get caught off a free hit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So they
It will do.
just send the ball high up into the sky and run 2. As Shabnim Ismail facing, Deepti Sharma abandons her action once again, and Shabnim Ismail a bit irritated. He is
She very
throwing her
rarely
arms
hides
in
her
the air.
emotions, Shabnim
No,
Ismail.
she does not. No, she's a full-on personality, a very entertaining
We
person
saw,
to watch.
I don't
She
think
plays
she ended
cricket.
up getting any penalty points, but she
As
did give a
she
send
comes
off
down the
earlier.
wicket, she smacks this out to mid-off, and they come through for a single. So the scores are tied, and Mignon de Pre is on strike for the final ball. South Africa need 1 run to win from 1 ball. They almost managed to get the only dismissal done there. South Africa could only be run out off the free hit, and Shabnim Ismail almost was run out at the non-strikers end, but she made it.
Now they're having that
1 ball
conversation.
to go.
No matter what happens, run.
Yes. So South Africa cannot lose this match. They
Not
need
in
1
the
run to win
prescribed
it.
overs
and
anyway.
all the fielders are up inside the ring now, trying to get the single cut off, trying to make sure that they get a dot ball here. Hands over faces for the Indian fans and the Indian dressing room. They almost cannot watch this. Deepti Sharma to Mignon de Pre, right arm over to the right-hander. Mignon steps down and beats the inner ring fielders down to deep mid-wicket for 4. And that is the win for South Africa. They get over the line against India. It's the most runs they've ever chased. And it's right up there with some of the highest scores chased in a Cricket World Cup. India are out, and South Africa will go through and make sure that the West Indies women are in 4th place on the table at the end of the 28 round-robin matches. Masabata class dancing the jig there, the dance of happiness. And wow, how disappointing for India with that Deepti Sharma no ball, costing them the match in the end. Probably costing them the match, I should say. Sure, Chris. Yeah, 5 years, you say.
Again, they've done it again. They've won it again, but they've also put us through every single emotion again, the South African women's side. They came into this World Cup in 2 in the ODI rankings, but lower on the betting websites with the loss of Danae van Niekerk. They've finished 2nd on the table. The only game that they lost was that game to the number 1 ranked Australia. And you've got to imagine they've got a real chance going at it into these semis. They're going to be facing England. West Indies are going to be facing Australia. There's going to be some very exciting cricket over the next 2 weeks. I think South Africa's game is on the Thursday morning, and then hopefully they'll be playing again on the Sunday morning.
Okay, so please join us again. I think they start play at 1 a.m. our time, I saw on Quick Info.
I think it's 3 a.m. again. It's still just
3 a.m.
3
Okay, so 1
yeah,
a.m.
3
1 a.m. GMT, 1 a.m. GMT time. So 3 a.m. South African time. And Paul Bennett says, what an exciting game. And Vanessa Cup says, well done, SA Women. Captivating again. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I wonder if she's related. She's definitely related in some way, shape, or form to Marizan. But thank you so much, everybody, for listening. Chris, will you take us through the scorecard? And
cool. I'll try
wrap it
do
up
that quickly. So India were the team batting first. They managed a massive opening partnership before we lost Shafali Verma for 53 run out. She was partnered by Smriti Mandana, who got 71 runs of 84 deliveries before she was caught by Tryon off the bowling of Masabata Class. Yasta Kabatia managed just 2 runs of 3 before being bowled by Chloe Tryon. Chloe Tryon also caught Matali Raj off the bowling of Masabata Class for 83. Harmanpreet Kaur did well with the ball, but also well with the bat, 48 or 57 before she was bowled by Ayabonga Kaka. Pooja Vastrika managed to score just 3 before being caught by Sine Elise off the bowling of Shabnam Ismail. Risha Josh got 8 runs of 13 deliveries before being caught again by Sine Elise off the bowling of Shabnam Ismail. Sneh Rana got 1, or not out. Deepti Sharma got 2 not out. And so that meant India set a total of 275 for the South Africans to chase. What ended up being the highest ever successful chase for South Africa in women's ODIs and the second highest chase in any women's ODIs, just beaten by that Australia chase against New Zealand earlier in this same World Cup. South Africa, when they came into bat, Lizelle Lee and Laura Wolvaerts at the top of the order. Once again, Lizelle Lee went early, run out by Harmanpreet Kaur, just 6 runs. Laura Wolvaerts got another 50. This time I was certain she would go on to get 100. Unfortunately, not the case. Got 80 runs of 79 deliveries before being bowled by Harmanpreet Kaur. Laura Goodall managed to put together good innings before being dismissed just 1 run short of her 50. She was stumped off the bowling of Gaikwad for 49 runs with 69 deliveries. Sine Elise came in and went LBW to Kaur. That was reviewed. It wasn't given out, and then India reviewed it, and it ended up getting 3 reds. So she went for 22 of 27. Mignon de Priya shepherded the team to the end. She got 52 not out of 63 deliveries. A very well-paced innings as she sped up as it went on. Marizan Cup came in, did her job. She would be disappointed to get out, but 32 of 30, it's what they needed at that point. And Chloe Tryon likewise, 17 of 9, and really closed the gap between the runs and balls and made it far easier for Trisha Chetty, Shabnam Ismail, and Mignon de Priya to see South Africa to the end. So in the end, 275 runs, not a ball to spare. I guess anyone who's listening out probably also heard that there was a no ball off the third last ball of the over of the final over.
Yeah, a no ball that went too long on for a catch, getting rid of Mignon de Priya, who ended up scoring the winning runs for South Africa. She's the player of the match, giving an interview with the trophy in hand there. Vanessa Cup saying, thanks, guys. We need some women in the studio for the semi. Love this platform. Vanessa, we had women from Australia on earlier today. And we've got some professional cricket players and ex-players on the women's side.
The professional players are normally playing on the weekends, and so they're not quite as available. But they should be there for the semi-final, I'd imagine. We've got Sean Mayers, who used to play for Zimbabwe. We've got Jenna Searle, who's playing for Gauteng at the moment. There are women on our ranks, and normally much better cricketers than us.
Yeah, and Cricket Bat Cat all the way from Australia. So thank you, Vanessa. If you are a lady and you would like to give yourself a chance at some commentary, you can make a little recording, a voice recording of yourself doing some commentary on any cricket match, whether it's recorded or live, and then you can send that through to admin@1wsr.com. We'll have a listen and we'll get in touch if we think you can be part of our team. So thank you very much for listening. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter, 1wsr.com, and you can support us by donating on patreon.com/oneworldsr. And you can also advertise on this radio station. We bring you all the men's and women's South African cricket national international matches. We do the Springbok rugby games as well. And anything else, if you'd like us to come and commentate on your sporting event, you can also get in touch with us for that. So thank you, Chris. Thank you, all the other commentators. Like I said, Kat, Mpo, all the other people, Mpendulo, Liam, everybody who was on air today. Thank you so much. Have a good Sunday further, everybody. Bye-bye.